Good morning, and welcome to day 2 of our redistricting session for this go-round. Welcome back. We're going to go right into our session today with a roll call, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Commissioner Vasquez.
On time, yes.
Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Farinshari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamont. Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
President logging on.
Commissioner Toledo.
Here.
And Commissioner Turner.
Here. Thank you. Thank you, Robbie.
You're welcome.
All right, commissioners, I'd like to start the day off today with commending you all for doing an amazing job on yesterday and getting through the material that we did, the visualizations that we did. And on today, we're going to try a couple of things different to ensure that we're able to get through the rest of our visualizations for assembly and have ability to move on to congressional and Senate districts. So a couple of updates. Number one, I'd like to ask again for you to consider your time and ensure that you are adding in new information and not just co-signing and repeating information. Commissioners, that will be important as we get ready to move into Los Angeles and Southern California, which we know are large areas. I also want to try, this is a trial, something different for commissioners, so if I can really have your undivided attention. We're going to go through the process where we will have our staff read out generalized comments that we've heard. We'll have our mappers talk to us about what they've seen and what they're presenting. We will have a discussion point, and here's where the change will come in. During our discussion point, Marcy's staff, Andrew today, when we get to Southern California, if something about a visualization causes you concern or you recalled something about that, Commissioner Anderson, if there's something about a visualization and you're thinking, I'm not sure, we don't want to take the time while you find it. Staff will be there to say, what is your concern? And once you name it for us, if you say, my concern had something to do with Madeira, for example, staff will say, we received testimony about this or this. And then you'll be like, great, so therefore that informs me how I want to move forward. Because we want to get rid of some of that downtime while we're trying to find it. We recognize that we have thousands of bits of information and we want to consider all of it. So I'm hopeful that staff will trial being able to help us access the information. There was material, or there was a database that was provided for us that summarized all of the information before, and sometimes on the spot we can't get to it quick enough. Staff is just going to help us weed through some of that information and remind us about the testimony that we've received. And last piece is that assembly districts are smaller. We cannot do everything in the assembly districts, so if we don't get things done and accomplished in the manner that we want to an assembly district, please make a note of that. We'll try for it again in the congressional districts and in the Senate districts, and do as best we can. Everyone may not get what they need in every map iteration. Okay? Everybody good? Is that clear? So we're going to trial it. We'll see what happens, and so let's get in it today. We're going to start with reviewing and finishing up where we were in the Central Valley. And so we have Tamina that's back with us today. And I'm going to, one moment, please. My computer's trying to help me by bringing everything up. Okay, so we'll go ahead and go into our session today and pick it up right where we left off. There were hands that did not quite get into the queue on last night. There were others that may have comment that they wanted to lift. And so if that's the case, commissioners, did you wake up with any burning thoughts that you want to start with as Tamina is preparing? Okay. Sounds like all hearts and minds are clear. Tamina, when you are ready, we'll pick it up with you.
Thank you, Chair. We have 3 more to discuss today to round out this section. This was the Mont Coast, S. Barbara, and Ventura. I'll just go over them quickly to refresh your memories from yesterday. Mont Coast begins with the coastal cities of Santa Cruz, including Twin Lakes, Pleasure Point, Capitola, Seacliff, Rio del Mar, La Selva Beach, and Pajaro Dunes. It then comes into the coastal cities of Monterey, including Moss Landing, Marina, Seaside, Delray Oaks, Monterey, Pacific Grove, Del Monte Forest, Carmel by the Sea, and Carmel Village. We then go along to the 101 corridor with Soledad, Greenfield, King City, Pine Canyon, San Lucas, San Ardo, and then Fort Hunter Liggett, Lockwood, and Bradley. And then from San Luis Obispo County, Oak Shores, Lake Nacimiento, San Miguel, San Simeon, Cambria, Paso Robles, Whitley Gardens, Shandon, Templeton, Atascadero, Creston, Cayucos, Morro Bay, Santa Margarita, Los Osos, San Luis Obispo, Caltech State, Avila Beach, Los Ranchos, Edna, Pismo Beach, and Grover Beach. This visualization does not include Arroyo Grande or Oceano. This is page 56, I apologize. And then we were going to go to 58 and then 59. 58 is Santa Barbara. Which starts in San Luis Obispo County with the Arroyo Grande, Oceano, Los Perros, Callender, Woodlands, and Nipomo. Takes in the entire west coast of Santa Barbara County from Guadalupe, Santa Maria, Orcutt, Casmalia, Gary, and Sisquoc. Vandenberg Air Force Base, Vandenberg Village, Mission Hills, and Lompoc. Los Alamos, Buellton, Los Olivos, Ballard, Santa Ynez, and Solvang. Comes to the north and east borders of the county, New Cuyama and Cuyama. And then for the southern coastal areas includes Goleta, UC Santa Barbara, Isla Vista, eastern Goleta Valley, and Santa Barbara City. These cities are all whole in this visualization. Moving to the next page, 59. This is Ventura, which takes all of northern Ventura County to the borders of the county line. The western boundary of the visualization comes into Santa Barbara, takes Mission Canyon, Montecito, Toro Canyon, Summerland, don't know where my little label went, and Carpinteria. And then coming into Ventura County, Ojai, Maynard's Oaks, Miramonte, and Oakview. Ventura, Port Hueneme, Oxnard, El Rio, Satacoy, Santa Paula, Fillmore, and Piru. This visualization then stops before Somas, Moore, Parker, Camarillo, and does not split any of these cities.
So yesterday, you gave us directions about the East Bay, and we talked about San Francisco. We talked a little bit about the Santa Cruz area. Where we have not discussed anything is actually basically the southern, the northern coastline, northern coastline, central coastline, sorry, there we go. The central coast, so San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara, and then maybe going up there into San Benito and so forth. So if you have any comments on those visualizations, then we're all ears.
And just a note to commissioners that the bright yellow areas in the middle that you're seeing are the colored VRA district areas that are under consideration. So that's why they are of this darker yellow color.
And we have Mr. Becker on, who will let us know if he needs anything from us, any kind of other, lines on there, or if he'd like to have CVAP displayed, then I'm sure he will let us know. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamina and Karen, appreciate you. Just wanting also to remind us that, Commissioners, we've received, and to our public, we've received now over 8,500 bits of public comment, visualization, COIs, et cetera, so lots of data, which is why we're trying to do something different to ensure that we're holding it all. Also wanting to remind the public that though we are taking comment at the end, please do utilize the tools that does allow us to see your comments real time. So please continue to use that. And with that, I have hands Commissioner Kutagawa and Commissioner Sanai, and to let you know our first break we'll prepare for will be about 12:30, so hopefully we'll be through. Commissioner Kutagawa.
All right, thank you. This is going to connect together between that Mont Coast and the Santa Barbara maps. Just reading through some of the public comments, there seems to be a number that is commenting on the inclusion of, or the non-inclusion, I should say, of northern Santa Barbara County, and specifically naming the Gaviota Tunnel, which, having recently driven down that 101 stretch from, I'm not sure who, that's, okay. I could see what they're saying, that northern Santa Barbara area is very rural. So my question to the line drawers is, I don't want to say this is necessarily the instruction, but I guess it could be. Can we, I'm looking at the standard deviation, it looks like we can add northern Santa Barbara County at the Gaviota Tunnel, which is just below Buellton. Solvang, Buellton, yeah, around that area. Around the 101, if we use that as that Gaviota Tunnel, that pass as the cutoff on the 101 side.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, add it to where?
To the Mont Coast.
Oh, so you want this, the entire western area
Yes,
here?
northern Santa Barbara County. There's a number of comments. It looks like they're a little under the population, and in terms of the Mont Coast visualization that I'm looking at, about 20,000 short. So it looks like they're, one, would it, if that portion were to be added, would it throw off the standard deviation?
So if this portion were to be added, it would, not only would it not fit in this Mont Coast district, but actually what would happen is that it would create the need to pull more from Ventura.
Yeah, and I
and
actually...
that would split this Piru, Port Hueneme to Piru Koi.
Yeah, you already have Ojai in when they had asked for it to not be in anyway. I think there's I understand that there's gonna be some repercussions, but I just want to ask if that were to be done, because they are a more rural area than the rest of Santa Barbara. That was pretty clear. Also, the cutoff I want to also ask you about is, you made the cutoff at Santa Barbara. Montecito is oftentimes very closely connected to Santa Barbara, so that's also an, I guess, an unusual cutoff. I'm just wondering if you were to go further down. I know this is the part that if you go further down and you cut it off after Montecito, and then since for Ventura, the Ventura visualization that's next, I am aware that in the communities of interest testimony that we heard, the Port Hueneme, Oxnard, Santa Paula, Fillmore, and Piru communities asked to be kept together, but they wanted to be separate from Ojai. But given the current visualization, it would be, and I looked at the maps down below, it would be hard not to include Ojai. I do wonder if we could go a little bit further south, include Camarillo at least. Can you just move Camarillo is not very much like the Oxnard, Port Hueneme, Santa Paula, Piru communities. I'm just wondering if, maybe that's where I'm going to need maybe some help from the line drawers in terms of the numbers.
Okay, we'll take a look.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. I was going to say the same thing about the Gaviota Pass. And then we also, we heard, North Santa Barbara with San Luis Obispo and at the Gaviota Pass, as well as, at least, if we can't do all of that, Arroyo Grande feels closer with San Luis Obispo than it does with Santa Barbara, which is at the tip, on the north tip, that little piece up there. And then it is true that we have heard, I was just kind of going through, we have heard the Peru and all that to be separate from Ojai, unless the only way to keep them together is they feel closer to Ojai than they would going south. And so that was kind of how they brought it up. So it depends which one you're reading, but they'd rather not be with Ojai, but they'd rather be with Ojai than heading south into the other areas. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd just like to ask, we do have Jose on that is capturing and looking at testimony, public input. Jose, do you have anything in regards to Ojai that would help with this discussion? And if not, if the search doesn't pull up anything specifically.
Hi, Chair. Hi, Commission. I am pulling some data, and I can share if you give me 30 seconds, I would do that.
Okay, if you just prepare to pull that, we're going to go back to Commissioner Kutagawa.
Just real quick, if you go down to that Santa Barbara Ventura map, you have the Channel Islands, it looks like. Part of it is blue, part of it is green. Is that just because of the way the census blocks are? It's just kind of weird. And then you have those other little, like 2 islands that are green, 2 that are blue, and then 1 that's light blue. I understand the light blue one, but is there a way to include it all in one district? It just seems weird that you just got that one tip that's green.
Yeah, I think, and let me know, the blue is all in one county. I think it's separated out by counties. And so go ahead.
Those are connected to, those are part of those other counties.
I understand that, but can we cross counties in this way so that the one island is all in one district?
I think it's a census block thing.
If you would like me to explore putting the current green islands into blue, then I can definitely do that.
Or you could do vice versa. I mean, whichever one makes sense in terms of also population numbers too.
Jose? Are you
Hi,
prepared?
Chair. Yes, I do have data available, but I believe that I'm not a panelist, which means that I'm not able to share my screen.
You don't have to share the screen, just tell us what are you seeing.
You are a panelist and you can share your screen.
Oh, one second here. I my screen. So there's Koi where um, residents of Ventura, they would like to specifically belong to Santa Paula, Oxnard, Port Hueneme, Santa Clara, Santa Paula, and Fillmore to be included together. And there is also input where communities of interest want to keep Western Ventura County together for environmental justice purposes. They would request communities of interest that include Ventura, Ojai, Oxnard, Santa Paula, and Fillmore. There's a divide between West and East Ventura. Western is more agriculture, working class Latino, more disparities in housing, education. There is also a large population of communities of interest such as Mixtecos, Zapotecos, and Triqui communities. I also see that, and that's a large, there's a handful of communities of interest with similar requests and similar communities of interest.
Thank you, Jose. Continue to stand by. Commissioners, this is just a trial. We know we have almost 9,000 public comments. We're getting it real time that we are seeing come in. And so Jose is just another resource trying to help us recall and keep all of the information up front as we're making decisions. So Jose, I appreciate your willingness. He was just made aware of this a little bit ago. And I appreciate your support and what you're attempting to do. So stand by. Commissioner Sadwani.
Sorry about that. Yeah, this is super helpful. So thank you, Jose, for being here and providing that update. I definitely just want to agree, and I'm hoping I'm adding here, to Commissioner Kutagawa's concern about going all the way up to Montecito. Much of the COI testimony, as Jose just identified, that Port Hueneme, Oxnard to Piru was largely around working class values. And then when you think about Montecito, and you've got like Meghan Markle and Oprah in Montecito. So I do think that probably going further south, taking that portion of keeping Montecito with Santa Barbara, and then going further south, whether that's exploring Somis or Moore Park to some extent, could make a little bit more sense for that district in maintaining that COI, which has more to do with the working class values. I think it was what we had heard from that testimony.
Thank you. Tamina, do you have what you need?
I do. Thank you very much.
Okay. Is there any other, Commissioner, you have anything else you want to lift for this area? Okay. We're going to move. Yes. So at this point, we're going to move into the next area of we're going to Los Angeles. And so Jamie's going to present right after we hear from, let's see, who's up for Los Angeles. Kim is going to give us an overview. And if we'll get our maps and our public comments ready. As our staff transitions. And to the public, thank you. We see your comments coming in. We'd ask for you to continue. We are seeing them real time. We're not waiting till the end, and we're responding to them real time, so we appreciate that. Moved a little quicker than we thought. Okay, so thank you. So Kim, whenever you're comfortable and are ready, we'll go ahead and get started into our next area. Commissioners, again, I'd love for you to just know that we're trying to make adjustments as needed. We won't drill down too far with the numbers. We're just having high level. This is our first opportunity to work with one map. So to that end, we are ready for Los Angeles.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm going to go over public input sources first, received for Los Angeles County. I guess I should introduce myself. My name's Kimberly Briggs. I'm the field team lead for LA and Orange counties. So for visualization feedback, we received over 300 submissions. We received over 500 submissions for the Draw My CA community website. We've received over 450 submissions via live meetings, over 250 submissions via email, 75 via letter, 3 via the website, and 3 via the report that referenced LA County. Please note, records span multiple outreach zones are counted in more than one. The following is an overview of high-level trends derived from submissions to the commission. This overview is meant to provide commissioners with some samples of public input received. So I have it broken down in geographical areas as my colleagues have, starting with the Santa Clarita Valley. Received some direction to keep Simi Valley and Santa Clarita in the same congressional district, which is the 25th.
Kimberly,
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We also received some direction to have Simi Valley and Moore Park together. Some also referenced including Thousand Oaks with this pair. Also heard some submissions that Moore Park belongs with Ventura County, not the San Fernando Valley and LA County. Also saying that Simi Valley belongs in Ventura County. For the San Gabriel Valley, stakeholders in cities like Alhambra, San Gabriel, Rosemead, and El Monte, which is the western San Gabriel Valley, and Roland Heights, Walnut, Hacienda Heights, and Diamond Bar, which is the east San Gabriel Valley, are asking to be kept together. Some submissions say that El Monte and South El Monte need to be kept whole. And some submissions said that Pasadena should be with Glendale and Burbank. Going to the San Fernando Valley, submissions strongly insisted they don't want any of the districts to go south of Mulholland Drive into the west side and to minimize splits within valley neighborhoods. They said if splits must occur, they need to have a minimum 50% hold in that district. And if you do move, you can go into Santa Clarita to the north, east into the San Gabriel Valley, or west into Ventura, but absolutely just don't go south. We also received numerous submissions regarding the northern part of Sherman Oaks called Poso. They asked to keep them united with the greater Sherman Oaks area in all maps and districts. And then some comments mentioned Calabasas and just letting you know that it shares commonalities with the communities of Agora Hills, Hidden Hills, and Westlake Village. For the Antelope Valley, some submissions referenced that the 25th Congressional District has been divided for some time. Part of the Antelope Valley is in the 23rd, which includes Bakersfield and Fresno. They say the 25th needs to be the main place for the Antelope Valley. And some submissions referenced feeling like the redheaded stepchild of LA County. They're concerned about underrepresentation and attention, and for this reason, they want to be kept together to have a strong voice. And then some submissions discussing the city of Lancaster mentioned that they're split between 2 congressional districts, the 23rd and 25th, which doesn't make sense to them. Some reference preferring the city to be included in the 25th district whole. For beach communities, most say they want to keep the beach cities together, and some define this as Palos Verdes up the coast to Santa Monica. We also received a significant number of submissions that strongly disagreed with visualizations that had Simi Valley and Moore Park included in a district with Malibu due to different socioeconomic backgrounds and needs. Now I'm going into the greater LA area, and it's kind of broken into subcategories. So for Northeast LA, we do have limited submissions for this area, but stakeholders did express concerns about gentrification and housing affordability. One submission noted that Los Feliz is split into 2 Senate districts, which makes no sense due to their small size. For West LA, some submissions said Hollywood and West Hollywood should be together, and some submissions referenced using the City of LA Neighborhood Council boundaries as a guide. Some reference using the West Side Council of Governments as a guide, and overall just asking to reduce the number of splits in unincorporated areas and adjacent cities. For East LA, some submissions reference having Boyle Heights and East LA together, and then some submissions disagree with visualizations that group East LA with gateway cities. For South LA, a couple of submissions disagreed with the visualization that broke apart South Central LA and the Zapata King Neighborhood Council from South LA and added them to Northeast LA. South Central neighborhoods want to stay whole and together. And then some submissions disagreed with the visualization of Senate maps that reduced Senate seats from 2 to 1 in this area. For Harbor Gateway, responding to the visualizations, some San Pedro submissions are asking not to be included with Long Beach. Some are also saying they don't want to be included with Palos Verdes either. They're saying they have more in common with Harbor Gateway communities in South LA. For gateway cities, some submissions reference this is an area where cutting up of districts happens a lot. Pollution from freight and freeway traffic are big concerns. Some submissions disagree with the visualizations that group gateway cities like Maywood and Vernon with San Gabriel Valley communities. And a few submissions wanted Cerritos and Artesia together in LA County-based districts, and the cities asked to be kept whole. For the South Bay into Long Beach, submissions asked to keep the South Bay coastal communities together. We also heard overwhelmingly from Long Beach to keep them together. Some submissions are asking to keep Torrance whole, and some submissions reference making sure the Palos Verdes Peninsula is kept with the South Bay. And again, this is just a high-level overview of submissions submitted to the Commission.
Thank you, Kim. Very, very helpful. We appreciate it. We're going to move now to our mappers and to, is it Jamie, I believe, today?
It is Jamie, and we are going to start with page 62 on your assembly handout, please.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. This is where you just left off with Tamina. This visualization includes areas in eastern Ventura County, including Somas, Camarillo, Moore Park, Santa Susana, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks areas, and additionally in sort of very western Los Angeles County include Agora Hills, Westlake, Calabasas, Topanga, Malibu, and the Palisades area. And Palisades here is split at Sunset. And the next page is 60.
Jamie, I'm sorry, right before you go on, Commissioner Kutugah, is your hand up? Nope, I see it. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. And next, going to the West Side District, this is page 63. And this visualization includes Santa Monica, Westwood, West Side Neighborhood Council, West Los Angeles Neighborhood Council, Palms, Mar Vista, this part of Culver City that is west of 405, Del Rey, Marina Del Rey, and Westchester. to the South Bay visualization. This is on page 64. And this visualization includes El Segundo, Manhattan Beach, Lawndale, Gardena, Torrance, which is Whole, Redondo Beach, Hermosa Beach, Palos Verdes, Lomita, and Rolling Hills.
And then we're going to page 65.
Okay, so this visualization includes San Pedro, Wilmington, Carson, West Carson, the Harbor Gateway cities, Compton, West Rancho Dominguez, East Rancho Dominguez, and Watts. I believe it's south of East 103rd, and that's just for population. And next, we are going to page 66. This visualization includes most of Long Beach, Signal Hill, Lakewood, Hawaiian Gardens, Los Alamitos, and Rossmore. Where are we going next? And next we are going to page 67. So, as you may see from the bright yellow color, this is one of the areas that we have been collaborating closely with your VRA team to create this visualization. And of course, working with commission direction from last time. This includes in Orange County, La Palma, and the rest of these are in Los Angeles County, including Artesia, Cerritos, Norwalk, Bellflower, Downey, Bell Gardens, Bell, Maywood, and Commerce. All of the cities that I just named are whole and intact in this visualization. And next we are going to page 68 of the handout. Okay, and in this visualization, which sort of follows a 710, again, this is based on commission direction from last time, includes Vernon, Huntington Park, Southgate, Linwood, Paramount, northern part of Long Beach, this unincorporated area just west of Long Beach. I'm going to zoom in to see some of the detail here on the northwestern side of this area. It includes a Florence Firestone and Watts north of 103rd. And again, that was just for balancing population. And this area that I just described to you also was part of the area that we were working with your VRA team to create. And next, we're going to page 69 of the handout. This visualization, which is on page 69 of the handout, is on both sides of the 110 in City of Los Angeles. It includes much of the Arlington Heights, West Adams, Jefferson Park community, historic South Central, Zapata King, Empowerment Congress Central, Empowerment Congress Southeast, Westmont, and again, just includes areas on both sides of 110 and roughly up north bounded by the 10 and, and to the south 105. And next, moving on to page 70 of the handout. And again, page 70 of the handout, this visualization includes neighborhood council areas of Olympic Park, Pico, Mid-City, West Adams, Park Mesa Heights, and includes Culver City east of the 405, Ladera Heights, View Park, Inglewood, Lenox, Del Air, Hawthorne, and West Athens. And next, we're going to page 71 of the handouts, just north of this area. Again, it's page 71 in the handout. And this visualization includes South Robertson, Beverly Hills, West Hollywood, Mid-City West, Greater Wilshire, Koreatown, East Hollywood, and Hollywood Hills areas. Next, we are going to page 72. And the visualization on page 72 includes Pico Union, Westlake areas, downtown, Lincoln Heights, LA 32. This area I'm circling is generally the El Sereno area, East Los Angeles, and Boyle Heights. And next, we're going to page 73 of the visualizations. And this visualization includes whole and intact Glendale. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Also includes South Pasadena, Eagle Rock, Echo Park, Silver Lake, Los Feliz, and Hollywood United Neighborhood Council. Okay, the next page. And next we are going to page 76, please. Okay, moving sort of towards the San Gabriel Valley. And again, this is an area that we worked with your VRA team on. And this visualization includes Montebello, Pico Rivera, the Whittiers, Whittier, West Whittier, East Whittier, South Whittier. Also includes Santa Fe Springs, La Mirada, La Habra Heights, Hacienda Heights, much of the City of Industry, La Puente, Avocado Heights, South El Monte, and Rose Hills. And next, we're going to go to page 77. Again, an area that we worked with your VRA team on. And this visualization includes whole and intact Glendora, Azusa. It includes the area of Duarte, which is south of the Angeles National Forest. It includes South Monrovia Village, Mayflower Village, Irwindale, Baldwin Park, West Puente Valley, Melinda, Covina, West Covina. And next, we're moving to, oh no, that's wrong. I want to go here next. Page 75, please. I think I just switched those two on accident. And again, an area we worked with your VRA team on. This includes whole and intact the following cities: Arcadia, North El Monte, Temple City, East San Gabriel, South San Gabriel, San Marino, Rosemead, Alhambra, and Monterey Park. And then we're going to go to, okay. And now we're going to go to San Fernando Valley, then we'll go to northern Los Angeles County, and then head back east. So one moment, please. Next is page 80. This visualization includes in Ventura County, Bell Canyon, and in Los Angeles County includes Hidden Hills and the areas of West Hills, Canoga Park, Winnetka, Woodland Hills, Tarzana, Encino, Sherman Oaks, Valley Village, Studio City, and Bel Air. And next, we are going to go to page 81, please. This visualization includes Reseda, Lake Balboa, North Hills, much of Panorama City, North Hollywood West, North Hollywood Neighborhood Council, Greater Valley Glen Council, and Van Nuys. And next, we're going to go to page 82. This visualization includes Silmar, City of San Fernando, Mission Hills, Arleta, Pacoima, Sun Valley, Foothills Trails District, Sunland Tahunga, and Burbank. And next, please, we'll go to page 84. And this visualization includes Northridge, Granada Hills, Porter Ranch, Chatsworth, and in the Santa Clarita Valley, includes Santa Clarita, Stevenson Ranch, Valverde, and Castaic. And next, we'll go to page 85, please. This visualization includes Antelope Valley, and additionally includes areas in southern Kern County. It includes the Tehachapi area, as well as the California City, Mojave, Rosemont, Edwards Air Force Base, and Boron areas. And finally, we're going to go to page 74, please. This visualization includes areas along the 210 corridor, and to the north, areas in Angeles National Forest. This includes La Crescenta, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, Altadena, Pasadena, San Pascal, Monrovia, Bradbury, the part of Duarte that is in Angeles National Forest, San Dimas, Claremont. All of those are in Los Angeles County, and then in San Bernardino County, northern areas of the city of Upland, parts of Rancho Cucamonga, and then including Little Creek and Wrightwood, and as part of the San Bernardino Forest area. And here, Upland and Rancho Cucamonga were split. They're adjacent to areas that you'll go over with John later today, and those are areas where there are VRA considerations. So I'm gonna zoom out, and looking forward to hearing your feedback.
Thank you, Jamie. All right. Let's see, we'll start with Commissioner Sinai, please.
Thank you. Jamie, we received a lot of input from the San Fernando Valley, and so I was hoping we could start there and you explain kind of how we ended up going south of Mulholland Drive, just to understand that big picture.
Sure, thank you for that question. I will zoom into this area you're talking about, which includes Bel Air. Is this a specific visualization you're looking at?
Yeah, where it goes down to Bel Air and, yeah,
Sure.
exactly.
Yeah, so part of this is around as we were creating the statewide visualization, so going from regional to statewide, and all of the mappers were working together to try and keep different areas together per commission direction. So part of this includes trying to keep the Oxnard to Piru Koi intact. And then additionally I'm gonna zoom out and go up to the Antelope Valley area. So right now, this Antelope Valley area is included with some of these areas in Kern. This in part is also to try and keep the Oxnard-Piru area together and to keep sort of the Santa Clarita Valley intact. Additionally, we had heard feedback from commissioners to keep these Chatsworth, Northridge, et cetera, areas with Santa Clarita Valley. And then additionally, there are some other COIs in these areas that were, I guess, just sort of trying. There were COIs and feedback about, for example, keeping Sherman Oaks and Van Nuys separate, et cetera. So it was really just a population kind of move, and also about keeping the neighborhood council of Bel Air together. It could be with an architecture or a structure like this for the visualizations, it could be split and potentially not have that area go north into or north of Mulholland, and hadn't received any direction to split it, and was just trying to follow the criteria, and that is how that happened. And I hope that made sense.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. And, in general, I want to say I really admire this work. I know it's very, very difficult, but, most of these in general terms make a lot of sense to me. I think there's certainly room at the margins in a lot of these to make the kinds of adjustments that we want to make over the next couple of weeks. But in general, I think the architecture looks good to me. I do have 3 questions. First of all, is it possible, please, to make Watts whole? Would really like to see that happen, even if we have to rotate some population around. Second of all, I couldn't tell from the detail, but is Thailand in the same district as Koreatown? And third, I'm not understanding why South El Monte is not with El Monte, because the district that South El Monte, the visualization that South El Monte is currently in, is overpopulated by just over the exact population of South El Monte, and the district, the visualization in which El Monte currently sits, is under by a little bit less than that population. So to me, it would seem to make sense to better balance those 2 visualizations by shifting El Monte to be in the same area with El Monte. Thank you.
Jamie?
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, for those questions, and I'm going to address them in reverse order. So in terms of South El Monte being with El Monte and North El Monte, this visualization that the hand is circling right now in West San Gabriel Valley right now is an area that we're working with your VRA team on, and specifically looking at Asian CVAP. Adding South El Monte to that area would bring the percent Asian CVAP in West San Gabriel Valley-based district, as we're looking at it right now, to below what we have been advised by your VRA team to draw that district at for Asian CVAP. And perhaps, yeah, and Mr. Becker might have more to add to that.
Yeah, I'll just say I don't recall can you tell me, Jamie, what is the Asian CVAP in the current visualization in the West San Gabriel Valley District?
One moment, please. I believe that it's 53%, actually.
Okay, and what would the addition of South El Monte reduce it to?
I don't remember that off the top of my head, and I did try it, and it was below what we had been.
Well, so one of the things, because I don't recall that specific number, if the commissioners want to give an instruction to try that and see what the numbers are, I think that would be that'd be appropriate, and we could take a look at it. That is an area that is an area where Asian populations clearly have required the protections of the Voting Rights Act for redistricting.
And this is on page 75.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy, would you like to give that direction?
Yes, please.
Okay, so noted. And Jamie, he had a couple of other questions.
Yes, thank you. So, and next is about if Thailand and Koreatown are together. This is the Koreatown Neighborhood Council area. I'm also gonna, I have many layers on my map, and I'm gonna try and find also the, finding the correct layers. So here's the Thai town, Khoi, and it is with the Koreatown area. We also have received Khoi input from Koreatown, where the boundaries of Koreatown do go into this area that is labeled as Greater Wilshire on the map. And that is also whole and intact in this visualization. And then finally, your question about watts. So this is a tricky one. And I will continue to try to work with the VRA team and also find a way to keep watts intact. It could potentially include splitting a city. It could include not including all of the harbor gateway cities with this sort of South LA version, or South LA visualization, please excuse me. Or it could include, for example, moving some of this area that is currently in the 110 LA visualization out of that visualization and with some of the gateway cities. So it is a very tough spot. And there also, from Watts, has been community of interest testimony where the Watts neighborhood is a little bit larger than the neighborhood council definition. And that's absolutely an area that I'm happy to really keep drilling into to try and keep that whole. And thank you.
Could you remind us the page number for this visualization? Sorry to interrupt.
Do we have the page number of this visualization?
1 second, please.
65.
So it would be in 65 and 69.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Agree that this is, I think, a good first pass at the architecture of Los Angeles. I have questions about the Northeast LA Assembly District that includes South Pasadena. Mostly would love to hear just maybe from Mr. Becker, what, if any, VRA considerations are happening in this particular district, and then whether or not there are considerations. Would just like to know the thought process behind this particular district, and I'm particularly interested in hearing that. So then third, would also like to hear what, if any, feedback we have gotten from Highland Park residents. So yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you.
I'll just say briefly, thank you for that question. That district that is next to it, the West San Gabriel Valley, is that district which has the significant Asian populations that are protected by the Voting Rights Act. I'm not sure if there's anything in that South Pasadena area. I think that district called Burbank, North LA, is that the one we're talking about?
Yes.
Right, in Brown, yeah.
Yep.
So Jamie, can you tell me what the CVAP percentages in that district are?
In which district, please?
The Brown one, Burbank, North LA.
Sure. So for this visualization, the percent Latino CVAP is 28.38%. Percent Black CVAP is 3.07%. Percent Asian CVAP is 17.87%. Percent White CVAP is 49.4%.
Right. So I think that particular district, the Burbank, North LA, probably doesn't have any significant Voting Rights Act considerations. Although, as I said, there are populations that are very close to it that are encompassed in other districts. I don't know if that answers your question, Commissioner Vasquez, but I'd be happy to look into that a little further if you want.
It does. That's sufficient. Thank you.
And Commissioner Vasquez, Kim does have information. I think you were inquiring about Highland Park. Would that be helpful, or are you good?
Yes.
Kim, if you would share
Highland
with us,
Park.
please.
On the website under data, there's 11 submissions. I didn't get to go through all of them. But one submission says, do not break apart Pico Union, Rampart, Historic Filipino Town, Boyle Heights, East LA, El Sereno, Lincoln Heights, Echo Park, Elysian Valley, Arroyo Seco, Glassell Park, and Highland Park. Another submission said, referencing El Sereno and Highland Park, El Sereno is part of LA and east of Alhambra, east of the 710 freeway and north of the 10 freeway. Keep my community whole as much as possible. My city in the 51st Assembly District, 24th Senate, 34th Congressional District, share in common with Highland Park and Eagle Rock areas to the north. Another references Highland Park in terms of an LGBTQ community of interest. And I can search for more, but that's what I pulled right now.
Thank you. Is that helpful, Commissioner Vasquez?
It is. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Okay. I am going to go back to the San Gabriel Valley. I'm going to ask for clarification on the direction that Commissioner Kennedy gave for the West San Gabriel Valley. Is it to add South El Monte to that visualization? It was a little unclear. Yes? Okay, thank you. So this is where I guess, Chair, what you want us to do when I have a conflicting, I guess, instruction.
Yeah, so for now, since we're in visualization still, we'd just like to note it that there are a couple of different thoughts still, and we'll move until we see some of the other districts, and then we'll come back to it.
Okay, so in this particular case, I would like to see all of Arcadia added to this current visualization as is, excluding South El Monte as it currently stands right now, and just to see what it would be with the inclusion of the entirety of Arcadia. Right now, it's a little under, so I think that should work. The next one that I'd like to go to is, this is the visualization that is the 5 corridor. This is on page...
Before you move from there,
Yes.
so for Arcadia, Jamie, and that wondering, not just yet an instruction that Commissioner Kutagawa had, and perhaps an instruction, what does that number work? Does it change? I think that's a VRA area. What's your immediate thoughts on that?
Happy to explore that.
Perfect. Okay, great. Good answer. Okay. Commissioner Kutagawa, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Next one is I'd like to move to the 5 corridor visualization on page 67. So on this particular one, I think the inclusion of Cerritos and Artesia and La Palma is a little odd within this particular visualization. I'm going to need some help from the line drawers on this, but I'd like to suggest adding the city of Vernon to this particular visualization. I know that it is not touching the 5 freeway, but as someone who drives through these neighborhoods to avoid the traffic congestion on the 5, I think that they do feel the effects of the 5 because the GPS, they are sending all of us through these neighborhoods. And so I know that that's something that I wanted us to take a look at in terms of the impacts of that. And then also it was already slightly under the deviation in terms of population. I'd like to suggest, and this is where I'm going to need some help from the line drawers too. I do understand that it's going to have ripple effects to the that southern part with the removal of Cerritos and Artesia and La Palma. I'd like to also see if the impacts of perhaps for population purposes, but I think it would still be in alignment with the BRA adding either Pico Rivera or Santa Fe Springs, or maybe portions of Pico Rivera, and possibly all of Santa Fe Springs, only because they do also butt up against the 5, except they're on the other side of the 5, but they do share similarities with some of the other cities in that area. And again, I think I would need some guidance from the line drawers, both in terms of what that would do in terms of population.
Sure. Could I please ask a
Yes.
Couple questions? One note is that Vernon has less than 300 people.
Yes, I saw that.
Okay,
I thought maybe that was a typo. It said 226, and
No,
I thought,
yeah,
okay.
it's
I know.
not very-
So I mean, maybe it doesn't make that much of an impact, but I would like to also request the removal of Cerritos, La Palma, and Artesia from that grouping.
Thank you. And happy to look at that, and just wanted to clarify that there's a preference for that, and then potentially having Montebello or Pico Rivera split if they couldn't be wholly included for population.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Any other clarifications? And then otherwise I'll move on.
Linda, Commissioner Kutagawa, can you explain, and you might have said it and I blanked out, I'm sorry, why Bellflower, Artesia, and Cerritos?
Not Bellflower, just Cerritos, Artesia, and La Palma.
And La Palma, why you want to pull them out? And
At least with those cities, one, there is, I think there's Socioeconomically, I think there is a difference in terms of the populations that are there. Also, much more heavily Asian. It may make sense to look at them with some of the other cities like Buena Park, even though there is more of a working class community in places like Buena Park, La Habra. I think they see themselves probably more similar in terms of I think just thinking about, what communities go with other communities. My understanding is that they would align themselves more with the Orange County communities, less so than the North LA gateway cities. Does that help? Okay, so for the line drawers, any other questions? Otherwise, I will move on to the next one that I'd like to ask about. This would be the one that we were also just talking about. I guess maybe since Vernon is only 226, it may not make an impact. I was going to say, if you move Vernon out, would you be able to then move all of Watts into that 710 gateway visualization?
No.
I'm seeing it. No. Okay. All right. Ignore that then. All right. And one last thing. And this is about the visualizations that were asked about. You were talking about maybe possibly splitting Bel Air. And I also wanted to suggest or perhaps give direction, looking at the west side visualization. This is maybe more broadly looking at it. I know that there's some comments about Malibu, about their inclusion with some of the West Valley communities. They are rural. However, if it helps, perhaps we should look at splitting Malibu and maybe in a, I guess it would be what, east-west? Is that how it would be, instead of like vertically instead of horizontally? Does it? So then the eastern portion being more towards LA, if that helps in terms of, and I say that because as you're maybe re-looking at some of those other communities based on what Commissioner Kennedy was also asking about, I'm also conscious about, I think, other communities of interest that are in that particular area that border the airport area. And there's some historic neighborhoods there too that we've gotten COI testimony on. And so if that gives you flexibility, then I wanted to suggest splitting Malibu also. Thank you.
Just a quick question for the room. Where would you have Bel Air?
As in grouped with?
Kim, I know you're
west side.
searching something else, but while we're discussing, scrap the other, and just if you would search Bel Air, and we'll be right back with you.
I would say it's the west side, like UCLA, not the Valley, definitely not the Valley.
Agree. Okay. Oh, we agree, Kim. We don't need it. Commissioner Taylor?
Good morning, and I know this is tough work. On page 72, as we look at
Thank you.
East LA and those areas, and again, I think communities have a lot in common, so I don't always think of it from an exclusionary point of view, but where do these communities best fit together so that they can elect a candidate of their choice? I think that Los Feliz and Silver Lake is slightly out of place, for lack of a better term. And I'm wondering if we can play around maybe with moving those, as Silver Lake is a northern border or a eastern border to those other communities of Echo Park, Elishan Valley, Arroyo Seco, and then to the south we have East LA, Lincoln Heights, and all those communities. Those communities are bound by culture, history, displacement, and a number of other socioeconomic issues that I think those communities of Los Feliz and Silver Lake don't experience. So I think that's something that binds them together. Thank you.
Could I please ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
Thank you. Is the direction to try and add Echo Park with the other communities in this visualization?
When I look at it and I read some of the feedback, Echo Park, Cypress, Arroyo, Glassell, they have a lot of commonalities as well, and we get that in the feedback. They have commonalities with Lincoln Heights, some of the downtown LA communities. So from what I'm reading, that little triangle, or it's a triangle in my mind, they fit together. And although there's separation in those communities, I can see the community of interest is on each side of that border that we have there. And again, my division seems to be in the Los Feliz and Silver Lake don't experience some of the same issues that those other communities share. So when I think of who I would want to represent me in those issues of those communities don't necessarily touch the surrounding area as much. And we're always going to have pieces or places that are just different. But I think Los Feliz and Silver Lake can be vastly different than those other communities. I'm sorry, Jamie.
One moment.
And in reading the community input as well.
Our mappers have asked for 1 minute. We'll just stand ready, stand down.
Could we please just clarify? Okay. So you would like to look into keeping Echo Park and Cypress with Lincoln Heights in the Green District, if possible.
If possible.
If possible, yeah. And then keeping Silver Lake and Los Feliz together in a separate district, basically.
Correct.
And then can you talk about Glassell Park really quickly?
Glassell Park has some similarities as Echo Park in the Elysian Valley.
Okay. So if we were to move, of course, Echo Park and Cypress and Glassell Park out of this visualization that's already underpopulated, where, do you have a general idea about where that might move?
That's a great question.
Yeah, I'm gonna, and
Commissioner, were you saying move out Glassell Park too? Which way were you saying?
Yeah, and again, this just as we think of visualizations, you know, it's a tough question. I'm still wrestling with that, but I just thought it necessarily to say. Karen, I wish I had all the answers right now. I would roll it down and throw out a map, but that's what I'm feeling.
We would love to have all the answers right now also. And so why don't we take a look at it and then let you know what we find.
Thank you. That would be perfect.
And if I may, I think that a lot of what you're talking about is possible definitely for a larger district than Assembly.
Good.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you, Chair. I just had a clarifying question. On the 110 and the North LA, page 69 and page 72, are those not VRA districts as well? So page 69 and page 72.
That would be a Mr. Becker question.
Mr. Becker?
I don't have the pages. Can you refer to them by the district names? That might be
Yes.
helpful.
It is the 110 LA and the North LA, NLA.
Jamie, can I ask you to put the old assembly districts on there?
These generally are looking at old Assembly districts, 59, 53, 51.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to get. That was an area where we think it's unlikely that all three jingles, in the area of Old District 59, which is mostly overlaid with that 110 LA district. It's an area where it appears the third jingles precondition is likely not met.
Okay, and then for the other one,
What was the other one?
North LA, the green one
Can you
above that.
put the assembly districts back in there, please? The old ones?
Generally looking at
51 and 53?
Yep.
Yeah, same answer. Looks like the third jingles precondition is likely not met in those areas.
Okay, thanks. And then I had a kind of a clarifying question, and it might be that it just comes up later for Commissioner Akutagawa. We were looking at the currently VRA district on page 67. I understood why the southern part would, that it might make more sense to move it. But how would we keep the VRA? Was there a recommendation on how to keep the VRA without moving into the other two that are already VRA districts? Because communities of interest are important, but that's the fourth priority, and VRA is the second. So I was just trying to see, did you have a thought on where we would get more?
Was that a question of Commissioner Kutagawa or?
Commissioner Kutagawa, if she had
Yeah.
thought about that,
Oh,
or if you
sorry.
had it, Commissioner, because I mean, I was thinking you might be able to go north, but then that's a whole nother community, the East LA Boyle Heights. But just, a way to maintain that VRA.
So are you asking
If you had some thoughts, if you had thought about that, if we.
like what other, to pick up the additional VRA districts, or if we remove, because Cerritos, Artesia, and La Palma, I don't think will greatly impact the VRA numbers. And I also did think about Santa Fe Springs and Pico Rivera. I think they're also still part of you'll see it's still part of the larger yellow. So it would still keep it, in compliance, or it should, according to the yellow, it should still keep it in compliance with a proposed VRA district.
But then they're going to need more people.
Yeah.
Jamie,
Moving the line.
It might assist the commissioners here. Can you remind us what the Latino CVAP is in the 5 corridor district?
It's 58.57.
Okay. I think that's likely at a level where there's room to explore some other visualizations.
Okay.
If you like.
I just wanted to make sure that we don't lose a VRA, obviously. That was it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. We're about 6 minutes out from a break, just FYI. Commissioner Fernandez, you're up next, followed by Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's quick since others have already asked most of the questions. Jamie, I think I know the answer to this one, but on 66 and 68, I believe, we split Long Beach, and I'm wondering that's probably because of VRA considerations. I just wanted to confirm that.
Yep, that's for VRA considerations and population.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy, good job, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. 2 things. First of all, just wanted to remark that of Artesia, Cerritos, and La Palma, 2 of those, Artesia and Cerritos, are members of the Gateway Council of Governments. La Palma is not. So I don't know if we want to take that into consideration. Second of all, Jamie, could you show us where historic Filipino town ended up in this? Because my recollection is that we wanted it either in the district with Chinatown and Little Tokyo or with Koreatown and Thai-town. And I'm hoping that we haven't stranded it.
Yeah, I believe it's here with Koreatown and Thai-town.
is it though? I'm thinking it's a little bit east of that, but I may be wrong.
Oh, yeah, I will verify.
Okay, thank you.
And if it's not, then we'll move it in.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kutagawa had a response to that.
Historic Filipino town is along Temple. If you look towards where it says historic cultural north, and it could actually be, to Commissioner Kennedy's point, it could be, you got to go a little south of the 101, actually. Yeah, so around, see that Beverly Boulevard? And can you just zoom in like a lot more? Sorry, I can't see anything. It's like around, do you see Temple also?
Yeah, see, it's in that brown pocket.
Yeah.
South of the
Yeah,
101.
there it is. Yes,
So
it is.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for flagging that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner, where are we? Okay, 3 minutes, Commissioner Sadwani, and then Commissioner Vasquez.
All right, we're jumping around the map a lot here, so I have some scattered thoughts, but I'm going to do my best. I want us to, on the conversation around Watts, I don't have strong direction here, but I do just want to be cautious of the COI testimony we've received and what's happening in these areas, particularly for African-American COIs that we've heard a lot of testimony from. I believe the thought was keeping the other Watts, Compton, and West Adams. Do we do that? Where's West Adams on this map? All the way up top. Yeah. So we're kind of splitting across those. So I just want to raise that. I don't have a strong recommendation at this point in time, but I want to be cautious of it. While I have the floor, I wanted to weigh in on a couple other pieces that have been raised. Cerritos Artesia. I hear what Commissioner Kutagawa is saying. Socioeconomically, yes, there are very, very real differences between Cerritos Artesia and Commerce, Bell Gardens, et cetera. But I can also see them being connected as well. Like I could see it going both ways, but considering that this is a VRA consideration district, open to exploring, but I would also be comfortable with this as well if this was the ultimate determination of how we need to meet our obligations. I think Cerritos and Artesia, from what I know of them, and a part of that is right, like there is Little India kind of falls in this area in Norwalk out along Pioneer Boulevard, and so Cerritos is a very racially mixed neighborhood, and so I think it could work. It could work in this way. I think we're also open to exploring other options. The other piece, Echo Park, that Commissioner Taylor had raised, going further back up north. I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Taylor, right? Like, at the same time, I could certainly see why you might want to put Echo Park with Lincoln Heights and other areas, but and separating it from Silver Lake. I can also see it going with Silver Lake as well. And I think about, the 2 freeway, the 5 that kind of run through that area. I do think it's a major corridor from Glendale, La Crescenta area. Even the combination of South Pass and the northern parts of Glendale, I think goes up to like La Crescenta sort of area. Is that correct? Yeah, right up in here. South Pass and La Crescenta are interesting places. You have a lot of folks moving there who are working at places like USC and downtown LA, for the school districts and whatnot. So it's a tough part because I think these are neighborhoods that are in flux, but I could see something like this working. And overall, I think that the general architecture, yes, definitely some changes here and there, but the general architecture that's been laid out for Los Angeles is something I feel really comfortable with at this point in time. And certainly we can continue to make some shifts, but really well done, Jamie.
Thank you, Commissioner Sidwani. Right before we go to break, Commissioner Vasquez had a quick comment.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll keep it brief. Commissioner Taylor, in particular, I would love to continue to be thinking about this Burbank, North LA Assembly District. I absolutely honor and validate, and I've heard the community input about places like Echo Park and Glassell Park, honestly, even Eagle Rock, Highland Park, sharing a similar history to the folks that I think is really captured in the North LA district, just south of it. My concern is just that given how much and how quickly gentrification is impacting all of these neighborhoods, and as you can see in the CVAP numbers for the Burbank, North LA district, that those communities are changing so rapidly. My concern by drawing a district that pairs rapidly already gentrified districts with North LA districts, that we may be diluting the voting power of folks in the North LA Assembly District. So want to keep thinking about how we can find maybe a third way. I'm just not sure I see it here for the Assembly Districts. Thanks so much.
Thank you. With that, Commissioner Sidwani, we'll come back to you after break. And then, nope, hands down. Okay, so we'll start with you, Commissioner Sinai, after break. 15-minute break, everyone. Thank you so much, and welcome back from our break. We left and we had a few hands that were up, and we're going to continue in that process. Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Chair. Hope everyone had a great break. I just wanted to make sure, because I didn't look it up, so I'm just going to ask, that we healed the divide in the Wilshire district that they were asking us to make sure. I forgot what their logo was, but I just want to ask if we did look at that and if we resolved that. Thank you.
Yes, so Greater Wilshire is whole and intact in this visualization.
Thank you. And just a quick reminder for those in the room, just want to make sure we have our videos on for our court reporter. And any other hands, any other comments for this area before we move to our next space? Going around. Okay. We do have one quick hand, Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It was actually on page 77, which I'll have to tell you the name of the area. And it is a VRA consideration, so I don't know if this is a possibility. But the town of Azusa, we had from COI input, and that area is a gateway to the San Gabriel Mountains. And it's also for lots of people, but specifically for minorities, for pushing minority engagement in the outdoors. And I was wondering if we did take Azusa out, that would of course affect the population. And I'm wondering if we put La Puente in, if that would accommodate things. And I don't know if that's a possibility. I'd just like
we'll take a look at it.
Have a look at that.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll explore that area. Thank you. If there are no other comments for Jamie, we're going to move to the inland area. And John is ready. Andrew?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just pass it over to John. We're going to do the inland starting from the north and going to the south, and John will be walking through these and giving page numbers as we go through.
Okay, is there a summary that we're going to have for this area? Marcy? Oh, a different Andrea. You started going with it. I got confused too. I'm like, okay. He's on. Okay, Andrew, we're ready for you. The other Andrew. Andrew, if you're talking, you're muted and your video's off, so we can't see you or hear you.
Okay, just give me a second, Chair. Let me pull up. Chair, did you want me to do the other zones that I had written this high-level narrative for as well? Should I go through the whole thing?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. Hello, commissioners. Hello, public. My name is Andrew Morel. I'm the Southern California Field Team Lead, responsible for the Inland Empire, which includes San Bernardino counties, Riverside County, as well as the San Diego region, which is San Diego County and Imperial County. The following is an overview of high-level trends derived from submissions to the Commission. This overview is meant to provide commissioners with examples of public input received. So this is going to be a tally of public input sources. So visualization, feedback, and I should note too, these are for zones I, J, and K. So this also includes Orange County. The visualization feedback that we received from the form is 258. The Draw My California Community website, we received 552. Live meetings, we received 502. Excuse me. Draw My California Community website was 552. Live meetings was 502. Emails was 355. Letters were 60. CRC website was 3, and via a report was 2. And as you already know, records that span multiple outreach zones are counted in this tally more than once. So first, I will discuss Zone J, which is Orange County. So we've had a significant number of stakeholders requesting to keep Little Saigon together, which many have identified as Westminster, West Santa Ana, West Garden Grove, Midway City, and North Fountain Valley. Several stakeholders also submitted input to keep Little Arabia together in Anaheim because of shared interests around businesses, faith, and culture. A handful of stakeholders mentioned the cities and communities around the 57 freeway and their shared interests with each other rather than the wealthier communities to the west. Many stakeholders discussed keeping Orange County coastal cities from as far north as Seal Beach to San Clemente together because of environmental issues such as shoreline erosion and the recent oil spill. We also heard more input from stakeholders to keep South Orange County and North San Diego counties separate rather than together in the same districts. We received a significant amount of input from stakeholders about being grouped together with communities in southeastern Los Angeles County. We also received a fair amount of input from stakeholders requesting to be drawn together in a district that includes gateway cities in Los Angeles County with communities in Orange County along the Pacific Ocean as their communities have shared interests. And several stakeholders have shared that they would like their district to encompass the 405 and 55 freeways east of Harbor Boulevard, where the main streets are Bristol and Main Street in Santa Ana. Next, I have Zone I, which is San Bernardino and Riverside counties. A significant number of stakeholders requested keeping East Coachella Valley up to and including the city of Indio, with communities along the Imperial County border because of the shared environmental and health issues caused by the Salton Sea. Several stakeholders asked for the Morongo Basin, which includes the incorporated cities of Yucca Valley and 29 Palms, to be included with other high desert communities because of shared geography, climate, and economies. A few stakeholders in the Tri-Community area, which is Felon, Pinon Hills, and Wrightwood, want to be considered as a community of interest due to the region's rural setting, limited broadband access, and shared emergency services. A large number of stakeholders requested that Big Bear has more in common with San Bernardino County residents as opposed to suburban residents in Riverside County around issues such as wildfires, changes of season, and recreational activities. A handful of stakeholders from Palm Springs, Desert Hot Springs, and Cathedral City requested to be considered as a single LGBTQ+ community of interest. And stakeholders from Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto asked to be included in the same Assembly, Senate, and congressional districts due to shared interests around culture, faith, and historical events such as Juneteenth and Kwanzaa. Next is Zone K, which is the Imperial and San Diego counties. Several stakeholders submitted input to keep Barrio Logan, Sherman Heights, and Logan Heights together, but not to be included with the city of Coronado. We also heard from a large number of stakeholders from Southeast San Diego, which include the neighborhoods such as City Heights, Encanto, Skyline, and Paradise Hills, and the cities of Spring Valley, Lemon Grove, and El Cajon, requesting to be kept together because of their shared interests around their experiences as immigrants and people of color, housing, quality of life, and education. Many stakeholders from the 78 freeway corridor, which includes the cities of Oceanside, Vista, San Marcos, and Escondido, and Marine Bay's Camp Pendleton, submitted input wanting to be together because of their shared interests around transportation, similar demographics, and existing geographic and natural boundaries. In addition, a few stakeholders also shared that Vista should be kept whole. We also received input from the communities such as Alpine, Jamul, Poway, and Ramona that requested to be together as part of an East San Diego County COI. And as I mentioned before, we've received strong input from the Imperial County stakeholders that want communities in the Imperial Valley to be included with the Eastern Coachella Valley because of the shared environmental concerns and health issues associated with the Salton Sea, as well as similar demographics. And that concludes my presentation.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Andrew, and stick around. If we have questions, we'll come back to you. Now, if we'd please have John.
Okay, great. First, just a brief apology. I was asked this morning to totally change the order of the presentation, so the slides I'll have to jump around a little bit. Sorry about that. So I'll be starting here in, well, actually, before I get started, Andrew, any last comments? All right, great. So I'll be starting here in the north with San Bernardino. I'll move south through some of these potential VRA area districts into Riverside, and then go over to Orange County and then work south into San Diego, which is where I'll end. So the first district I'm going to start off with is on page 111. That's the second to last page. It's this Victor Valley High Desert region. It's in green. And so you can see here some of the communities that are kept whole. As I'm going through, I'll just mention some of the commissioner direction or some of the communities of interest that I was considering in producing these districts. On the slides themselves, you'll see what some of the cities are that are kept whole. So here, of course, I received commissioner direction to keep this Victor Valley community whole, as well as Khoi testimony reflecting the same, and some Khoi testimony requesting that Lucerne Valley be included in that, and also that Big Bear Lake and Big Bear City be kept with Lucerne Valley. Shifting south, this is this is on page 91. This is called it refers to Pomona Chino, Ontario. This reaches it's in yellow because this is in a potential VRA area. It reaches into Los Angeles. We received a great deal of community of interest testimony requesting that Pomona be kept in a district with a San Bernardino district. And with the previous visualization, I also received requests from commissioners to keep Ontario whole, as opposed to a prior configuration that divided Ontario. Additionally, this border up here to the north, where it's dividing upland, we'd received some community of interest testimony asking for North Upland to be kept with northern Rancho Cucamonga, Alta Loma, and San Bernardino Forest. Shifting east, this next district is on the next page, 92, titled RCFONRIA, that refers to Rancho Cucamonga, Fontana, Rialto. Again, as I noted, this border here, this is based on the community of interest submission that we'd received asking for this northern portion to be kept in a district with the northern communities separate from the rest of Rancho Cucamonga. This border of Rialto, where it's split, follows the 10. And then, of course, another request that we had received was for Fontana and Rialto to be kept together. That's not wholly accomplished, but substantial portions are kept together. Shifting again to the east, this district is it's on the next page, it's on page 93. This is called SB High Red, so this is San Bernardino, Highland, Redlands. Let me just take a look. There was a commissioner request in a prior version of this, a similar visualization, a request to remove Grand Terrace and incorporate that into a Riverside district. I was able to do that here. Which we had also received community of interest testimony about. Shifting south now, again onto the next page, 94, into Riverside. This next district is called Riv-Sit, as in Jurupa, Riverside City. This is on page 94, as I said. And these divisions here in Riverside are following the neighborhood boundaries, as I was able to find them from Riverside City official neighborhoods map, and as was requested by commissioners. Shifting to the east, also on the next page, this is Moore per Hem. This was this is another district. By the way, let me just pause. All these districts I've been showing, which are very strongly yellow, are districts which are in potential VRA areas. This is also one of those. This district, I previously presented a similar visualization to this to the commission. One request that commissioners made was that East Hemet be included in that district, so I've added that in. And there was also a question from some commissioners in a previous meeting about whether we had been incorporating the public testimony or community of interest input that requested for Moreno Valley, Paris, and Hemet, or Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto to be kept whole in a district. And so this would be an example of where that's incorporated into a district. Continuing north and to the east, this is we'll have to jump here. This is to page 110. So this is the district in red. This is called Morcoa on page 110. So I'm showing here the entirety of the district, and I'm just going to zoom in to the southwestern half, just so that you can see the city names, since that's where the population tends to be concentrated. So this primarily contains the Morongo Basin, the Coachella, northern portions of the Coachella Valley, which was, again, a commissioner request, and then also we received some community of interest testimony requesting, for example, that African American communities in Beaumont, Banning, and Desert Hot Springs be kept together, which is something else that this particular district is accomplishing. And this border, well, I'll get to that with the next district. So moving to the next district, and again, I apologize, you'll have to jump. This is on page 90, and this is called SECA for Southeast California. This is shaded in yellow because this is a district in a potential VRA area. So you can see here that this district takes in all of Imperial, and actually I received quite a bit of commissioner direction on this particular district, so let me just run through what I'm doing here. So the first piece of direction, of course, which was incorporated into prior visualizations, was to incorporate Imperial, as well as some tribal area community of interest submissions that we'd received in Riverside and eastern San Diego. So that's certainly being accomplished. A second direction was for the border here in Coachella to be adjusted, so it took in Indio Hills and Indio and did not include La Quinta. Another direction was for this particular district to continue north up into San Bernardino. It extends to Needles, and then this portion up here, actually let me just turn on reservations. It includes a reservation up here. And then another piece of direction that I received from commissioners was the prior configuration of this district ended about here. I inadvertently split this reservation, that's no longer split. But another commissioner request was to actually extend it further north and to incorporate, and I'll zoom in here so you can see, to incorporate the reservation land here, which I did. And then another direction was with the northern Coachella Valley to treat Whitewater as the kind of this border to entering the Coachella Valley. So I'm incorporating that here. And I believe that actually, that was one where there was a lot to do, but I was able to incorporate, I think, all of it. So if you don't like it, you can tell me, but I was getting it all in there. All right.
Sorry, John, I do have a quick clarification.
Yes, of course.
And it's on the eastern portion of Riverside. You kind of dip up and then back down. What's going on there?
Right here?
Eastern portion of Riverside.
Oh, sure. So on the eastern portion here,
When you pop into San
so this is just following a road, and I can just turn on the roads. The direction was to follow the road, Commissioner Kennedy, please correct me, but I believe that there's a major water area here, a river, and I'm capturing all of that. If you'd like to make adjustments around here, and if I'm not accurately capturing what you want me to be capturing, it's a very, very low population area. It's fewer than 10,000 people, I would guess, here, and so moving that border would be very easy.
Yeah,
but what I'm doing currently is I'm just following the road that's here.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So I just turned off the districts for a moment, so I'm just following that road.
Right, now I see it, thank you.
Yep.
John, do you have more?
Yes.
Okay.
I was just pausing to make sure that I'd covered everything with that particular one.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, one other thing that I will just note with this one is there's some flexibility here with the western side there. And so, for example, Hamul had requested to be, Hamul is down here, had requested to be with a more rural, I apologize, there were some community of interest submissions from Hamul requesting to be included with a more rural district, and so I just incorporated that as well. But the exact boundaries here beyond where it was reflecting the tribal community's submission is something where it would potentially need to be adjusted to reach population equality. So if commissioners have specific direction there, that's something that I would find helpful. Okay. Moving back up to Riverside, and then again, we're going to discuss Riverside and shift into Orange and then get back down to San Diego again. So looking here at the next district, which is on page 109, this is called Men Area. It refers to a Menifee, so it refers to a community of interest submission that we had received called Menifee and its neighbors. And so the boundaries here on this district, it does split a few cities, but I'm just following what the community of interest submission suggested, with the exception of where those community of interest boundaries would have cut into cities that were being incorporated in potential VRA area districts. This particular blue district, this Men Area district, just follows the boundaries of that particular community of interest submission. And so one other thing that I'll just note here, I'll talk about this a little bit later when I get down to San Diego, but one other commissioner request I had received was prior versions of districts here had, in southwestern Riverside, had reached into San Diego, and I got a request or a few requests to certainly not do that. So that shapes where some of these districts are that we're about to look at. Moving to the northwest, this is on the previous page, 108. This is called Cleveland National Forest, CLE-NAT4. This is a district which presents a little bit of a challenge. As you can see from the all these areas in yellow, it's bounded by a number of potential VRA district areas. In a previous iteration of this that I had presented to the commission, it reached north and included some of these portions in Chino Hills or Los Angeles. I got some strong responses from the commissioners that wasn't something that you thought made sense. Some direction I received was that it might make a little bit more sense with some communities further south or with this Cleveland National Forest. I actually did present previously a version of a district at the state Senate level that looked like this, and I got some very enthusiastic responses from the commissioners that did not make sense. But this is an area where I think it will require a bit of work on the commissioner's part, hopefully. I'm happy to carry out whatever you're requesting, but this is an area where it's just there's a significant population, and it's difficult to draw it, to combine it with another district in a way that I think necessarily makes sense or is consistent with some of the direction I've received. So I'm just flagging that. Just we're constrained by the VRA districts and also by just some of the other population considerations. Shifting into Orange County now. And pausing just for a moment, in approaching Orange County, we've received quite a bit of community of interest testimony. We received quite a few visualization requests from commissioners, which could lend themselves to district-sized visualizations. One challenge, though, that I ran into was choosing a few of those inevitably winds up with kind of some odd areas needing to be added to other districts. And so I'll run through these districts and I'll try and point those out as they occur. But I'll just note that down here in the Laguna area, that's an area where commissioners have raised some concerns, but I was still finding that there's kind of odd pockets of population that need to be added to other district-sized areas. And then especially here along this Orange County-Los Angeles border is another area where I've ran into some challenges. So, starting off with, on page 103, no, I apologize. Starting off on page 102, a district here called NOC Coast, which is North OC Coast. This is something we received quite a few community of interest submissions about, as well as commissioner requests. This is a assembly-sized visualization reflecting a district that might be on the northern Orange County coast. Shifting inland and turning to the next page, a district called San Ana. So this is Santa Ana and portions of Anaheim. This is, again, an area where we'd received some community of interest submissions requesting Santa Ana be kept with portions of Anaheim as well as portions of Orange. And let me just turn on freeways here. Portions of Orange west of, I believe, the 57 here. One other thing which I'll just mention, in a previous presentation I had shown a couple of potential configurations for this area. There was a commissioner request to incorporate community of interest submissions in identifying the border not only here between Anaheim Hills and Anaheim Valley, but also with this within Anaheim Valley where there need to be divisions. And so that's something, I'll talk about that when I get to a future district, but that's something which I did take a look at, and I did incorporate. I chose a configuration which involves splitting fewer of the community of interest submissions that we'd received in this community here of Anaheim Valley. Shifting a little bit to the west, this district is called GG West, and this is on page 104. This is the district in blue. This district largely captures a lot of the community of interest submissions that we had received identified as Little Saigon or broadly in this area. One thing I will note, which Cypress, for example, wasn't included in a lot of those, but that's included here for population reasons. The community of interest testimony we'd received from Cypress often asked for them to be included, for example, with Los Alamitos or Seal Beach, but that wasn't possible in this particular configuration because Los Alamitos was being included with an LA district. Let me just take a look real quick. Oh, and here you'll see that there is a split here with Santa Ana. That's something I've mentioned before. That's following a line which was included in a couple of those Little Saigon or this general area submissions. Okay. Shifting to the north, this is on the next page. It's called NOC, North OC. This visualization contains the entirety of several cities, and then down here in Anaheim, we'd received several submissions. Many of them were from either identified as Little Arabia or from individuals who are identifying themselves as associated with the Arab American Civil Council. And so in this area, one thing I just want to note to the Commission, I did keep the Anaheim portions of those communities of interest whole, but one request I had received from the Commission previously was to keep Stanton whole and with this southern district. So where those communities of interest reached into Stanton, I did not include that population, but just flagging that as one area where I was splitting those. Continuing to the next page, there was an error in transcription. This should be LAOSB, so Los Angeles, Orange, San Bernardino. In this area, so with a prior visualization, I had received direction to include, here, let me just go south a little bit, include Tustin with Yorba Linda, Villa Park, portions of Orange to the east, as well as some of these Forest Mountain portions. There was also a request to include Placentia, but as I mentioned, for population reasons, that wound up needing to be included with this northern LA, Orange County border district. This district also includes these portions of Los Angeles, Walnut, Rowland Heights, Diamond Bar, and Chino Hills. We'd received community of interest testimony requesting that those communities in Los Angeles County and Chino Hills be kept together, and also some community of interest testimony requesting that all those communities be kept with northern Orange County district as well. Okay. Shifting south, this is on the next page, 107. This is Irvine. So a prior visualization, a similar visualization had included Irvine and also had extended further south to include Aliso Viejo and Laguna Niguel. Commissioners asked me not to do that. I didn't, but I still wound up needing to include Laguna Woods and Laguna Hills for population. And contrary to some community of interest testimony that we had received requesting to keep Tustin, North Tustin with Irvine and keep those whole, as you saw in the previous district, I wound up needing to split those, and that was for population reasons. Another request with this general area that I had received from commissioners was to include Lake Forest here into this district with Irvine, and that's something that I was able to do. We had also received there was also some question of splitting Irvine or keeping it whole. We had received some community of interest testimony requesting that we keep Irvine whole. So this also reflects that request. Okay. So shifting further to the south, We're looking now at page 101. This is SOCNSD, so this refers to Southern Orange County, Northern San Diego. And this is a district in red. And again, that's page 101. One thing I'll actually just note as we're getting into the border of Orange County and San Diego, with the potential VRA districts on the eastern side here of, here, let me just turn off roads for a moment so it loads faster. So with the potential VRA districts here on the eastern side of San Diego, and with commissioner request not to go up into Riverside from San Diego too much or at all, just given the way that the population is distributed and the requirement to be drawing largely equally populated districts or for visualizations, I wound up creating a district that stretched from from San Diego into Orange County in all 3 levels. And so if that's something which commissioners would like to see something different, just note that that would likely just require splitting this tribal area, not including that with the VRA district, or just in some other way drawing from San Diego up into Riverside. So just noting why that wound up happening in all those maps, because I know we had also received some requests to potentially treat this Orange County-San Diego border as a hard border in a visualization. Okay, so looking specifically at this visualization, we had seen, I had previously presented some similar sorts of visualizations in this area, requests that I had received, and I'll turn streets back on here. Requests I had received were to drop Laguna Beach here up in the north, exclude that from this district, which I did, and to include Rancho Mission Viejo instead, which is here what I'm circling, to remove Vista, which is down here in the south, and to include Fallbrook and Bonsall. And also in other iterations that look somewhat similar like to this, to not include Temecula or extend further north to include other populations. So that's what's happening with this visualization. Moving to the south, this is on the previous page. It's called SMESC, so Vista, San Marcos, Escondido. Here, we received a number of community of interest submissions requesting Vista, San Marcos, and Escondido be kept together, as well as some requesting Vista, San Marcos, Escondido, and Valley Center. And so Valley Center here is split, and that's based on, there's some tribal lands here which are included in Valley Center, and so that was incorporated into the community of interest submission. Moving to the west, and this is on page 97. This is a blue district. It's called SD Coast. This is a coastal district stretching from Carlsbad in the north, south to Coronado. We did receive some community of interest testimony here, for example, from someone in Encinitas requesting that Encinitas, Del Mar, Solano Beach, and also other coastal beach areas be kept together. One thing I'll note is that they were asking that the coastal portions of Encinitas be kept and Encinitas be split. That's not something that happens here. And then one commissioner request that I had received based on prior visualizations was that Rancho Santa Fe and Fairbanks Ranch be included into a coastal district as opposed to a more inland district. And so that's something which is done here with this visualization. Moving to the south and a bit east, this is a poorly named visualization, I'm realizing, since I mixed up west and east as I was naming it, so I apologize. This is on page 99. This is a blue district, and this is called West SD City, and it captures an eastern portion of San Diego City. Yes. So this is one where it's partially incorporating some community of interest input, but I want to flag that for the commission. So here in the north with Poway, we did receive some submissions requesting that it be kept with, for example, some of these portions of San Diego. And to an extent I did, although you'll notice that it is somewhat included in a couple different districts up north here. Down in the south, with El Cajon, with Rancho San Diego, with some of these communities, we also received some community of interest testimony asking that they be kept together. And so to an extent, that's happening. But the thing I'm flagging here is that many of the folks in this community were saying, please don't then keep us with this northern area. They were asking to be kept more with southeastern San Diego City, City Heights area. But just at the assembly level, just given the way that the population is distributed, it's not actually possible to include all these folks with all the places they want to be included with, well, maintaining that kind of population equality. So these folks did want to be, many submissions asked that this community be together, many submissions asked this community be together, but some submissions asked that these two not be together. So that might be something that needs some fixing. Okay. Shifting, again, back one page to page 98. This is San Diego City. There was a commissioner request to keep Miramar Base whole. I'll note that that's happening, but I'll also note that there was another commissioner request to keep Miramar whole and with, oh, actually, no, I think this is right. I think this is the one where I got it right. There was another district where I needed to include it with the other portion. There was some question of where the primary facilities were, and so there was a preference there. So I think this one managed to capture that. So this district includes some community of interest submissions we had received referring to the Mesa area, the Convoy district, some other commissioner direction I'd received asking for some of these communities, Convoy, Linda, Mesa, to be kept whole. And it also includes most of a community of interest identifying with someone identified as San Diego's LGBTQ plus community down here in the south. Moving back 2 pages to page 96. This is a district visualization called SESD City. The border here, you'll see it cuts through a number of cities. Essentially, the border is largely defined by overlaying. We received quite a few community of interest submissions from this area. It was essentially just overlaying about, let's say, 20 of those submissions and identifying the outer span of those areas. And then here in the south, it was defined by the borders of National City and Bonita being included in a potential VRA district. One thing I'll just note, this district is colored in yellow, but this is shaded in a lighter yellow. This isn't an area that was, as far as I know, and the VRA attorneys are always welcome to correct me, but this wasn't an area where I received direction to draw this as a potential VRA district. But, so by and large, quite a few community of interest submissions here, many of them kept whole with the exception of this southern border where it was going into potential VRA district areas. And then the final district that we're going to look at here in San Diego, it's on page 112, so this is on the very last page. This is called Chula Vista San Isidro. Received a few commissioner requests to modify previous visualizations here. So you'll see that this includes Imperial Beach, this includes Bonita, and then we had received community of interest submissions requesting a district, essentially including all of this as well as Paradise Hills. And so this includes some portions, although not all of what some of the community of interest submissions that we had received were that defined what Paradise Hills might be. And this is colored in yellow because this was an area that the VRA attorneys had identified as a potential VRA district area for assembly. All right, Chair, that's all that I had.
Well, that was quite a bit. We appreciate it, and I appreciated the readout in the manner that you read out. I see hands right away, which is good and exciting. We're going to go with Commissioner Kennedy, followed by Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, John, for all of this work. Again, I think in general terms, this is really a great point that we've reached. There are some issues to address, but I think we're in pretty good shape. First of all, on places like Barstow and Needles, where you're cutting right at a city line, but there are low population areas nearby, I would really like to see the city sphere of influence included with the city. So you have what are called disadvantaged, unincorporated communities around some of these places like Barstow and Needles, and you can easily find maps, including shape files, I think, of those areas online. If you just like search Barstow DUCs, it'll take you to a page where you can get the shapefile for the disadvantaged unincorporated communities surrounding Barstow. Likewise for Needles and all of these other places. So I would just encourage or like to instruct mappers where possible to include the entire sphere of influence, particularly of these isolated cities. Second of all, on Grand Terrace. Grand Terrace, may be one of those things that will take a while to work out. I really want to hear more from the community in Grand Terrace as to how they feel about this. My hope was that we could find a way coming through Riverside County to link Grand Terrace with Loma Linda and Redlands. That was the real objective, was to link them with Loma Linda and Redlands, rather than so much linking them into a Riverside-based district. So I really do want to hear from the community in Grand Terrace whether they would prefer the way it is now or incorporated into that larger district that includes Bloomington, Colton, San Bernardino, Loma Linda, Redlands, etc. Next, if you could go down to Mead Valley. Yeah, I'm looking at the population figures in the visualization to the left and the visualization that Mead Valley is currently in. I looked up the population of Mead Valley. I'm wondering if you need Mead Valley and Good Hope for VRA purposes, because those two might go better in the visualization to the west. That's kind of like the 215 corridor.
Could I respond to that?
Sure.
It might be possible to, but I would say I would find it challenging to comply with the guidelines I received from the VRA attorneys if I wasn't including Mead Valley and Good Hope in that district.
Okay. Then next is Cabazon and Whitewater, and I understand what the thinking was, but it ends up being very odd to have. What I was saying was, if there was a need to cut going into the Coachella Valley, that yes, Whitewater was a good place to cut, but by extending the visualization up and around and then back down to include Banning and Beaumont, it ends up being very awkward for Whitewater and Cabazon. And so, my main concern right there was, let's not split the Morongo Band lands as happened in 2011 at the Senate level. If we can keep the Morongo Band lands whole, then I think it would make better sense to include Cabazon, Whitewater, and the Morongo Band lands in that more COA visualization. And I do realize that you might end up having to pull some population from elsewhere, but we can look at that once you figure out what the impact of including Cabazon, Whitewater, and the Morongo lands would make to that. I think I had one more Can we go to Los Alamitos?
Commissioner Kennedy, I apologize, I'm blanking on where that is. Where would you like me to go?
Los Alamitos, I think it's in Western Orange County. Commissioner Kutagawa, help.
Oh, Los Alamitos, I'm so sorry, I was thinking Los Flores. All right, we're good.
Okay. Again, if there's been COI input asking that Cypress and Los Alamitos be together, and the Harbor Gateway visualization is over and Garden Grove West is under, and I looked up the population of Los Alamitos, it looks to me like we could shift Los Alamitos from the Harbor Gateway visualization to the Garden Grove West visualization.
Yep, that's certainly a possibility. There's not a lot of population in Los Alamitos and Rossmore.
Right, right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Fernandez, followed by Commissioner Kutagawa, please.
Thank you. And you did address this, John, in terms of on 96 and 112. No, not 112. 90. I forgot where it was. Anyway, Lemon Grove and National City, there were quite a few communities of interest to keep those together, but you did explain that because of VRA, right now they're split, but I did notice on the congressional that you've combined them, so thank you. I didn't want to, I want to make sure we let everybody know that. And then my other question was on page 103, and this is probably more for David Becker. I noticed right now it's not a VRA consideration, and I'm just wondering if it's because of the jingles, because it is, the Latino CVAP is a 56%.
Don, can you put the old assembly districts overlaid on this, please?
Yep, give me just one moment. This would be Assembly District 69 is what the former district largely was.
It does look like white crossover is quite high in this area. And can you just confirm what the Latino CVAP is?
56.1.
56.1. Okay. I mean, it's again, if it's 56.1, regardless of whether it's a VRA district or not, it's it's a very strong, obviously, Latino and community of interest district here. It just might not be required to be drawn that way by the Voting Rights Act.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
All right, I have several, I'll start with some questions and then also some direction. Just starting, I guess we could just stay on what we were just on, which is the Santa Ana, Anaheim. I just like some clarification. John, I think you mentioned that you did take note of the COI testimony from particularly the Arab American community. There is a little Arabia in the Anaheim area. I thought I heard you say, though, you had to split it. Is that, did I hear you correctly?
Yep, and I'm just putting those on just very quickly, just a couple examples. So you can see here in purple and green, and I'll zoom in, it largely comprises Anaheim. Most of it's in Anaheim City.
Yeah.
So looking here just for a moment at the one in green, but there are portions that go into Stanton. And then looking at this in purple, again, this comprises a different portion of Anaheim, but it does include the same portion of Stanton. And this one includes Buena Park, but that was included in this particular district.
Okay. I think I asked because I know that as a community in Orange County, they're a growing community, but they're oftentimes also marginalized as well too. Is there a way that we can include them, at least the area in its entirety, without throwing off everything?
Certainly, there's other populations and adjustments that could be made. If the commissioners would like me to keep those Little Arabia communities of interest whole, that would be certainly something I could take a look at, and I imagine that could be done. This was purely just I'd received prior direction to keep Stanton whole and with Garden Grove, so.
Yes, I think like we've tried to take care of other communities of interest, I think this is one that we should at least try to see if there's flexibility to be able to ensure that they stay in one district. I think that would be good. I think, could we go to then, since we're at the Garden Grove, Westminster, the Little Saigon area, I know that I've read through some of the testimony that we received about Little Saigon. I think what is reflected is reflective of the core of the Little Saigon Vietnamese community. I do acknowledge that there are small pockets where the community has grown further out. I do want to ask, though, in terms of the placement of Cypress, it sounded like you took in Cypress for population numbers. I know we also got some community of interest testimony about Costa Mesa also being an area in which there is a diverse Asian community, most likely also inclusive of some of the expansion of the Vietnamese community. If we were to swap out Cypress and instead insert Costa Mesa, would that throw, is that a VRA kind of district that we're looking at in terms of the Little Saigon area? And then would it impact the VRA, if at all? And would it also throw off the numbers? Because right now I see that that district is about 2.53% under the deviation.
From a population standpoint, Cypress is about 50,000, where Costa Mesa is about 112,000.
Oh.
So you would have that.
What if we were to split it? I think that there was also, in the COI testimony we received about Costa Mesa, there was some boundaries that were also noted as well, too.
And
just continuing from a purely population perspective, I can certainly take a look at Costa Mesa and check. I don't know offhand what the populations would be of a split Costa Mesa, but I can certainly take a look at that. But actually, that's a good point. Costa Mesa is one of those other areas where it is in a fairly central location at the center of a number of different potential districts or configurations: Coastal, Irvine, Tustin, Santa Ana, and then, as you're noting here, a potential Little Saigon area. So that's another area where it presents a bit of a challenge. But I'll take a look at what community of interest testimony we have regarding splitting Costa Mesa and which of those potential other districts Costa Mesa might want to go with.
Yeah, because Costa Mesa is kind of in an interesting place. It is a very mixed kind of area. The closer you get to Newport Beach, there are, I would call it, more affluent pockets where you may not realize that you're moving from Newport Beach into Costa Mesa or vice versa. So I think perhaps looking at some of that COI testimony plus other COI testimony might be helpful on that. And I know that also, I want to acknowledge that does conflict with what Commissioner Kennedy also suggested about perhaps moving Los Alamitos into this district with Cypress. I would be of the perspective that it would be better to actually move Cypress out of the district and move in that portion of Costa Mesa. And so, speaking about...
Commissioner Kutagawa, could I just say one thing real quick on that?
Yes.
So one potential, I'll have to take a look at all the ripples, but one potential effect there is if this Little Saigon takes from Costa Mesa and splits that, this coastal district needs a bit more population, which would potentially mean I could include Laguna Woods and Laguna Hills with it, which would resolve that. And then this Irvine district would potentially be able to move more, take in more of Tustin, more of North Tustin, incorporate that.
And actually
this would wind up, this Placentia would potentially be able to keep there. So you may have spotted the trick to fixing many of the challenges I was running into there.
That is great, because that was going to be one of my next directions is to see if there's some way to include all of Tustin with all of Irvine, and that Laguna Hills, Laguna Niguel together being as part of that coastal district. So, okay, great. I'm glad that I was able to help out in that way. And that you could move Placentia also into that district with Yorba Linda, because that was
that's
my
about
other.
50,000, so that would be, it's about 50,000 that we're moving in each spot. It's not going to be perfect, but I think that might actually,
That is
that's
awesome.
a problem I was grappling with, so thank you for
Okay.
solving it.
All right, well, great.
Well,
That-
before we solve it, can I just ask a clarifying question about your justification for removing Cypress?
I mean, for me, I guess one is I think about the populations that are in that Garden Grove Westminster community. The Cypress community, one, I think there is a socioeconomic difference. I think there's also, they tend to be more single-family homes. There are mixed incomes in that area, but I think Garden Grove and Westminster tends to be definitely much more immigrant-based, also much more of a mix of renters as well as working-class communities. And then also, because of the affinity of Cypress and Los Alamitos and also Rossmore. So Rossmore and Los Alamitos do need to go together, I believe. I know that we've also gotten a lot of communities of interest testimony, really on both sides, being included with Long Beach, but also being included with Orange County. You know, it's going to be I think that's going to be a really interesting place. I mean, there's very passionate COI testimony on that. So that was my logic for that, Commissioner Sadwani.
Where was it that you think Cypress would go? Would Buena Park?
If it's possible, I think it would be better. It would either, it would, I mean, it's like, my belief is that they're better aligned with Los Alamitos and Rossmore, but then that would throw off, I think, the Long Beach numbers. It could go with Buena Park. I mean, I'm not like, oh, it must be this way, but I'm just going by one COI testimony that I've read, but also what I understand of those cities too. Also, I also want to comment on the South Orange County areas. And this gets to that other particular area that you were mentioning. You had said, and I want to make sure that I understood, or I heard you correctly on this, you had said that if that South Orange County district that includes Camp Pendleton, if you were to remove I think like Rainbow, Fallbrook, Bonsall, it would impact the tribal lands in the other sections?
No, I apologize. I must have been unclear. Let me, if I could just restate that. So what I was noting was we have here to the east a very large potential VRA district, which includes Imperial and a number of tribal lands in Riverside and San Diego. And so because we have that on the east side here in San Diego County, and to the west we have the Pacific Ocean, and to the south we have the border with Mexico. That means that we have a population here within San Diego, which needs to be drawn into some number of districts. And so we wind up with, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 whole districts here, but then we have a partial district which needs to go somewhere. And so based on the direction I'd received from the commission to not go up into Riverside, I was just noting that that meant that this district winds up going into southern Orange County. And so this border to the east with this VRA district incorporating these tribal lands, if the commissioners wanted just some different configuration here, for example, for a district that didn't cross into southern Orange County, then that would just likely involve just some sort of reconfiguration here of this potential VRA district to enable reaching up into Riverside County further to the east, or just the commissioners offering some sort of other direction in terms of including Temecula or some of these other areas in southwest Riverside.
I see. Okay, that's helpful. Okay, then I'd like to maybe offer a couple suggestions then, or direction. I know that based on the testimony, co-input testimony, Fallbrook is desired to stay with Camp Pendleton. I know that we also have heard and have received testimony that South Orange County did not want to cross over into San Diego, but I hear what you're saying, so these are the hard choices. I am wondering if Bonsall is better removed and put with Vista, and Rainbow removed and put with Temecula. So Commissioner Sinai is disagreeing, okay?
I have some thoughts on that area as well.
Okay. All right, then let me just finish one last thing, and this is on the North Orange County area, which is the area that includes Brea, Yorba Linda, all of that area there. Okay. On that one, it is on page 106, and it says LAOCSB. On that one, can we add Hacienda Heights? Because we did receive quite a bit of testimony stating that Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, Brea all have very close relationships together. And if we were to add Hacienda Heights, could we then remove Chino Hills? I don't see it as a bright yellow district, so it's not a VRA district, so is there flexibility there?
So I have the district shaded for my region. I don't have the districts that Jamie had drawn shaded, but we'd have to defer to her, or if David is on and knows which are the VRA districts. I believe that this district here to the west, this SSGV, I think that that's a VRA area, but I'm not sure offhand. So if there were possibilities there, I'd have to defer to Jamie or the VRA attorneys on whether Hacienda Heights is needed for that particular district.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Hacienda Heights makes a difference in terms of the VRA. I guess that's a question for David.
Yeah.
One question that I would have is if we did do that, if Chino Hills were not included with this particular district here, where would you like Chino Hills to be included with?
Could you put that into a Riverside district?
With, right here with Norco and Corona?
Yes. Or wherever you feel that it would best belong.
Potentially. Assuming that this change were possible, that's something that I could potentially do.
Yeah, because I do know that you have some VRA districts in the Riverside, San Bernardino area.
Mr. Becker's on now, if it will help Commissioner Kuda.
Yeah, you can go ahead and give those instructions. I mean, I think this is likely to be an area with a lot of cascading dominoes that could affect districts. So if you want to do that, note that the that district, that Riverside district with Norco in it, is, if I'm not mistaken, not a district that is designed for protection of minorities under VRA. So placing, increasing Latino voting, citizen voting age population in that district likely doesn't increase Latinos' opportunity to elect and could conceivably decrease it in other areas that are protected under the VRA. So just something to be attentive to.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not completely opposed to it. I think I'm just also trying to think about the VRA, or not the VRA, the COI testimony we received about Hacienda Heights being together with Roland Heights. And I know that they are a cohesive community up in that direction. One last one. I want to just, this is about the South Orange County inland areas that abut the Cleveland National Forest, and have seen very passionate also testimony about being separate from Riverside County. And is there a way that we can separate that portion of Orange County, the all of that inland portion, and adding it, you know, between the Irvine, also that South County OC with the I guess Camp Pendleton areas, so that they could be incorporated into an OC district instead of being as part of a Riverside district?
So that'd be rather challenging just because there's so much population there. So we had spoken previously about just San Diego and the population constraints and coming
Yeah.
up here. With Orange County, then we wind up with, I'd received direction here on a coastal district in Anaheim, Santa Ana, Little Saigon, and then potentially this sort of Irvine district. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 districts that we're looking at. And then we wind up with this population here along the northern border, where we're abutting a number of Los Angeles County VRA districts, and then this portion here to the northeast, where we're abutting several San Bernardino or Riverside County VRA districts. And so these communities need to be drawn into districts, but if, for example, we have a district here, in some configuration, we wind up with about, let's say, 50 to 60% of a district here in Riverside, and then maybe, actually it might be maybe 30 to 40% down here. So this population could either be included with somehow here in Riverside, but we'd wind up splitting along, it might be splitting along the 15 to get there. But it just winds up with some odd configurations here, just in terms of we have these harder boundaries of the VRA districts, and there are potential, ways to move those boundaries, but it's still going to wind up being about the same amount of population in those areas. So this is an area which is fairly challenging, and I certainly did see all the same community of interest testimony, and I certainly heard from the commissioners asking and expressing your concerns rather strongly at the last meeting about this jumping over this border and preferring not to do that. But that's an area where I think, just given the population constraints, it's tricky.
Yeah,
to figure out
because I
where to
think we're
go.
looking at mountains, right? That really
Right.
also, I mean, it's some of the same kind of similar testimony to what we're hearing around, the Eastern Sierras as well too, and access to an elected official. If you were to incorporate that portion that is on the other side of the Cleveland National Forest, would it impact VRA numbers if they were to be incorporated into some of those other districts in the Riverside area?
Are you saying like Harupa, Riverside City, or?
Yes.
Yes, I would not be able to meet the guidelines I'd received from the VRA
see.
attorneys while also incorporating those areas.
I
Yes.
see, okay. I'm also wondering then, in terms of if you were to incorporate in Chino Hills, would that also throw off your numbers as well too?
So China's about 100,000 people. That might actually work well. So if, I would need to check the numbers exactly, because I need to confirm how much population here. I think we'd still wind up with maybe about 100,000 people here, because Mission Viejo alone, I think, is about 93,000. But incorporating Chino Hills, for example, into this Riverside district would, for example, free up Mission Viejo. There are these other communities, but they are much, much less populated, so it might be between 50 and 100,000 people still.
And could they perhaps be incorporated in with the Anaheim Hills, Orange, Yorba Linda
Yes, yeah.
district?
So if I were making that switch, that's where I would be including it. That's the other direction I received
Yeah,
from the
'cause
commission, certainly.
Yeah, because I'm seeing that the Irvine district is already about 2.5% over deviation, so it doesn't look like you could add there.
Right, but I mean, those will all be shifting around as we're making other changes.
Okay, so maybe they could also incorporate in some of those smaller communities along the inland South County?
Yeah, so incorporating Chino Hills into this this Green Riverside district would certainly get us about half to 2/3 of the way there.
Okay.
I mean, if I went up north into this Diamond Bar, Rowland Heights area, that would potentially get us all the way there, but I think that's something the commissioners have previously seen and previously weren't such a fan of.
Yes, thank you.
Certainly.
Okay, beautiful. We have up next Commissioner Sinai, but the moment would be lost if we did not acknowledge Commissioner Kutagawa's reaction from the mapper, and for sure she's due a Make Your Mapper Merry merit medallion, because I think it's the first time we've heard our mapper say, yes, they love that, let's do it. So we don't want to miss this moment of celebration. Commissioner Sinai, followed by Commissioner Kennedy and Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like us to start with our anchor community in San Diego, which is our VRA community at the bottom. And just a reminder to all of us that that our VRA communities are our anchor communities in all counties, and that we can move things around maybe, but that there is that VRA is the second. I think that one looks good, and especially since it's 0% deviation with only 14 people, so kudos to you, John. And I wanted to go, from there, I did have a question to my colleagues where I wanted to just check in on how are we feeling about the tribal lands. I personally am very excited that we are being aware of the tribal lands and keeping them together, especially in an area like San Diego and Riverside and Imperial County and San Bernardino, where there are so many. But since that is one of the elements that we have given to John that's constraining him, I just wanted to check in with my colleagues to see how we all are feeling about the tribal lands. So if anybody has thoughts on that one?
Yes, Commissioner Kennedy has thoughts.
Go ahead.
That was a thumbs up. I have another issue, but I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to give my thumbs up.
Thumbs up from Commissioner Anderson, too.
Thumbs up from Commissioner Anderson as well. Anyone else on tribal lands? I see lots of.
What does the thumbs up mean, though?
Well, just that it's not a vote. It's just that we should continue with that recommendation to the line drawers, that we want to keep the tribal lands together.
We were in agreement, and it was just a general consensus. Yes, we like that. Commissioner Fernandez, though, before you move on, had a hand as well.
Yeah, just quickly, and especially with the tribal lands, the populations are not that high, so
Right.
I would offer to keep them together, because if you split them, I wouldn't see it having a significant impact to a different district versus them being together. That's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I mean, them being together is something that gives them a voice collectively, and to be able to say that it's one of the anchors of this district gives them strength, VRA and tribal. I did have a question, and you're in the right spot for my question, John, I know that that's Palm Springs in that little L-shaped in the pink, right there, yeah. Did we cut up some tribal lands there because of other COIs, right?
Right. So in this area, the border here follows Palm Springs. These highlighted in brown are presumably reservation land or tribal areas. They weren't included in that that COI submission that the commission directed me to take a look at for potential tribal lands. They also weren't included in the direction to go up to here
Right.
to, I think, the Morongo Reservation.
Yeah, and I think Commissioner Kennedy, I mean, my understanding from that area is it's Palm Springs. Some of the tribal areas there are more in the urban parts, in the city parts of that area, and so I don't know if it would make sense to move to include those or not. So I just wanted to make sure that you got your direction you wanted on the tribal lands. And then I also see Camp Pendleton as one of the anchors of San Diego, so if we could go to Camp Pendleton. The way this is set up right now, Dana Point, San Clemente have nothing in common with Fallbrook, Rainbow, and Bonsai. The way the district has usually run has been going along the coast, going down to Carlsbad and Encinitas. If we could I don't know with all the moving that happened in Orange County, if Dana Point and San Clemente can be absorbed into Orange County. If not, I do want to remind everyone that we did receive input about Rainbow, Fallbrook, Bonsai, Oceanside with Camp Pendleton, but that was, as Cal Matters brought up, that was a political, it started with a political candidate, and it continued that same day with others. On the whole, a lot of the feedback we have got is that Fallbrook Rainbow Bonsai does feel connected with Escondido Valley Center and Vista. So I've got a few changes now. Now I've been trying, it's hard because you jump around, the numbers jump around, so I apologize. So here was where I was thinking of, was Camp Pendleton, Oceanside, Carlsbad, Encinitas, Solana Beach, and Rancho Santa Fe. And those are all coastal, because Camp Pendleton is coastal. Carlsbad, Encinitas, Solana Beach, and Rancho Santa Fe. Well, okay, let's not put Rancho Santa Fe in there, because I think you have it in a good way. Well, okay, it can be there. They're all in the same school district, along with the other purple one that's right underneath Rancho Santa Fe.
Fairbanks Ranch. Commissioner Sinai, could I just
Yes.
respond to that? So two things. One is just with a few of the subsequent visualizations with congressional or state senate, where this is a larger district, I was able to incorporate some of the guidance that you'd previously provided about including some of those coastal communities with this particular district.
It won't work here.
With Fallbrook, Rainbow, this area, those aren't heavily populated, so that could potentially be included with other districts fairly easily. But up here, this portion that's included in Orange County, if you prefer, or commissioners prefer, to remove portions of this district or some San Diego district that's in Orange or in another county, that's perfectly fine, but that population would need to be made up from either Orange County or from Riverside County.
So I would say that Dana Point, San Clemente have more in common with Encinitas, Carlsbad, and Oceanside than they do with, so I'm okay keeping that north part. I was just thinking of the COI testimony that we had heard from Orange County. Again, as the Cal Matters article, some of that testimony along the coast is political as well, but as we know, there's a lot. So I'm okay either way. I also know that we did, wherever possible, just grab the unincorporated land as well. So do you feel like you have enough for that area?
So here with Rainbow, Fallbrook, this area, that's perfectly fine. I could make those changes. With the other changes that you'd requested, though, for assembly specifically, I wouldn't be able to make those changes to this district.
Go all the way down. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Because this is heavily populated.
Yeah.
I would need to be giving it population from somewhere else in San Diego, and this is not heavily populated.
Right.
If you wanted changes up here with Orange County, we'd either need to make adjustments here to the east, which shifts around the population in Old San Diego area to take more population from Riverside, for example, or in this cluster of cities, if we gave up a particular city to then take in some other Orange County cities, or to move into Riverside County and take some population from
okay. So let's not worry about all of that. I mean, can we just go further? If we could go down to the page 99, West San Diego City, which is really East San Diego. How was, El Cajon has been split, and it looks like La Mesa has been split as, yeah. So El Cajon has been split. So one of the complaints we're getting is that La Mesa has been split 3 times.
Right. So the boundaries here, this was just defined by a number of committee of interest submissions that we had received. So this was a number of folks in Southeast San Diego City or Paradise Hills or La Mesa submitting, or actually I think also some City Heights submissions. So this was just the overlay of a number of different committee of interest submissions, which were equivalent in size to an assembly district.
Could I suggest that as much as possible, we keep La Mesa together and then shrink out El Cajon?
Yep, that'd be certainly straightforward.
Just because La Mesa is a really small town. I mean, the city, sorry. The former mayor used to give me when I first moved here, he would give me a business card that was like really tiny to remind us of how tiny his city was. But I want to just respect La Mesa and Lemon Grove, just kind of, so that's what I would recommend. I understand that the immigrant community, the refugee community, immigrant community is moving further and further east, and we do have a strong Middle Eastern immigrant community in El Cajon, but just to kind of balance it out for the assembly, that would be great.
Yeah, with these borders that are wholly contained within San Diego, there's a fair amount of flexibility there. And I can certainly keep an eye more on the city boundaries there with that particular visualization.
Thank you. And then I wanted to fly over now to the west side, to Coronado. So this is another visualization. We can't move around too much, right, because of the northern, this whole coastal part, or?
So the constraints here would essentially be these potential DRA districts in yellow.
Okay.
And then to the north, just that there is some sort of a northern district that's going to extend into another county, just because we need to do that, because we need to draw equal population districts. But these district, or these visualizations here within San Diego County proper, I did certainly make an effort to try and reflect commission direction I had received or communities of interest, but you would have a tremendous amount of flexibility here if you had a different conception, or if the commission had a different conception of how these districts' visualizations should be organized. So as long as it's within, for example, these 5, or affecting a little bit of this one, but trading equivalent population, that wouldn't have a significant ripple effect elsewhere, and that wouldn't conflict with these potential VRA districts here to the south or to the east.
Okay. And then I know you said this to me 3 times. Bonsai and Fallbrook are still staying with the Camp Pendleton, or can we move them in with the Escondido?
If the commissioners would like that to be included in this district here to the south, that would be straightforward. This district would then need to take up just a little bit more population it would probably come either from Vista or from Carlsbad, and it would likely involve splitting them, just because those 2 cities are much larger in population than these communities.
I would probably go into Carlsbad over Vista.
Okay, that would be fine.
And I'm sure we'll hear from Carlsbad.
Yep.
But, and then on Coronado, I'm just trying to, this one's felt a little strange looking at it. I mean, I think you did a great job in listening. This was what we had said, kind of a whole coastal. But Coronado usually likes to be, I was just trying to figure out an anchor with downtown San Diego and the west San Diego City. And Coronado usually considers themselves kind of anchored to downtown San Diego. There is the Coronado Bridge connects them. So I don't know if we connected Coronado to downtown San Diego. I would then move because I know it's, I wrote it down somewhere how much Coronado's 20,000 people. So we're still over, I get that. And then we're under on the coastal. My thought on the coastal was you can continue to move east on the along the 56. You know,
just to clarify, so you're thinking here, this northern portion?
Yeah, you could take that, to make up for
Yep.
that other,
Yep,
that
that's
other
great.
piece.
And then, so just to clarify, so here down in the south, we have Coronado, which would be potentially about 20,000. You're asking also that a downtown area here would be included in this SD city. Do you have, which would be necessary just to make sure the district's contiguous as well?
Right.
Do you have a western boundary here, or a dividing line that you would particularly think would be effective, or?
That's a great question, since I didn't even notice that. I thought it was already part of that. That district's over, right?
But, I mean, don't worry about the population deviations. It's that will be adjusted with the,
Yeah, I mean,
with making the
I
changes
kind of
that
feel
you're
like
requesting.
if that whole boundary could move to the west, you know, and take the whole bay, the North Bay area,
You're saying this?
all the way over to the coast.
Just to clarify, so you're
So
saying
go
with
from the 8
SD
to
City
the-
specifically?
Yeah, FSD City, because right now it's part, all this is part of the coast, right?
Yep, yep.
So if you just kind of took the 8 all the way over,
Okay, yep, I can certainly take a look at that. And then in the north, you're thinking the coastal district would extend east to pick up this northern portion.
yeah, and you could even, I mean, just total creativity here. You can go the 50, you know, kind of stop at, go down the 52, add all, figure out what makes that City of San Diego district, and then take what you need going east from the 56. Does that make sense?
Yep, okay, thank you.
All right. I think that is it for me. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. We're at 2 o'clock. We have a lunch break coming up. And Commissioner Kennedy, you have an option of starting now or until we come back, whatever you desire.
Chair, I think I can do this quickly, so I'll go ahead. Thank you. First of all, thanks to Commissioner Sinai for noticing the issue with the Agua Caliente lands south of the Palm Springs city limits. I have checked the Agua Caliente Tribes GIS page, and those are tribal lands, so those would need to be in the same district as Palm Springs. Second of all, just asking John and Andrew Amaral to check for any community of interest input on about possibility of splitting Chino Hills. I recall that there are some, I mean, it's not an entirely homogeneous community, and you know, if there is any community of interest input that would support splitting Chino Hills, I would say, you know, let's look at it. Thank you.
Right, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kennedy, did you say you wanted to keep the Agua Calientes with Palm Springs or move them in the other direction?
They would have to be kept with Palm Springs because most of Palm Springs sits on Agua Caliente lands. I mean, if you're coming in Highway 111 from the 10, you see a big sign that says, now entering Agua Caliente Indian Reservation. So, you know, we would have to take essentially all of Palm Springs out. And that's a non-starter.
What I thought.
Yeah, so that's a non-starter. We need to bring those tribal lands, Agua Caliente tribal lands in to that visualization, the MORCOA. And if you need to check on the tribal lands, just go to aguacaliente.org/GIS.
Just very quickly on that, there's 27,000 people here in the Palm Springs Cathedral City portion of that, and there's 200 people here in this portion in yellow.
Right.
Make it work, John, make it work. Andrew, are you there? Andrew Amaral?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, did you have information about, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just identified one COI mentioning Chino Hills, that there are vast physical barriers in regards to Chino Hills State Park or the Tres Hermanos acreages. So it sounds like this particular COI that was submitted, that would be a natural boundary if Chino Hills were to be split up. But for the most part, the COI that we have received have, you know, it appears that Chino Hills would like to be together whole, if, you know, to the extent possible.
Thank you. We are up against a lunch break, commissioners, and yesterday we had a 30-minute lunch break. Did that work for you? Do we need longer? Beautiful. Okay, so it is now 2:24, because we have options always, and we will be back at 2:54 after lunch. Thank you, we're at lunch. Thank you so much, and welcome back from lunch. We're at this point wrapping up our comments in regards to Southern California, and we have Commissioners Toledo and Satwani up next. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. With that, I was giving a little bit of thought about the tribal entity in Palm Springs area, and I'm just thinking, I absolutely support keeping the tribe together. And I believe in this district, we were trying to keep all of the tribes together, all of the various tribes together. But I'm also just, for me, it would be more important to keep that specific tribe together and not split it up. And if we needed to put the tribal land that is split into the non-VRA area rather than potentially impact and dilute the Latino vote in the VRA district. So that would be, I mean, just balancing all these things out, I think that would be something that I would be supportive of as well if we need to do it. Obviously, assembly districts are smaller. I think we can do more of what we want in the larger districts with the state senate and the congressional district, but I think we're really constrained by population and other issues. So I wouldn't want to constrain the line drawers if in the VRA district, but would be definitely want to keep the tribe together and that specific tribe together. Thank you.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Can I ask just a clarifying question just very quickly?
Sure.
Certainly. So I just wanted to state my understanding of what the commissioners have asked me to do, which is, I believe, consistent with Commissioner Toledo in the specific area. So right here, we have a tribal area which crosses into Palm Springs. And what I'll be doing is incorporating it with this district or a district that includes Palm Springs. So this area is not split. To the north here, we have some other tribal lands which were previously split in the visualization, and commissioners had asked me to keep it whole in this particular visualization with the district to the south. What I've been hearing today, and this is what I just wanted to confirm, is yes, do keep this area whole, but now be keeping it whole potentially with the district to the north or this, Beaumont, Banning to Desert Springs, Desert Hot Springs sort of area. And then in terms of with this SECA district, it's going to continue to incorporate a number of tribal areas, particularly down in San Diego and here along the border of Riverside and San Diego. But that border will likely be closer to what it was in previous visualizations on the western side, as opposed to reaching farther north to incorporate some of those populations. I just wanted to state that, just in case there were any commissioners who disagreed with anything that I had said in my interpretation of the commission's instructions, if that's all right.
You want to respond, Commissioner Anderson?
I just want to clarify. So the tribal area around the Palm Springs will go with the Palm Springs, and then the line will be drawn essentially, this is correct, just then by Cabazon and can't remember the other town, that area essentially just short of that will then go north, and the line will be drawn essentially right there. Is that correct? You're not going to draw the line further south.
So the previous visualization had the district line, the line further south about here.
Correct.
If the commission would prefer that line is, say, here?
Yes, that was my understanding. And Commissioner Kennedy, there's Commissioner Kennedy. I'm seeing nods, yes.
Okay.
Correct, yeah.
And just very quickly, just to give a little bit of context for the commission, in terms of population, there's not a lot of population here, so population-wise, that is probably fine. The only spot where that might introduce a constraint is just if we have continue to have this potential VRA district abutting another VRA district. All these districts in yellow means that we'll just have this area in population, which will then need to make sure it's balanced with whatever is in Los Angeles, and then this area here, northern Riverside and San Bernardino. But I think that should be fine.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So it would just be the small, essentially adding that tribal area north and also a little bit of the tribal area into those two areas, into the more COA.
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Satwani?
Yes, thank you. I initially raised my hand in response to some of the direction that Commissioner Kitagawa was giving around Costa Mesa. she had suggested removing Cypress from a community with, or a district with that Garden Grove, Westminster neighborhood, and instead adding Costa Mesa. I just really, that didn't work for me. It didn't work based on most of the COI input testimony that we've heard. And so I'm certainly open to looking at other options for the, I mean, I think in particular, it's that Little Saigon region. I don't think Costa Mesa is it. We've heard a lot of testimony that links Costa Mesa with Irvine and Tustin. I specifically remember a mom calling in over the summer talking about like driving her kids to between school and soccer practice and the connectivity between those areas. So it really didn't feel like the right move. And I think in general, you know, as I was thinking about it, there's a lot of places where I'm hearing potential direction being given. And in what seems like pulling out neighborhoods that may be a little bit more Asian from potential VRA districts. And I wanted to just name that, as Commissioner Turner often refers to. I wanted to name that because I don't think that we need to think about Asian and Latino communities as being in opposition to one another. You know, I think we've heard similar things around Cerritos and Artesia, as well as Hacienda Heights. And I want to point out, perhaps, my direction on this piece is, are there other ways to think about the VRA districts that don't cut up some of the Asian American COI testimony that we've received? And thinking further, this goes back to Los Angeles County to some extent, but still fairly related. Sorry, John, I know this isn't your area, but right on the cusp of your area here. We had received some ideas last week when we were getting map ideas from folks about a VRA district that would maintain, that would be a Latino VRA district, but that could still maintain the Asian American communities of interest testimony that we've received. We've received a lot of it from that Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, Diamond Bar area, including Walnut. So I wanted to point the mappers to that. That was specifically testimony that had come from Asian Americans Advancing Justice and the AAPI AMEMSA testimony that we received last week. It's what they refer to as District 57, East San Gabriel Valley. And just thinking about whether or not that could be an option for us so that we can meet our requirements under the VRA without splitting some of this key community of interest testimony that we've received. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Sadwani. John, do you have any reaction? And if not, we'll move to Commissioner Toledo.
I would have trouble reacting just to those specific recommendations, just because, as Commissioner Sadwani did note, that it does apply to a number of districts in Los Angeles, which I'm much less familiar with, and the specific VRA requirements in those areas, which I'm also much less familiar with, unfortunately.
But this is something we can look into
Of course.
and talk with the VRA attorneys about.
Yeah, and I think, if I may, I think in this area in particular, this South Los Angeles County region, I understand that from a process perspective, we have mappers that are in different regions, but this is a region that's ultimately connected. And I think we're getting to that point where as we're putting together and stitching together the map, I think we're going to need greater connectivity between the mappers to really think through these areas.
Absolutely. Commissioner Toledo?
I wanted to concur with Commissioner Sadwani and highlight also the MALDUP map. The MALDUP map is map number 38, so that also references this area. It's very similar to the Asian American map put forward, and just to take a look and see how, and I recognize it's two different line drawers doing this, but how to if there's a possibility to create a district that does promote the VRA and secures the Asian American communities together while also advancing Latino and hopefully coalition opportunities for those two communities to work together. I think that'd be excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, and I certainly think as we move forward that we'll have, I know the mappers are working in close conjunction with each other, and I think as we move forward, we'll be able to have them in the same place, kind of like we started out with Kennedy and Tamina, and I think Kim is not too far. You know, they're all accessible and right here, so they're hearing the information, and we will continue to have them work together as we work on one map. Commissioner Sinai?
Just building on that, I don't want us to forget the regional groups that submitted maps as well. So for Orange County, they worked really hard on creating a coalition map in Orange County with a lot of so I just don't want us to put all the weight on the state groups, but also remember that there are some regional groups in Orange County, Inland Empire, as well as in the Central Coast that submitted.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Okay, we're going to, believe it or not, if there aren't any other comments in general for Assembly, we're going to move to our congressional maps. I'm sorry, yes, to our congressional maps. And I just told the line drawers we're ready for Senate maps, but actually, I won't go on record as saying I lied, but I just was mistaken. Senate maps.
Okay, we will just need a couple minutes to change over to, and then Chair, you want the Senate maps?
No, I keep doubling down. I wonder if I really want that, because I mean congressional, and I've said Senate twice. I wonder what I really mean. I mean congressional. Congressional, we
okay.
want congressional maps.
Great, we will just need a couple minutes to transition to the congressional maps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Chair, quick question. Are we starting in the south? With the area we
We're
just
starting
started?
in the same order.
Okay. Thank you.
So we're starting with ACE. So we all have visualizations that was received, so if we'll pull those out and start looking through, recognizing that there are some changes that we've recently made through our assembly districts, some things that we promised we'd probably be able to address in congressional maps that we could not address with the assembly. So we look forward to that conversation now as we move into this next area.
Chair, would you like to go to break for 5 minutes?
Thank you. Yes, we'll take a 5-minute break to allow for setup. Good afternoon and welcome back from our lunch break. I'd like to thank you all for all of the commissioners and for all of the Californians that are continuing to call in and give us live feedback, real time. We appreciate that. And I'm excited to announce that we're going to move now to our congressional maps. We're starting back at the top of the state. And commissioners, I just want to remind you that for the discussions that we've had for the assembly districts, if we were not able to accomplish something in the assembly, our mappers have already taken that into consideration and placed it where they need it or where they could in either Senate or congressional districts. So you'll see some of that. So where we've given direction before, they have assured us and assured me that they have it. So we don't have to go into great detail that we've already shared. We still have that information. So we're going to go now into our congressional districts, starting with Tamina.
Good afternoon, Commission. Welcome to Congress. We are starting with Norcoast, which is page 9. The visualizations for this section are actually correctly numbered in pages, so we're going to be going from page 9 to page 22 in this section. Starting with page 9 is Norcoast. Norcoast takes Del Norte County, Humboldt County, Trinity County, Mendocino County, and Lake County. Siskiyou County is split to take in the Karuk tribal lands and unite them with their lands in Humboldt County. Sonoma County is split at its southern end for population, and it does not include Petaluma, or Temelec. Petaluma. The next visualization is page 10, Yolo Lake. Yolo Lake encompasses all of Marin County and all of Napa County. The cities of Petaluma and Temelec and the 35 corridor for Sonoma County. And in Solano County, the cities of Dixon, Allendale, Hartley, Vacaville, Fairfield, Green Valley, Sassoon, and unincorporated areas to the south, the district, to the south of the county, sorry. This visualization does not include Benicia and Vallejo. Going to page 11. This is Oakland Maury. Starts in the north with Contra Costa County at Rodeo, comes down the 80 freeway through Hercules, Bayview, Terra Hills, Montalvan Manor, El Sobrante, Richmond, North Richmond, San Pablo, Rollingwood, East Richmond Heights, and El Cerrito. Does not include Kensington. Includes Albany, Berkeley, Emeryville, west of Oakland, Piedmont, and Alameda City. Oakland is split and is the only city split in this visualization. We'll go to page 12. Page 12 is North Contra Costa, and this visualization starts in the north in Solano County with Vallejo and Benicia, and then crosses the bridge to unite them with Martinez and Contra Costa County, takes the top of the 4 corridor in Vine Hill and Clyde, takes Concord and Clayton, then comes south through the 680 corridor through Pleasant Hill and Relias Valley, and Saranap, keeps Lafayette, Orinda, and Moraga together, and then comes into Alameda County, taking the hillside area of Alameda County and the eastern section and hillside of Oakland. Next one is page 13, Concord TR. Which is so named because it used to include Concord, does not anymore. This visualization starts at Bay Point and follows the Highway 4 through Pittsburgh, Antioch, Oakley, and Bethel Island to the northern and eastern borders of the county, going down through Oakley, Knightson, Brentwood, Discovery Bay, and Byron. The 680 corridor is also continued here with Walnut Creek, Shell Ridge, Castle Hill, Alamo, Diablo, Blackhawk, Danville, Camino to Sahara, San Ramon, and Norris Canyon. It includes all the other unincorporated areas to the east of Contra Costa County, and then comes south into some unincorporated areas of Alameda County to take the city of Dublin, Pleasanton, and the unincorporated hill area of Alameda County above Oakland. Next is page 15. And this is Greater Ede for Greater Eden. And this visualization has San Leandro, Castro Valley, Ashland, Cherryland, San Lorenzo, Fairview, Union City, a small area of unincorporated Alameda County over here, Fremont, and Newark. And there are no city splits in this visualization. Next page is page 16. This is Cupertino, which does have Cupertino, Sunnyvale, and Santa Clara. Parts of San Jose, including the downtown, Berryessa neighborhoods, East Foothills and Alum Rock, and Milpitas. San Jose is the only city split. Next is page 17. Santa Clara starts in Redwood City, comes down through Fair Oaks, Menlo Park, East Palo Alto, Atherton, Woodside, West Menlo Park, Portola, Palo Alto, Stanford, Mountain View, Los Altos and Los Altos Hills, and Loyola. And then south to Saratoga, Campbell, Fruitdale, and Burbank, Cambrian Park, Los Gatos, Monte Sereno, and Lexington Hills. And there are also no city splits in this visualization. Going to page 18. This is Greater San Mateo, and this starts in San Francisco. So I will put on the San Francisco neighborhood layer. So the areas of San Francisco which are part of this visualization are Parkside, Lakeshore, Ocean View, and the southern half of Twin Peaks. This visualization then includes Daly City, Brisbane, Colma, South San Francisco, San Bruno, Millbrae, Pacifica, Burlingame, Hillsborough, San Mateo, Baywood Park, Highlands, Belmont, and San Carlos on the east, and then on the coastal side, Pacifica, Montara, Moss Beach, El Granada, Half Moon Bay, La Honda, Loma Mar, and Pescadero. In Santa Cruz County, this visualization includes Boulder Creek, Brookdale, Lompico, Zayante, Ben Lomond, Bonnie Doon, Davenport, Felton, Scotts Valley, Pasatiempo, and Santa Cruz. And there are no city splits in this visualization. Page 19. Well, aside from San Francisco, I should say, I'm sorry. San Francisco is split in this visualization. Page 19 is North San M, which used to be San Mateo and now is the remainder of San Francisco, with the exclusion of Parkside, Lakeshore, and Ocean View neighborhoods and the southern half of Twin Peaks neighborhood. Page 20. Is Mid-Coast. I'll zoom out just so you can see the whole thing for a minute. This is the Mid-Coast visualization. So we'll start north in Santa Cruz County. In Santa Cruz County, we have Capitola, Pleasure Point, Live Oak, Sokol, Seacliff, Aptos, Day Valley, Corralitos, Rio Del Mar, La Selva Beach, Aptos Hills, Larkin Valley, Amnesty, Interlochen, Freedom, and Watsonville, and Pajaro Dunes. This visualization then encompasses all of San Benito County whole. In Monterey County, we have Pajaro, Las Lomas, the other half of Aromas, that is in Monterey County, Prunedale, Elkhorn, Castroville, Moss Landing, Salinas, Marina and Seaside, Boronda, Delray Oaks, Monterey, Pacific Grove, Del Monte Forest, Carmel by the Sea, Carmel Valley Village, down the 101 corridor from Prunedale, Salinas, Spreckles, Tualar, Gonzales, Soledad, Greenfield, King City, and Pine Canyon, San Lucas, San Ardo, and Bradley, Fort Hunter Liggett, and Lockwood. In San Luis Obispo County, this visualization incorporates Cambria, San Simeon, Oak Shores, Lake Nacimiento, San Miguel, Paso Robles, Templeton, Atascadero, Garden Farms, Santa Margarita, Creston, Whistler Gardens, and Shandon. And there are no city splits in this visualization. Page 21 is South Coast. South Coast starts in San Luis Obispo County at Cayucos through Morro Bay and Los Osos, California Polytech State University, San Luis Obispo, Los Ranchos, Avila Beach, Pismo Beach, Arroyo Grande, Oceano, Grover Beach, Los Barros, Black Lake, Callender, Woodlands, and Nipomo, and continues eastward to the county line and south to the county line. The visualization then incorporates all of Santa Barbara County. The visualization also includes the islands south of Santa Barbara County and the islands that are associated with Ventura County. And then in Ventura County, the visualization takes Ojai, Miners Oaks, Miramonte, Oakview, and Ventura. And there are no city splits in this visualization. And lastly is page 22. This visualization takes the northern half of Ventura to the county lines and the west and east. Keeps together the Port Hueneme, Oxnard, El Rio, Satacoy, Santa Paula, Fillmore, and Piru. This visualization also includes Camarillo, Somas, Moore Park and Simi Valley, Santa Susana, Santa Rosa Valley, Thousand Oaks, Casa Conejo, Oak Park, and Lake Sherwood. This visualization does not include Bell Canyon, but does include Agora Hills and Westlake Village in LA County. And there are no city splits in this visualization. That concludes the set.
All right, Tamina, thank you so much. Okay, commissioners. Waiting on the hands to go up. I see a couple. Okay. Commissioner Fernandez, followed by Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you, Chair. Tamina, did you go over page 14? That one's the Cal Ray Tracy, or is that not part of this one? Did I completely miss that one?
I don't think she did.
Nope, I might have missed that one too. Let's do that one right now. I apologize.
Thank you.
Scala Tracy starts in Alameda County with Sunol and Livermore and the unincorporated areas east and south to the county line. Then takes Mountain House and Tracy in San Joaquin County. Comes south into Santa Clara County, taking the southern half of San Jose City, and including Morgan Hill, San Martin, and Gilroy, and all unincorporated areas to the south and east county lines. The city split in this visualization is in San Jose.
Thank you, Tamina. If you can just, it was perfect where you were at the bottom of that. And I do, because I'm going to forget to say this, I want to thank all of the line drawers. Absolutely wonderful job. I love the visualizations in terms of including the extra information on the side, which is so helpful. So thank you so much. I know it was a lot of work, and I just really appreciate it. My only comment on this one, and the bottom one, is Gilroy. Gilroy's more of a farming type community, and I was wondering, but I also think it's, what was the population on that one? Like 50,000 or something like that? 59, oh, almost 60,000. I wasn't sure if we could include that with the one below, because that's kind of, yeah, with Hollister. Again, it's gonna, has the ripple effects, but that was my only comment for this one. That was good. Pardon? Oh, oh, okay. And Commissioner Sinai apparently agrees as well, so. And I just wanted to go to page 10. And again, I think this one is one that I might wait until Kennedy, or if Kennedy's gonna take my comments from the assembly and maybe implement it to, do I need to repeat everything, or?
No, we don't need to repeat everything. They've told us.
So can we just see, can I just see that one really quick? On 10. Yeah, Yolo Lake. Can you zoom in on the Yolo County? I was trying to see what parts were included for Yolo. It was a little bit small for my glasses.
Yolo County is actually not included in this visualization.
Oh.
It used to be.
I think that's what threw me off.
Yes, I
Okay.
apologize. It used to be. It is no longer included.
Okay, I'll just wait for Kennedy. Kennedy, I'm coming, and you knew it, but that's okay. I just love you guys. You're doing great. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, thank you, and I also appreciate the architecture. I think it's getting there. For the North Coast region, starting with the Humboldt and going all the way down, I think the question comes back to Lake County. I think Lake County would be better served with Napa, and that's what the community of interest is coming in, if it's possible, and potentially adding Marin to, instead of like adding Marin into the North Coast region, or portions of Marin, especially the coastal portions, and if we need population, moving some of the wine region out of the North Coast district and putting it in with this wine district that we've been trying to create. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I also have a Senate visualization that has almost exactly the configuration you described. So we'll see that later on today.
I think that would be helpful. I think if
tomorrow,
yes,
whenever we
yes.
see that. But yes, noted. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Commissioner Fernandez, I'm sorry, were you finished? You had more?
Yes, I'm sorry. Is that $1 I left my hand on? All right.
Commissioner Yee?
Commissioner Toledo read my mind. So we need not dwell on Lake County. Let's take a look at Oakland. So looking at let's take a look at page 12. So North Kant. So we have Vallejo, Solano, Vallejo, Benicia, and then into Contra Costa County, Lafayette, Orinda, Moraga, and then into West Oakland. That just seems like an odd mix to me. And I'm wondering what would happen if we rotated it counterclockwise. And so take out Oakland, East Oakland there, and then add western Contra Costa County down to San Pablo. So Rodeo, Hercules, so on, down to San Pablo. That would make somewhat more sense to me.
Okay,
maybe. One other comment. So I think, so Oakland, the boundary you're using, I think, from Berkeley down is the city boundary. And we had a comment about this earlier. Actually, I'm wondering if it might be better if we actually use the county boundary there, which is a little bit to the east of the city boundary, and goes through Redwood Regional Park and so forth. The county boundary between Alameda and Contra Costa.
This does use the county boundary. This is the county boundary.
Okay, okay.
This
very good.
little red
Yeah,
line over
I
here.
couldn't quite see. Okay. And that is it. Oh, I did have one more general question. So for the congressional districts, of course, we'll have to get much closer to a zero deviation. And I'm just wondering if the line drawers could give us a little sketch on how that's going to look later in the process. How we're going to do that shaving to get down close to zero.
It's going to be picking is what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Maybe picking more than shaving. So, as we get closer, obviously, we can narrow down the deviations before we start live line drawing, hopefully quite a bit. But that's what we'll do in live line drawing, right? It's just get closer and closer, and then, I don't know, we'll have to confer with your council to see whether your drafts have to be perfectly populated or whether it's okay to have some level of deviation for the Congress. But it's a pretty time-consuming process because you're essentially really literally picking census blocks, having the calculator out sometimes and figuring out, what adds up to deviations of just a few people.
So at that point, we'll need a really detailed sense of neighborhoods, even street by street.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is the problem with equal population. This is a real trade-off because that's where your neighborhoods and your communities of interest go, take the backseat because equal population is your first criterion.
Right. Thank you.
Commissioner Kutagawa, followed by Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I'd like to just ask some questions. Starting with the North Coast map, I noticed that Siskiyou, it looks like is split. Is that correct?
Yes, Siskiyou is split to take the Karuk tribal lands and unite them with the Karuk tribal lands in Humboldt.
I see. Okay. All right. Okay, so clarification on that. Thank you. I was originally going to suggest, putting all of the, like we did with the assembly map, putting all of Siskiyou together with that corner from Humboldt, and then perhaps, would it make sense to add back all of Sonoma so that it's also all in one district? And I don't know if that alone, or is that too many? Does that throw off the population numbers?
I could definitely try it to take out this part of Siskiyou and the part of Humboldt County, which has the Karuk lands. And then since I'll be taking Lake County out of here to take in the rest of, but then there's Marin. I'll take a look at it. I'll figure it out.
I think I only asked because I think some of the community of interest testimony also talked about some of the challenges of getting from Del Norte and Humboldt into Siskiyou, and so just being conscious of that. But I also want to respect the, keeping the tribal lands together. But it seemed like in the assembly visualization, it had less impact, I guess, to just take a portion of that small corner of Humboldt, although they may also disagree too. So. Okay, there's one other one. This is the one that's Concord. I know that these are the trade-offs that you need to make. It's just interesting because I noticed that Concord was included with the Contra Costa Delta communities in the assembly visualizations. But in this particular one, Concord, I'm assuming for population, was removed from the Delta district in this particular case. And then also all of the other remain, communities in Contra Costa, which includes Danville, San Ramon, Dublin, Pleasanton. And perhaps Commissioner Yee or Commissioner Anderson may be able to speak more to this, but my sense was that Concord is very much aligned with the kind of that, that kind of group of cities from Walnut Creek down to San Ramon, Danville, Dublin, Pleasanton. And does that just throw off the numbers? Because it looks like it's minus 4.99, so.
If the commissioners from that area want to comment, because I noticed Concord is in with Martinez and Pacheco in some of those areas. Pleasant Hill. Thoughts?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Yeah, Concord, Walnut Creek, Pleasant Hill, those are all the same. Martinez is sometimes separate because a little further north, a little more, it's hillier. It's not, it isn't as built up. It isn't as, it's a little more rural. But Concord, Pleasant Hill, actually in La Marinda, that whole area, Walnut Creek. I would actually draw the line, Alamo, Danville is the line that I would come separate those. Alamo, Danville, San Ramon, Dublin, Pleasanton, Livermore, that's more of the Tri-Valley.
So perhaps
Tri-City.
Walnut Creek should go with the, I mean, it's already an odd mix already because you got the very affluent La Marinda, Moraga, Orinda, Walnut Creek areas, and then you have it also with, communities like Martinez Vallejo, Benicia, Martinez. Yeah, they're very much industrial, probably more working class. So I know these districts are really big, so these are the, interesting combinations that we'll probably be seeing more of. But, okay, I just wanted to comment on that. I have one more that I wanted to ask about. I'm sorry? Oh, yes.
Are you moving, Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I'm moving on, but it looks like
Okay, right
Commissioner.
before you move. Sure, go ahead.
One of, just sticking to that one, sorry, I can't figure out if to wear my glasses or not wear my glasses. We did get some good visualizations from the community maps that were shared with us. And it was more going around, circling around the bay versus going north and south. And I know that we've got the hill that we want to respect. Is that what you call it, Commissioner Pornashari? Respect the, was it the hill? Well, we don't want to cross that certain line. But if it's possible now to go, to kind of take that middle, the Concord, Clayton, Walnut Creek, going south towards Orinda, and then Martinez and Pittsburgh, Antioch, Benicia, all of going around up there. So it's kind of taking, hopefully I'm making sense. But it's going along the water to the more industrial parts and working class neighborhoods, and then keeping the more affluent middle class neighborhoods together that are in the
And
center.
Where would I add population from up here? So when we did this before, the population you would have to do is split Stockton.
Yeah, because Concord doesn't have enough population, right? If you move Concord south, and then you move the rest of the community around.
If you move Concord south, you would lose Dublin and Pleasanton from here, and then you would have to change 1, 2, 3.
Wait, I'm not, can I?
Concord's 150,000?
Oh, so you're saying if you move Concord into here, well, okay, let's not move Concord into the blue, but then take the blue at the top and keep following the bay towards Crockett. To the left.
That until Vallejo? Or all the way toward, you would like to create a Highway 4 coming across this way?
Yeah. Thank you. I forgot about the 4.
Commissioner Sinai, are you suggesting that we split Pinole, not a city, maybe separate Pinole, El Sobrante, Richmond, El Cerrito, Albany, going that direction?
I thought, yeah, that was like one of the recommendations, when we were looking at, when we had all the community maps, that was one of the ones that both Commissioner Yee and I were like, they took a creative way of looking at that whole area. I'll see if I can find it.
yeah.
But I think Commissioner Fornashari wanted to build on what I was saying.
May I just
Yeah,
ask?
one moment. Oh, go ahead, line drawers.
Yeah, may I just please ask if you can point us to that visualization, because we're just kind of counting up numbers and it doesn't really work in our heads right now.
Okay, and staying on this same area with hands, we do have Commissioner Anderson also that wanted to comment on this area, and maybe others, and then we'll also get to Commissioner, whoever you're referring to. Who'd you say? Fornashari? Commissioner Anderson, did you want to comment on this?
Yes, yes, I do. I do see we need to do a reconstruction of the architecture of the plans in the East Bay, because well, in the green area, I can't remember, I don't know what that one's called. Basically, there is the West Contra Costa School District, and that consists of El Cerrito, Richmond, San Pablo, Pinole, Hercules, and a bunch of unincorporated areas, which are El Sobrante, Terra Hills South. So that area, and Kensington, that is the school district. So I'd like to keep that area together. And then north of that, I would like to do with what Commissioner Sinai was talking about. So if we look back at the map, essentially just above Pinole, we would cut that and go across the 4, Martinez, don't put Concord in it, Bay Point, Pittsburgh, Antioch, all the way out to Byron, Discovery Bay, that whole area. If you want to include Vallejo and Benicia in that to make population, I would do that. So coming down in the green, Kensington goes back in. We've cut some population out. I think we need to actually, if we want to keep the city of Oakland together, we cut, Alameda, it's a little tricky in there in terms of population, dropping this down a little bit, because you can't put Oakland with Orinda, Moraga, Lafayette. They have nothing in common. School districts are different. Where they shop, there's a whole ridge of mountains there, and you can only go up and over a few times, but you certainly don't do that for shopping. You certainly don't do that for schools, for where you get your groceries, none of that sort of thing. And then I would, since you've chopped a bunch of the blue area, then continue down, gathering from Concord, Pleasant Hill, La Marinda, probably down, I don't know, population-wise, down to Alamo to get enough of what you've gotten. And then from, if you have to cut, from Danville going south to include Livermore, to grab more population in that area. So I would do a total reconstruction there. And if you need to cut into the greater ed to get population, I would do that, and it would end up shifting around the bay, because I think we've broken up a lot of, while this looks nice, it sort of fits, we've broken up a lot of communities and who are similar interests, similar economic status. We've kind of mixed them all up here, and I really think we need to do some reconstruction. So, thank you.
Are there any other comments on this particular area? Commissioner Fornashari, Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, my comments would be fairly similar to Commissioner Anderson's comments. My thought was to just shift things north along the East Bay and trying to keep, trying to respect that ridgeline as best you can. I think this, I'm not a fan of this Scalara Tracy thing, not a fan. And I know that, you've got population issues, but I'm kind of hoping if you can shift everything to the north, then you can mess around from Contra Costa County down through eastern Alameda County, and hopefully make it work. I just want to point out one thing. We heard an awful lot of testimony from the Tri-Valley. as a community of interest. And we do not respect that community of interest in any of our maps at this point. So I'd like to see us see if we can work on that. The Tri-Valley is Livermore, Pleasanton, Dublin, San Ramon, and Danville, and the unincorporated areas.
Commissioner Toledo, you wanted to comment on that same area?
Yes, same area. Just, I have serious concerns about splitting Oakland, especially with the feedback we received from the Black Census and Redistricting Hub. And they did provide some visualizations that might be helpful in thinking through some of these issues, as well as Equality California rather, especially around the East Bay area and the LGBT interests as well. So those are, I think thinking through those things as well. And I concur with Commissioner Fornishari and Anderson on their comments as well. Thank you.
Israel, are you going same area? Yes, please. Commissioner Ahmad.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. What was the phrase you used? Additive, but not repetitive.
Yes, please.
Agreed with Commissioner Toledo's comments.
Awesome. Commissioner Kutagawa, we're back to you.
Thank you. Wow. I just wanted to comment on how that looked. Okay. Actually, Commissioner Fornishari mentioned it, the Scalera Tracy. I wanted to just clarify a question on that one. Going from Livermore Tracy all the way down to Santa Clara does seem rather odd, and I do want to, I guess, clarify or ask, why. I know that we've gotten mixed testimony around San Joaquin, but there has been quite a bit of COI testimony about trying to, with the exception of Mountain House and Tracy that did not receive any love, to keep San Joaquin together as much as possible. Is there, I guess, is there a reason why instead of going south down to Santa Clara, why we couldn't go east into San Joaquin and/or I know Stanislaw has also really asked to be kept together as much as possible. So,
the reasoning was that Mountain House and Tracy actually did get a lot of love from Livermore, and they said to go east along the 580 and keep them together with this area of eastern Alameda County. The second reason is that this visualization goes all the way down. There's no one who lives here, this entire area. So if you want to take any more southern population, then you are coming into San Benito County.
we can't just go east and, or do we have to go too far east to get the population that's needed?
From if you were to trade out Mountain House?
No, if you were to take that, even if you were, well, I don't know, with some of the changes that were just suggested, that may just, really reframe the calculus that you have to look at in terms of the population numbers for this Scalera Tracy visualization. But I am just wondering, I mean, I know that you got love from Livermore on this, but can you go eastward instead of going southward? Because going eastward seems like it would make more sense than going south. They're very different communities, and I guess to use Commissioner Anderson's words, you're mixing up a lot of different communities that don't necessarily go together. So. I think the line drawers want to make a comment.
Yes, Karen.
Thank you so much for all of that input. We have some clarifications, please. So we may need some prioritization here because we heard some things that may not all work together. So if we could just ask those, that'd be great.
Yes, thank you for all of your ideas, and I would love to use as many of them as possible, and so I want to repeat them to make sure that I got them, and I would love your ideas about what priorities to keep together first. So, for example, the Livermore, Pleasanton, Dublin, up to San Ramon, Tri-Valley area was one that was discussed, which this area can be started there if that is your priority. Keeping Oakland whole was also discussed, which could be started there if that is your priority. Another idea was to rotate out this section of Oakland on the east and take western Contra Costa County, which was a third. And then another was to create a visualization that goes along Highway 4, but does not take Concord into Pittsburgh, Bethel Island, and may require either some of Stockton or some of Solano to make that population. So if I could get a priority, like Tamina, start with this and try this one, then I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
So Tamina, I'll interject. Let your last priority be splitting Stockton into that area we've received. So we'll start there and work backwards. And then also, I wanted to, as you're trying to get clarification, I wanted to understand too, when you talked about Oakland, I think that was pivoting Oakland, I forget who. Commissioner Yee. So Hercules, Pinole, can you name the cities, what that pivot looks like?
I suggested going down to the border of San Pablo, but it just depends on population. But I'm also mindful of Commissioner Anderson's comment about the school district there, which is a big deal too. So, not sure how to untangle that knot.
Could I do have an idea if I speak up. I would like to start with the Western Contra Costa School District and go south, respecting the ridgeline. And usually, unfortunately, that does tend to cause a split in Oakland, and then from there continue south, respecting the ridgeline. Because usually you have parts of San Leandro, the Castro Valley, because those are areas you really can't tell when you're going from one area to the next area. And it also has a lot of different different populations of immigrants who are all very, they shop in each other's areas, and it's all sort of continuous. I would go that way first, and then going, so that would, I would say, following, respecting the ridgeline. That will enable you to do the Tri-City, and going across the top of 4, I would also keep, but again, not including the Western Contra Costa School District, and going across that way. And then when you're saying, well, where do we get the population from if we take out Livermore, Tracy, Gilroy?
So another one to put into the priority list would be great. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy, are you weighing in on this conversation? Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I think what I was imagining in my mind's eye was that Pittsburgh, Antioch, Bethel Island, Discovery Bay, Byron, et cetera, would be in a more Delta-focused district, and that Walnut Creek to Sunol and Pleasanton to Tracy would be in a district.
I like that.
Just kind of as far as communities of interest would make more sense to me. Just wanted to toss that in there. Thank you.
I'll be your +1 there. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yes, can I move on to the next?
Before we move, Tamina, I'm not certain I heard priorities. Are you good with that?
I heard no priorities, Chair. If you would please restate them, I'd appreciate it.
Exactly. Commissioner Kennedy, and then we'll go back around again.
You wanted me to restate what I said?
Yes, and then have commissioners respond to that, because there was a couple of head nods, but I'm not certain if we got it all the way around.
Okay, so what I was imagining in my mind's eye was something that would start in Pittsburgh or Antioch, and go to Bethel Island, Discovery Bay, Byron, and then cross the San Joaquin County line, Sacramento County line, Yolo County line, just to come up with a Delta-focused district and then would have from Walnut Creek to Suno or wherever on that corridor, along with Pleasanton to Tracy on that corridor together in a district. So basically splitting what is currently the Concord TR, the blue district, and taking that in two different directions. One being a Delta-focused community of interest, and one being the Tracy to Pleasanton and Walnut Creek to Sunol and wherever.
Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, for me, I think my first priority, and it's maybe similar, is to keep the Oakland area whole, and then it would be this secondarily this what I see as Richmond. It's it's Vallejo across to the Delta, the northern area that Commissioner Kennedy is talking about. And then keeping the Tri-City community whole as was presented by the community of interest area. So 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure if my colleagues agree, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
I like it. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I would also support those priorities as well too. And hopefully some of the other suggestions, perhaps it would be that East Bay kind of urban, suburban, rural, semi-rural kind of, I think they talked about equestrian pursuits and other things like that could include, that other remainder of maybe Concord or Walnut Creek. I don't know if it's going to be too much, but I trust that the line drawers will do it.
So before you move, let me just do a quick poll. Commissioners Sadwani, Yee, were you still wanting to comment on this area? You have other areas? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Yee, I hear. I didn't see Sadwani or even Anderson. Commissioner Yee?
Yes, I support Commissioner Toledo's priorities. Also, it's a Tri-City, I think Tri-Valley. That is the Tri-Valley area. Tri-City, I think, is Fremont, Newark, Union City.
Okay. Commissioner Okutagawa, you want to finish or go to your next area?
I don't know if Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Sadwani also wanted
I
to.
asked, they did not respond.
No, mine is for this area.
Oh, it is? Okay, I didn't see your head nod or move or anything different. Commissioner Anderson, you too? Okay, then you're ahead of Commissioner Sadwani. So Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Sadwani, I apologize. Please go.
Thank you. I unfortunately don't quite agree with Commissioner Toledo. And while yes, I'd like to keep, I like the idea of keeping Oakland whole. Because of where it is, then you have created other districts which don't fit. Western Contra Costa School District is not at all like Eastern Contra Costa. And if you put that area, and if you cut, like say, say Emeryville, Oakland, then Berkeley, Albany, Kensington up north goes where? It doesn't. Where we've usually had, again, this is historically, you do tend to go from the Western Contra Costa, respecting the East Bay Hills, going south. It does put a line usually somewhere in South Oakland or East Oakland that goes with San Leandro and San Lorenzo. And that's something where it's often been. And it's the reason why these areas have a lot in common is because of it's all the water issues. You also have your East Bay mud goes up and down this district. It's the transportation corridor all the way because the I-80 goes through Emeryville. That's where they call it the 5 lanes from hell. It starts from Concord and goes not Concord from Panola on down into Oakland, Emeryville and Oakland. And if we separate those, so then you're going to start to put parts of then you're going over the hill. You're going over the East Bay Hills, which are completely, and if we've heard anything from parts of the public testimony, it's Orinda, Moraga has nothing to do with Berkeley and Emeryville and Oakland. So I think we could do, the priority would be respect the hills, going western Contra Costa south. And then I do like Commissioner Kennedy's idea, if we want to go Martinez, Vallejo, Benicia, Martinez, and Antioch, going out for a delta area. And then I also agree with Commissioner Kennedy going south from the Concord, Pleasant Hill, all the way down to Sunol. I totally agree with that. So I'd like to see that as the priorities. Thank you.
Okay, so you have two different priorities to explore. Commissioner Satwani?
Yeah, this is in support of Commissioner Toledo's comments, and I actually don't think they're completely opposed to what Commissioner Anderson is saying, unless I'm misunderstanding the area. But I think having Oakland serve as that anchor and heading northwards towards Berkeley and Emeryville as kind of an anchoring district for this Bay Area region and the East Bay, and then pulling out Richmond, Vallejo, and across. I know the line drawers had asked for an example or a page number. Black Census and Redistricting Hub had considered something similar to this on page 126 of their report. So we just wanted to offer that as something that we can think through. Thank you.
Commissioner Sinai? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Fornashari, then Commissioner Sinai.
I was going to say what Commissioner Sadwani said, so thank you.
Perfect. Commissioner Sinai?
And I support the two priors and Commissioner Toledo.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Okay, next map I'd like to move on to is the greater, I think it's the San Mateo one. I think this one also poses a similar challenge. The inclusion of Santa Cruz in this is just a little, I mean, I see that it's a coastal district, but you also have included, again, very different communities in the northern part, the southern part of San Francisco into Daly City, Burlingame, San Mateo, all of those cities up at that northern tip, and then you go down into Santa Cruz. And again, along the coastline, some very different communities. I think if you were, one way to look at it is if it excluded the South San Francisco and San Mateo county areas, then it might make sense. But right now, again, very different communities. And I think I'm just trying to understand what some other options might be in this, whether or not it's to remove Santa Cruz, although, I know it's going to throw off the populations, but I'm just wanted to point that out. I don't know if others wanted to comment on that. I just have.
I do. Can you drill down? And where's Pajara Dunes? Is that it right now with Santa Cruz in this district?
Yeah, when she presented it, it included all of Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
Pajaro Dunes is in the pink area over here. This is the Santa Cruz County line.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant the city of Santa Cruz, not the county.
Sorry, city of Santa Cruz is up here and is whole in the blue area.
Could you go back up towards the San Mateo area where it's Redwood City? I guess the question I would have is, I mean, it's not going to be ideal, and we can discuss other alternatives, but I do wonder if we were to take that northern area that included the San Mateo County, go into Redwood City, Menlo Park, East Palo Alto, would that give enough population to have the right to meet the standard deviation that would be needed for a congressional district, or if needed, could we pick up more of the cities up in that area, like Atherton, for example? It's not ideal, but even like.
I can definitely try that. And then Santa Cruz, you would like to put with this area?
Yes, because I think they have more, at least, I know that 17 Highway 17, I know that there's a lot of travel in between. I know some of the tech folks that work in the valley also live at least, some might live in that Scotts Valley area too. So it just seems like it just makes more sense to group that together than that entire, I mean, I know the coastline issue too, but I don't think it makes sense given that northern part. And I guess I would just say maybe use your discretion as to where you would cut off, that northern coastline part. Does that make sense, or is that clear?
Yes, I'm not exactly sure where that line would be, but I will take a look.
Yeah, because you would know the population number, so I don't want to just say it should be this. Okay. Chair?
Yes.
Should I move on, or?
Please move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Last one. I just want to comment about Ventura. And on that particular one, I did see community of interest testimony that spoke to Westlake Village, Agoura Hills, and Calabasas all being very intertwined cities and regions. And so that would be my only ask is if we were to add Calabasas, given that it's a minus 3.48% deviation, would it tip it over too much? I tried to look up the population number. I don't think I found it, unless I wasn't looking correctly. Oh, it's 23,000. Yeah, so it actually would bring it closer to the right number. Calabasas is 23,280 population. So my direction is, I'd like to see that added. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you. Commissioners, I don't see any other hands. We're going to prepare, we have 5 minutes to transition to Kennedy for our next region, and we are scheduled for a 15-minute break at 4:30, required break.
Would you like to take your 15 now, Chair?
Yeah, absolutely, if we can do that, if we can take it
Sure.
early.
Sounds good.
Okay, so back at 4:40. Thank you so much, and thank you again to all of Californians that are calling in and participating with us in this process. I do want to let you know I am hearing those that have elected not to use the system and the tool that is available, and want to let you know that we are going to open today for public comment in the middle of this agenda item, just for those that is waiting to get through and have comment on us. So we're going to continue this conversation around congressional lines through 5:30, at which time we're going to stop and open it up for public comment. And we will close lines at 6 o'clock. So if you get into the queue before 6 o'clock, we will take your public comment tonight. So we will take your public comment through and answer everyone that's in the queue that we can get to. So lines will open. I was being a mysterious caller without my video on, sorry. So we are going to open for public comment. We're going to talk about congressional lines just a little bit more, and hopefully, maybe it can happen. We can get through the end of them by 5:30, but at 5:30 we will start taking public comment. Okay, so at this point, we are now in the hands, Kennedy.
One moment as we get those page numbers so we make sure everyone's on track. Okay. Hello, Commission, Day 2. We are going to be starting on page 26 of the handout with the NorCal visualization. This is not moving. So, to begin in the north, we do have this part of Siskiyou cut off at about Eureka. I'll zoom in so that Wairika, so you can see there, keeping the Crook tribe together. Last time we were told to, that's why you're seeing different variations, to either have this portion of Humboldt taken out to keep the Crook tribe together, and we were just exploring the possibilities, and this one worked, splitting Siskiyou in half here, and that is why we did it that way, to keep the deviations at a good place. So here we have this part of Siskiyou, Modoc, Shasta, Lassen, Plumas, Butte, Tehama, Glen, Colusa, and down into Yolo without West Sacramento. This does separate Sutter and Yuba from Butte, but given feedback from yesterday, that is also something that you would like to see. Now we will be moving on to page 28, this ECA Eastern California visualization. So here we do, starting in the north, we have Sutter and Yuba kept together. We have Sierra Nevada, Placer, and El Dorado kept together as well. Placer does have a split within the county, separating Lincoln, Sheridan, Granite Bay, Loomis, Newcastle, Auburn, and North Auburn from Roseville and Rockland. And then moving down, we have Mono and Inyo kept together and being populated by these counties in the north rather than to the south. And the counties, those counties would be Nevada, Placer, and El Dorado, giving population down this way to Mono and Inyo. Now we will be moving on to page 30 into West Placer and Sacramento. Here we have Rockland and Roseville kept together in Placer. And then coming into Sacramento, we have Folsom, Gold River, Fair Oaks, Orangevale, Citrus Heights, Arden Arcade, Carmichael, McClellan Park, North Highlands, Foothill Farms, Antelope, and Rio Linda. Now we will be moving on to page 31, which is this West Sac Sacramento visualization. Starting at the top, we have Alaverda. We add West Sacramento, the entirety of West Sacramento, and the entirety of Sacramento is in this visualization. It has no splits. We also have Rancho Cordova, Mather, La Riviera, Rosemont, Fruit Ridge Pocket, Lemon Hill, Parkway, and Florin. Now we have page 32, South Sacramento, North San Joaquin. So here we have Elk Grove in Sacramento and Vineyard, Wilton, Rancho Murrieta, Galt, down to Lodi, and we keep Stockton whole, as well as incorporating the Rio, the Delta community and the school district, although it does not go into YOLO to take Clarksburg, but keeps down in this tail of Sacramento of Walnut Grove, Isleton, and Rio Vista. Now we are moving on to page 34. And moving into Stanislaus, which is kept whole, and then includes Lathrop, Manteca from San Joaquin, Ripon, Escalon. Moving north, we have the eastern San Joaquin farming cities as well, Farmington up to Dogtown. Now we are moving on to page 35, Merced to Fresno. We have a split in Merced. However, we keep Merced whole, again, Atwater, Chowchilla, Fairmead, Madera, and then moving into Fresno. I'll zoom in so you can see that old fig garden west of 99 to the north in Fresno is kept together. Now we're moving on to page 36, and we have Merced to Kern. So this takes this western part of Merced with Los Banos and Dos Palos. Then we have from Firebaugh, Mendota, Biola, and Kerman are within this Merced to Kern visualization. We keep Kings County whole, and then we go down into West Bakersfield, not splitting Shafter, keeping towns of La Cresta, Benton Park, Cottonwood, Hillcrest, Potomac Park, Fairfax, down to Arvin together. And these in yellow are the VRA consideration districts. And so this one that I just went over, Merced to Kern, is a VRA consideration district. Now we will be moving on to page 37, which is Fresno to Tulare. And we'll move in here to see West Park, Southwest Fresno, and Sunnyside down to Selma are kept together, as well as other farming towns of Carruthers, Kingsburg, Fowler, Delray, Sanger, and Reedley and Orange Cove. These are all kept together in this visualization. And into Tulare, it is split, but keeps Visalia, Tulare, Porterville whole. Now our final one is on page 38. And this is Tulare to Kern. My apologies, Tuolumne to Kern. And this, I went back and forth of having it in this Eastern California one or having it in this one, Tuolumne to Kern. I did find that we have Yosemite National Park being kept together when these two counties are together, and this corner of Tuolumne and Mariposa to the eastern corner, there are parts of Yosemite in there as well. So keeping that together is my reason for having Tuolumne in this one. That has Tuolumne down to Kern. And then we have population from, I'll zoom into Fresno, population from northeast Fresno and Clovis. And then population from what is in Bakersfield in this area, the Lake Isabella, Ridgecrest, and this part of Kern that is not with the VRA district whole. And that is all.
Thank you, Kennedy. Commissioners, now we'll have an opportunity to comment on the congressional maps that Kennedy just presented. I see Commissioners Fernandez and Anderson.
Okay. So on 26 Kennedy, that is the Norca. If you can please drill down to the YOLO end of it, please. I wanted to look at it a little bit closer. Okay, so I've already given these comments, so I don't know for the assembly, so I'm not sure if you're going to take them, but I want that blue area to go all the way down to Rio Vista and include Dixon, and that population isn't that much, but it'll probably be enough to throw you over. So again, want it more with the rural agricultural areas, and again, Rio Vista is part of Solano as well. So I'd like to kind of keep that, yeah, there to Rio Vista, and then I can't remember what you had. So you're going to go into the purple as well, all the way from Rio to Clarksburg into the blue. So that's my only so that's going to affect other maps, so I'm not going to talk about the other maps. Is that okay, Kennedy? Cool, okay. So then the next one would be 28, and that is the ECA. And I just need to look at it a little bit closer because where is that one? Can you drill into that one for me, please?
Yes, would you like it in the north drill?
Oh, wait,
closer
which
to
one
the
is
north?
this one?
In
I'm sorry.
ECA?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. So similar to the comments with Assembly from Sierra all the way to the end of Inyo is a 6-hour drive. And I realize there's other considerations with mountain ranges, and I'm just trying to figure out how to not make it so long. I was thinking maybe east, maybe go Tuolumne, Mariposa, but then you'd have to do Inyo with Tulare and Fresno. I would really appreciate if you could try to work with that. That's probably not enough information, but it's kind of a guidance. Okay, thank you. And then number 30. I need to look at that one real quick too. That one is the W plaster sack. Okay, so I'm looking, let me see. What was I saying here? I had my notes here. What I was thinking possibly is trying to rework this visualization with, is it the next one? I can't remember. But I was thinking of the Folsom and then Rancho Murrieta, which is right below it, if that could go with the El Dorado Hills. And yes. And so we'd take that out, and then we would bring in, let me think, can you move back up a little bit? Thank you, sorry about that. It'd be with the Granite Bay. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. And if you move, I'm sorry, can you move down real quick? I'm taking you all over the place. And so this takes it all the way, I think I'm okay with the rest of it. And then I'm warming up, is that the new thing that we're saying, to 31, that's your West Sac to Sac. And I'm warming up to that idea because it does include West Sac, but it also includes all of the rest of Sacramento, right? Okay, so I'm warming up to that. I'm a little concerned with Vineyard and Elk Grove. Elk Grove, I did want to be included with Sacramento. There is a high Asian American community that also is linked to like the Greenhaven, Lemon Hill area. So I'm going to see what the numbers look like once you make those changes or work with it. And I think that was it because 32 would be impacted by my very first comment, so I'm not going to repeat that. Thank you.
Kennedy, any clarifying questions?
No, those were good. Thank you.
Beautiful. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking at that ECA, and specifically right at the top, actually, I'd still want to put Lincoln in with Rockland, and which would take it out of the ECA, but it's about 70,000 people or so, and 72 or so. If you take Lincoln out and put it with the Placer, and considering how Commissioner Fernandez is trying to rework a bit of that, it might fit. And then go down, because then you've taken 70,000 or so out of ECA. If you pop down I'd like to add in Tuolumne and Mariposa County, and that's 70,000 people. So it shows the difference here, one city versus two counties. And the reason why I want to put those in is because Calaveras and Tuolumne are, and then Mariposa, but Calaveras and Tuolumne are the heart of the gold country. They have newspapers together, they have radio stations together. Their tourist board is back and forth. Sonora, Angels Camp, all of these cities and towns work together. They are the same community. And to separate that it would cause a lot of problems for them. The only issue I see here now is then the Tulare Kern then would need about 50,000 more people. And I don't know if we could get that out of our VRA or like somewhere, I don't know how those numbers are. Sometimes it sounds 50,000 is huge and sometimes 50,000 is not that many. So I'd be very open to where, we could get a little bit more to make that happen. Because I said Tuolumne and Mariposa, and up to Amador, Calaveras and Amador, they're all sister counties.
I have just a question for you. Is it imperative to you that Tuolumne and Mariposa stay together? Or is it more Calaveras and Tuolumne if there was a choice?
It's Calaveras and Tuolumne, but then Mariposa is only 17,000. So Tuolumne is the bigger county. So I think you have the same problem either way. But Calaveras and Tuolumne, absolutely. I prefer all, with Mariposa as well. And as I said, it's only 17,000. So if you're able to solve the 50,000 with Tuolumne, you probably, you're probably okay. But yes, Calaveras and Tuolumne definitely need to be together, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes, on the same district, I just wanted to comment that although the north-south orientation is, of course, crazy amount of distance, crazy amount of distance from Sierra all the way down to the bottom of Inyo, the testimony we heard was that at least that is accessible, whereas east-west is not accessible at all during the winter months. So even though it looks shorter on the map, it's even worse. So that's one point in favor of keeping the north-south orientation.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Taylor?
Good afternoon. If I can ask the fellow commissioners a favor so you can drag me along. When we're making some of our choices and changes, can we provide a little bit more context as to why? So it doesn't seem like it's a capricious decision or a personal preference, but rather it's based on our criterion or population, something of the sort, so that we know why the changes are being made or what your line of reasoning is. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. And to help with that, again, we have staff that's standing by. Occasionally we'll hear something and we're like, no, I want to hold on to this. And There's something I remember and not quite. I remember reading in some of the 6,000 testimonies that we've heard. If that's the case, then let's just ask staff to give us a high-level overview of what they've heard to see if that helps us know why we're trying to hold on to something. And if not, then perhaps we can begin to make some concession based on what's needed for our maps and our numbers. I just wanted to make a general, put my hand up to make a general comment. And it's one of those things that's noise in my mind, so I'll say out loud. When we're trying to create districts from a geography standpoint of what is accessible, I just want to name aloud that my experience is the greater number of Californians do not drive to their elected official's office. And so I almost feel like that's a fallacy that we keep operating behind. They don't drive to the places. Very few people actually show up. And when they do, it's only for certain occasions, a couple of times a year. So it seems like a lot of our conversations is being decided around what's easily accessible to elected officials. And some of that is an elected official issue as to whether or not they make themselves, whoever they may be, accessible to the people that they represent and showing up in their area. So I just wanted to name that as a general conversation for our last few days, and as we go forward, to consider, is that really something that should be a priority as we're trying to design these districts? Something certainly to be aware of. I've mentioned it another way in stating that something that has long mileage is not necessarily synonymous with time, because there are short distances that also take a long time to get there. So just wanting to name that for the good of the ecosystem, for everyone all the way around. My thoughts. Commissioner Taylor, you have more?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Ooh, almost pushed the wrong button there again. I think I just want, I mean, I guess this is one of those, I don't know if there's anything that could be done about it. You know, Sutter, Yuba, and Butte have been very clear about, you know, their regional cooperation, and it's a little odd to have them in this kind of what I guess I would call the Eastern Sierra, excuse me, COI, or not COI, but this visualization. I was trying to look at some of the other maps, like if you were to move that out, like what would be then the impacts to it. Unfortunately, not as much flexibility I saw. So I just wanted to ask this question, given what Commissioner Fernandez just also asked about, would that rework your population numbers in a different way, or does that increase the numbers? Like I'm thinking, like if you were to remove Yolo County, and if you added in, I think Yuba and Butte, and I do understand that Butte is rather large. I was really surprised to see how large it was. I thought it was but it has quite a bit of population, I know, and it's probably not going to make up for YOLO. I mean, it would probably way overtake YOLO.
They're about the same.
They're about the same?
Yeah, YOLO and Butte are
About the same?
population.
Okay.
If you just do counties.
I was just trying to think about that, and I do agree with what Commissioner Turner said about, you know, the, you know, most people not driving to their elected officials' offices, but there are people who do want to see them, and, you know, unfortunately, sometimes maybe some of them don't get out quite as much as their constituents would like to see, and I think that's what we've been hearing a lot, is that there's a belief that if their districts were a little bit more concentrated, they might perhaps see their elected officials a little bit more, but I don't know. You know, I think it ultimately depends on who they choose to elect. But with that said, I also want to support what Commissioner Anderson was asking about with the inclusion of Mariposa and Tuolumne, and I think they all see themselves in fairly, you know, cohesive ways, although probably there's still somewhat of a split between the southern eastern Sierra counties and the northern eastern Sierra counties, but I think because of the access issues, I think they all want to be together. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping you could ask staff to look at what we have regarding Trinity. I was just reading one of the comments we received, and they made us aware that Trinity, Shasta, and Tehama, thank you, are all in the same community college district, and it would be, and I felt like we have gotten different, anyway, if you could just ask staff what we know about Trinity, that would be great.
Thank you. Jose, is it you?
Hi, commissioners. Yes, I can see that input Trinity has given. That's not my area that I cover, but I will do my best to look up.
Okay, and while you're, just flag us when you are ready, Jose. I'll move on. Do you have others? Commissioner Kutagawa, was that Commissioner Kutagawa? Okay, Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was about back, the reasons why I might have, maybe I was a little quick on why I was saying the items that I was talking about. And when I was talking about removing Rockland, then it occurred back to me this is from the ECA. And I do agree that with Commissioner Kutagawa, Yuba and Sutter are a little unusual to have because those, while they do also have water issues and into the mountains, they are more rural and farming with Butte. And I was thinking if those were removed and did some little bit partial of YOLO, went down to the Delta community we're trying to draw. If we added, rather than taking Lincoln out, if we added all of Placer County, and I think population-wise, that might be a trade-off. And the reason, and so that's why I was thinking for, one, to keep the entire county together. But then what I wanted to say about this, because it keeps on coming up about distance, Mono, Inyo, up to the Gold Country. And it's not distance that their issue. It is it's the Sierras. They have the fire issues. They have the water issues in terms of, also it's a recreational area. It's the economic driver of this area. And the reason why Inyo and Mono have more in common, want to go up with Alpine as opposed to over the crest, is because Fresno and Tulare, while they also have some mountainous areas and things, they also have large sections of the valley. And the people who tend to run everything with Fresno and Tulare are more valley focused, where Inyo, Mono, and that's why they really have a lot in common with Mariposa, Tuolumne, Calaveras going north. And it's the fire district area. It's an economic interest. And particularly, again, most of these areas have huge numbers of land in their county, which does not belong to the county. And so that's an item that at a congressional level is big. And that's why I'd kind of like to see these counties be together in a congressional district for their economic reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fornashari.
So just a process thought I would like to offer. Our mappers are working real hard here and have brought us something that, and this is a challenging problem. But, I'm going to pick on Commissioner Anderson here a little bit. You just suggested adding 100,000 people to the red district without a way to map through probably 6 districts to get back to, even. And
no, I did take out about the same amount that I
Well,
Hold.
you suggested adding all of Placer County and Tuolumne and,
And taking out Yuba and Sutter.
oh, I guess I missed that part. I apologize. But, I mean, in general, that was one example I missed. I apologize. But there have been other examples, and I just, I think we need to, I know we're still at a high level here, but I hope this helps. But if we can kind of try to close the loop as we're taking people out, where are we going to get those people back?
Thank you. I am going to respond because that is something I'm always trying to do. Again, I took areas out, put areas in, and I know, again, then where does the area, where do we take areas out of the NORCA? And it would be from YOLO, so we can rearrange. We're still trying to draw that delta area. So it can grab do a little rearranging in the Sacramento area, which Commissioner Fernandez was also hoping to maybe do a little rearranging in. And so that's where, that was the only nebulous thing that I wasn't specifically say, okay, take it out from here and rearrange that. But I try to do that because I know how hard it is for the poor line drawers. And so, thank you.
Chair.
Yes. You got it?
Yes,
Thank you.
I have some input available for you all. And Ashley is here to jump in too, but the communities of Shasta, Trinity Glen, Tehima, and Lake, we receive a handful of input where they would want to be placed together for, and one of their concern is the coastal natural resources, higher education, farming, fishing, sustainable forestry, and they consider themselves small independent communities. And they respect the boundaries of the Trinity River, which is brought up in a handful of community input. Ashley, do you want to jump in?
Yes, I will just add that I have also seen some COI input suggesting to put Trinity with Shasta and Tehima because they share a community college district. However, we've also gotten COI input that watersheds from Trinity lead into Del Norte and Humboldt County. So I've seen both.
Thank you.
And I forget, oh, that was you, Commissioner Sinai? Okay, thank you. I just have questions. Can you just name for me, I was trying to keep up with hands, how many splits are there in Fresno County? And where are they?
So here we have 4 splits in Fresno. The first one is in the VRA district, which on this line, I'll follow it here, does not include Raisin City, but takes in Kerman and Biola to the west. And then we have our second one that goes into Tulare, keeping the southwest of Fresno, West Park, over to Selma, and these farming communities of Reedley, Sanger, Delray, Fowler, Easton, Carruthers, over to Orange Cove together into Tulare. And then we have our third one moving into the city of Fresno, which includes Old Fig Garden, northwest of the 99, and keeps that community together and separate from our last split, the fourth, which keeps northeast Fresno and Clovis together, with the eastern part of Fresno going out to the mountains.
Okay, so there's a 4-way split for the county, and Fresno itself, Fresno City is whole?
Yes.
Okay, great. I don't have any direction. I wanted to see that, and I'll follow up with it later. Also, can you show me San Joaquin County and how many splits are in San Joaquin County? And wait, before you pass it, I think Merced is Merced still split?
Yes, Merced is split in 2. No city splits, but the county is split.
Okay, and then keep going up, please.
And then in San Joaquin, we have 3. We have this upper western corner keeping Stockton, Lodi together. Then we have this third one that makes kind of a backwards L shape, keeping Lathrop, Manteca, and the eastern farming communities together. And then the third comes from taking Mountain House and Tracy out of San Joaquin and districting it to the west.
Okay. Kennedy, do we currently have any of the Central Valley counties whole? Or in with?
Stanislaus is whole.
Okay. Okay. Once we get into live line drawing, I'd like to come back to some of these areas and see what we can do to not have them split so many different times. Thank you. Commissioner Sinai and then Commissioner Kutagawa.
So I asked about Trinity just because staff kind of confirmed what I was feeling, is that Trinity, if we need, it's only 16,000, I understand that, but if you need some wiggle room at some place, Trinity can either go with the coast or go inland, depending. I still believe that as much as that Siskiyou, if we can keep it all together, it would be ideal. And then on the splits, this is something I've been thinking about for a long time. It's been really easy for us to say, keep counties together, keep keep little cities together and stuff. But we are going to have to do splits at some time, and ideally, in my mind, sometimes a 50-50 split is, a county, instead of just taking some for population, it feels better if 2 counties kind of are 50-50, they're sharing that. And so I know you would have loved to hear this last 2 weeks ago versus hearing it now, but we're learning. So I just wanted us to think about, we are going to have to split. There's no way around splitting it because the sizes, the different, and so we may want to start thinking more, how do we creatively want to move lines so the splits are shared among 2 counties? I agree. I think, well, San Diego County split so many times, but it's a huge county, so it's never really occurred to me that it wouldn't be split. But just that idea of if it's going to be between Orange County and San Diego, how do we make it so it's 50-50? So just thinking about that. Others may have other ideas, but just it's time for us to stop. We were saying don't split, and that was great for visualization, but now we're getting closer and closer to reality. So now we need to think, okay, if we split, this is what I'd like to see.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai, which is exactly why I just lifted that in the air, because what I don't want is by the time we get to the Central California area, we're splitting counties 3, 4, and 5 times to keep other surrounding counties whole. And so I named that, don't have a specific direction now, but I will want to come back to this as we move forward. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, and I guess on that note, speaking about the Central Valley, if I can ask everyone, I'd like to go to page 38, which is the Tuolumne-Kern visualization. And I know we spoke about this in relation to the assembly map, and I knew that it was going to be challenging to do because of the numbers, but first off, I want to just ask a question maybe for clarification and understanding. That is a potential VRA district. I see that it's in bright yellow, but we do have significant COI testimony, really saying that 3 Rivers is part of Visalia. If we were to try to grab that in, I know we're kind of slightly over, is there other adjustments, that can be made and I'm asking this only because it's a VRA district, and I'm a little concerned about saying, can we just take this part away? But if we were to grab Three Rivers, and I think I try to look up the actual city numbers on that one, but I don't see it showing up. One, would it throw off the standard deviation so much that we would have to find somewhere else to perhaps move? Secondly, would it throw off the VRA, the potential VRA consideration? Okay, all right.
And I was, in those meetings, and I heard everyone from Three Rivers, and it hurts to split that COI. And that's why in the Senate, they are kept together. It is, it does drop the CVAP.
Okay, that, I just wanted to ask that for clarification, because, yeah, when I read those, I'm like, can we find a way? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Yee and Fernandez.
Yes, just a quick note about Fresno. I believe the current visualization actually does split the city of Fresno a little bit. The northeastern part of it, a little bit to the right of Highway 41 to Clovis. I think that's part of Fresno also, so that part is split.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to go to public comment in 7 minutes. Commissioners, Commissioner Kutagawa, you have more? Okay, anything else on this map before we move to our Los Angeles area? Okay. Jamie? Commissioner Sidwani, quit playing.
I know we're about to go to public comment. I feel like it would be helpful maybe to do that rather than moving on and kind of leave Los Angeles for tomorrow. And I think it would mentally, I think, be a better break for me. I feel like I have additional thoughts on the Central Valley region, and I'm looking forward to the public comment on it.
Okay, so we'll take. Okay, so we'll get ready to go to public comment. Please, we want to remind the community that our lines will close at 6 o'clock, but indeed we will take everyone that is in queue before 6 o'clock. I do see hands up and people lined up and prepared. Excited about that. We have natural break. We'll let you know that we are required to take, and I'm not being a good steward over the break times, Christian, so if you'll remind me.
Our next break is at 6:10, Chair.
Okay, so, yep, so it'll be after the lines are closed, but we will still get to everyone that is in the queue that we can.
And give us just a moment. We are joined by our comment moderator, and we will get ready to take comments. Just a moment here.
Okay, so while we're waiting for the comment moderator, I guess what I want to say is we'll take everyone that we can. I can't promise that I'll get to everyone because I don't know, I'll fall asleep on you at some point, and I want to be alert and ready to hear your comments. So we'll take as many as we can. And keep in mind that you can continue to give us public comment on our tool at any point, and we will be taking additional public comment at the end of our session.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes,
This
we
is
can.
Katie.
Yes, we can.
Awesome. All right. Christian, the one thing I do not have is the new meeting ID number.
Just a moment.
Oh, found it. All right, I'm resourceful. Here I am. We are ready? You're just waiting on me, correct?
Yes, go ahead with the instructions, please.
Got it. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 832-8993-5025 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And we will be having 2-minute increments at warning at 1 minute and 30 seconds.
We'll do a warning at 30 seconds and 15
30
seconds,
seconds
please.
and 15 seconds.
And that warning will sound something like this: 30 seconds, 15 seconds.
And right now we will have caller 8818. One moment. Caller 8818, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Bernice King Tingle. That's T as in Tommy, INGLE. I'm on the board of directors at Mountain House Community Services District, and my comment is brief. Mountain House must be written in with Stockton, Lathrop, Brentwood, and other communities that rely on Delta for their water source, like here in Mountain House. We get our water from Clifton, Forbay, and we would like to be zoned in with communities that are in the Delta communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1251. And up next after that will be caller 266. Right now we will have caller 1251. You'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Phil Halden, Halldin. I serve on the Rockland City Council in Placer County and was calling in to urge you, and I've heard your comments about splitting counties, and I understand that you are going to face some tough decisions, but Placer County is a county of about 400,000 people, and when it comes to Senate, Assembly, and congressional districts, if at all possible, to keep our county together, particularly what we refer to as South Placer, Roseville, Rockland, Lincoln, Granite Bay, that area. We do just about everything together, and we are a distinct economic area from the Sacramento County region. We share school districts, a community college district. We have an independent water agency that serves these areas, and the Placer County area is definitely a distinct community of interest that we would urge you to keep together in the maps for the various seats that you're going to be drawing maps for. Our council on Tuesday voted to send a letter, so you'll be receiving an official letter from the city with our encouragement in that direction. I appreciate all the work that you folks are doing and the difficult tasks that you have. Again, if at all possible, to keep Placer County whole, and we are united in many things in the county, But if that's not completely possible, keep the western part of the county where most of the population is together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we'll be going to caller 2668, and up next after that will be caller 2887. Caller 2668, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, so my name is Isaiah. I'm a first-generation college student from Cal State Bakersfield. And I know how it's important that we keep communities of interest unified, and I'm concerned that the Commission's current visualization of the assembly lines are dividing Bakersfield in a way that's not really unifying our community interests, which especially for our farming and agricultural communities. And I just don't think it's a very logical way to exclude the city of Shafter in the southern Bakersfield section.
Thank you so much. Up next, we will have caller 2887, and after that will be caller 3196. Caller 2887, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, commissioners, for your continued hard work and good service in support
You are
of all of our
unmuted and the
community.
floor is yours. You may want to make sure that your phone
we can
is
hear
not
you.
on mute.
We can hear you. It's okay. We can hear you, caller. Go
You
ahead.
are now unmuted
Oh,
again.
okay. Thank
I
you.
want to double check that
Thank you,
your cell phone is
commissioners, for your hard work. My name is Megan Kerr. I'm on the Board of Education, the Vice President of the Board of Education for the Long Beach Unified School District. And I'd like to read a letter from our
I'm
superintendent.
sorry,
of
caller
schools.
2887. We are not hearing you.
Katie,
You are
Katie, we
unmuted
hear
in the
her.
meeting. Oh, never mind.
We are hearing you, caller. We're going to restart your time.
Thank you so much. My name is Megan Kerr. I am the Vice President of the Board of Education from the Long Beach Unified School District. And I'd like to read a letter from our Superintendent of Schools. Dear Commissioners, on behalf of the Long Beach Unified School District, we write to say thank you for keeping our school district whole in your map visualizations. Early this year, we wrote to express how important it is to us to keep LBUSD together, and we thank you for taking our feedback into account with these visualizations this week. LBUSD supports nearly 70,000 students from Avalon, Long Beach, Signal Hill, and Lakewood, with education from pre-K to high school. Our students are diverse, with 58% identifying as Hispanic, 12.6% African American, 12.5% white, 7.4% Asian, 4.3% two or more races, 3.2% Filipino, 1.2% Pacific Islander. We also have 14% of our students who are English language learners and 63% who come from families that are socioeconomically disadvantaged and need specialized support. We know you'll hear a lot of feedback in the coming weeks about visualizations statewide, but as you do, please keep the Long Beach Unified School District as together as possible. We need to have representatives selected by our community so that they can be responsive to the children and young adults we serve. Having access to local lawmakers who will be responsive to our needs for funding and support is critical to us. Thank you again for all of your time, and congratulations on your release of your statewide visualizations that support students in our region. Sincerely, Dr. Jill Baker, Superintendent of Schools of Long Beach Unified. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I apologize for my own malfunction. Up next will be caller 3196, and after that will be caller 3220. Caller 3196, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Christian, and I just want to thank you for this opportunity tonight to give public testimony. I'm also a resident of Long Beach, like the caller before me, and I know you've been hearing a lot from our community, but I want to thank you for listening to our feedback. And I think it's really important and reflected in the maps that you've been discussing this week. I think these updated visualizations are such an improvement for our city over what this commission has been looking at previously. And I'm really grateful that you and your staff and the line drawers have really taken our input to heart. First and most importantly, these maps for Congress, Assembly, and Senate all keep Long Beach largely together. But to my mind, they also place us with neighboring communities and cities that really make sense and really reflect how we think about our greater area. Communities like Bellflower, Signal Hill, Los Alamitos, these are all places that I drive through on a daily basis, that I think about when I'm going out to eat, to go see a movie, back in the before times, and also to just shop and spend time with friends and family. I know that we've only had the chance to hear your discussion for the assembly districts in my area, and there's some variation between the 3 maps in different districts. But my community really supports what you're looking at for our area, and I hope you'll end up adopting lines that are really similar to what's before you this week. I also know and appreciate that you have a number of considerations and different variables and voting rights considerations
30 seconds.
that make this such a challenging and difficult process. But I know that you've been listening to our feedback, and it's been reflected in the work you've done so far, and we're just so grateful that you've been hearing
15.
us, and it's reflected in what you're doing. Thank you so much for all of your hard work and for the chance to speak to you this evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3220. And up next after that will be caller 5178. Caller 3220, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure
Yes.
can. The floor is yours.
Very good. My name is Don Saylor. I'm a 35-year resident of Yolo County and a member of the Yolo County Board of Supervisors. I'm very heartened by the conversations that I've heard at the last meeting and during the course of your conversations today. However, the visualizations, I think, fail to capture the community of interest that I know to be in place in Yolo County. 86% of the population of Yolo County lives in the 4 incorporated cities. We are indeed a rural county with a strong agricultural economy. That economy is linked far more to Solano County than to Plumas County or Alpine or up in Shasta and Tehama. So we are very disturbed and concerned to see a congressional district that has Yolo County as an appendage attached to the southern tip of a district for Congress that would really exclude much of our community of interest. We share an air quality basin with Solano County. We work actively on transportation corridors along Interstate 80. I chair the Capital Corridor passenger rail service that provides a rail from Auburn to San Jose. We're part of the Sacramento Area Council of Governments in the 6-county capital region. We are in the community college district that is served by Solano County in winters. There's just no way that the community of interest that Yolo County has would go all the way up into that area. The Delta, if you live in Clarksburg, you look across the river and you see Sacramento County. You don't look across the river and see the city of Redding. We're a part
15.
of the area in the Sacramento region. We're not a part of that other area. The Assembly District, by the way, is really disturbing. You split the Winter School District and it splits the Davis School District by excluding El Macero and Winters from the Assembly.
Time.
Thank you so much. All right, now we will have caller 5178. And up next after that will be caller 5597. Caller 5178, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is John Wong, that's Jon and Wong. I am a resident of Oakland, but I'm from San Diego, California. First, I want to agree with Commissioner Toledo and Commissioner Yee's directions in terms of the congressional maps in the East Bay. I have some good news. I was poking around Dave's redistricting map, and it seems like we can have a district that goes along the the State Route 4 corridor, all the way from San Pablo to Discovery Bay, and including Vallejo and Benicia. A second congressional district that goes from Concord to the Tri-Valley, and then another district that goes that keeps Oakland intact and goes up to Richmond. Richmond may need to be divided, but I really support that direction. I also wanted to briefly mention from my own hometown to please keep North Inland San Diego City as whole as possible, including Rancho Bernardo, Rancho Penasquitos, Carmelmont Ranch, and Sabre Springs. And in particular, in the congressional district visualization for the district, it seems like my home birth community in Rancho Penasquitos is split. That's zip code 92129. If you can make sure that that community is kept whole by going south of the 56 and keeping Rancho Penasquitos intact, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5597, and up next after that will be caller 5944. Caller 5597, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm calling from the San Pedro Wilmington area, and I just wanted to say thank you so much. You've hit a home run with our neighborhoods. A huge congrats to your staff and the line drawers for all this hard work. I know it must be intense. The state of California is one big puzzle to piece together, and at least for my region and my neighborhood, you've got it right. The San Pedro and LA Gateway area are a super tight-knit community. We feel connected to the cities that are north of us. We've spent decades building relationships with our neighbors along that 110 corridor. And again, I just want to thank you for creating a district that goes from San Pedro and heads north. We absolutely should remain in the districts with our cities like Carson, West Carson, and those LA communities. I'm in love with this current map. Please, please continue to keep this configuration and support our communities. Thank you very much.
Right now we will have caller 5944, and up next after that will be caller 7199. Caller 5944, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, yeah, I'm a Bakersfield resident. Just wanted to comment on the Kern County map that extends north through the mountains. It seems pretty unwieldy, not very representative of this area at all. And especially if you look at the Bakersfield area and how the lines have moved from the previous congressional district maps, they actually moved the line quite a bit north to Stockdale Highway, which cuts West Bakersfield in half. That really is one whole community. It's much more similar to itself than it is to the neighboring district, which just picked it up in the latest visualization. So I would say if you guys could look at that and kind of reset the line to where it was and not split up West Bakersfield. That Cal State Bakersfield is a university there that is right on the border of that line, and you're kind of splitting up a really big university community. And just culturally, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Also, I'm not really sure it makes sense to have Bakersfield or any part of Bakersfield connected to all these mountain communities, foothill communities. We really, and especially to have it go into Clovis or West Fresno, we really have no connection to those areas at all.
30 seconds.
And they probably feel the same way about this area. I know that there's VRA considerations with the neighboring district, but if there's some way to
15.
Accommodate that, I think that would really be best, because the lines, especially in Bakersfield, just really don't make any sense right now. Also, I'd like you to consider too that Bakersfield and East Kern are not.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7199, And up next after that, we caller 4047. Caller 7199, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you so much for hearing me tonight. My name is Mike Murray. I'm from Rockland, and I apologize if there's any background noise. I'm at my daughter's soccer practice right now, and on her soccer team, there's actually girls from all over Placer County. They play games in Roseville, Rockland, Lincoln, Loomis, Granite Bay. Our hope is clear. Please keep Placer together when it comes to the redistricting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 4047, and up next after that will be caller 5820. Caller 4047, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Ann. I live in Acton, California, and I wanted to start by thanking you for what appears to be a hard-won generosity of spirit with one another, that you know different parts of the state and you've read different testimony, and yet it has been a pleasure to listen to you try and find a way forward that works for most of the people most of the time. That said, in the Assembly District, the Antelope map is amazing. We feel very heard that Acton is a tiny rural town just south of Palmdale, and you have included us with the other rural communities around us and with the Antelope Valley, and we appreciate that so much. The other observation I had that may just be appropriate for not just our area is that it appears sometimes you get conflicting testimony where one group of people say, yes, we must be with these others, and then the others say, well, no, we don't want to be with them. And I would just encourage you to look at both geography and socioeconomic status when you try and work your way through those. That is, as part of a community that has very poor services and very poor education, I really feel we're better served when we're grouped with other communities like that than we are with some of our wealthier neighbors. So thank you so much. I want to encourage the line drawers and the commissioners in your task. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 5820, and up next after that will be caller 7296. Caller 5820, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Yeah, hi, my name is Josh. Born and raised and currently live in the Central Valley, specifically the city of Fresno. I wanted to call and say, while we in our community are very appreciative that you guys mentioned the importance of VRA districts in the Central Valley, a lot of us still think it's lacking in the Valley and how far you guys are doing it, specifically in the city of Fresno. A lot of the community in the city of Fresno really believes there should be a congressional seat that is mostly Latino in the city of Fresno. The fear is that the current congressional visualizations separate the Latino communities in Fresno, specifically south of Shaw, which goes east to west. South of Shaw is currently separated in multiple districts. Splitting up the Latino communities is harmful to their interests and really makes it difficult for them to elect a member of Congress that represents them and their values. And there really is a big opportunity for this commission to draw really an anchor district that mostly is Latino in the city of Fresno, again, south of Shaw, that unites them. And I really believe the commission should do that. Right now, the city of Fresno is drawn into too many seats. And like I have said, and I will reiterate, that does kind of hurt the Latino vote. And you guys have the opportunity to make a VRA seat that's an anchor in the Valley in the city of Fresno. Not only the Hispanic community, but additionally, a lot of those African-American communities in South Fresno are being broken up.
30 seconds.
So just to finalize that, I appreciate what you guys are doing, but we ask that the city of Fresno, south of Shaw, is kept united as a VRA district to represent the communities of color there so their voice can be heard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 7296, and up next after that will be caller 0405. Caller 7296, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. floor is yours.
Hi, this is Deanna Kitamura, Senior Staff Attorney with Asian Law Caucus. I'm also part of the AAPI and AMEMSA State Redistricting Collaborative. Thank you for taking public comment today. I have some comments about LA and Fresno. I'll start with Fresno. Nearly all of our COIs are split in Fresno at every level of government, but particularly at the assembly level. And at the assembly level, a large portion of our COIs are in a district with Clovis, which is not where they want to be because much of our COIs are from low-income immigrant and refugee communities. Now on to LA. As a director of Little Tokyo Service Center testified, there is a historic Japanese-American COI that extends from Gardena, Torrance, and the area just east of Torrance. The visualization split them at the Senate and congressional level. Regarding West San Gabriel Valley, the core of the AAPI COI includes Monterey Park, Alhambra, Rosemead, San Gabriel, and extends to Temple City and other areas of West San Gabriel Valley. At all levels, they should be in a West San Gabriel Valley-based district, and that is not the case at the Senate and congressional levels. At the Senate level, they are split, and at the congressional level, the core is with gateway cities, not with other West San Gabriel Valley cities. And I know you've heard that the core of the AAPI COI in East San Gabriel Valley is in Rowland Heights, Hacienda Heights, Diamond Bar, and Walnut. Hacienda Heights is separated out at every level of government, or at least all three levels of government that I've seen. And the Senate configuration connects Walnut, Rowland Heights, and Diamond Bar to South Orange County, an area that has very little to do with East San Gabriel Valley. And I'll end with Chinatown. The community's definition of LA Chinatown is different than what you have drawn, and we've provided a shape file to you. It extends just west of the 110, and it's cut at the Assembly and Congressional visualization. And that's it for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now, we will have caller 0405, and up next after that will be caller 4111. Caller 0405, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. First, I'd like to thank everybody there, the commissioners for doing the job, for serving, and of course the support staff, which is very valuable. I'm calling in regards to the visualization, AD Menifee area 1027. We do feel like you have been listening to us. In the past, Temecula had been, the last 10 years have been attached to San Diego County, which basically left it without representation, and with over 100,000 in population, we thought it was kind of an injustice for them. So I'm glad to see that you have brought it up to Riverside County again, and we really like this visualization. So we hope that you don't change it, specifically because we feel like a whole community now. In regards to the Cleveland National Forest 1027 also visualization, I do agree with some of the commissioners there that were suggesting that Rancho Santa Margarita and areas of Orange County do not belong in this area. The mountain, not only does the mountain separate us, but the only way to reach them is through a toll road, which basically means that anyone that goes over there needs to pay a toll to go see those people. Or we have to go through Ortega Highway, which is kind of a risky, very risky highway. So if at all possible, I would like you to consider possibly spreading that AD towards the east if possible. But I do understand that we need to make some concessions somewhere. So first and lastly, I would just like to reiterate that we appreciate you listening to us, and please don't change that now. Thank you.
And just a quick reminder, our line, the queue will close in 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair. Up next, we have caller 4111. And after that will be caller 2931. Caller 4111, please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Miles, and I am also from Long Beach.
I'm a member of our local LGBTQ plus community, and I wanted to specifically thank Equality California for their involvement in this process and also their presentation to the Commission last week. In the visuals that they submitted, they identified Long Beach as an LGBTQ plus community of interest that's important to protect in this process, and I really agree with them. Long Beach has a large, diverse, and vibrant LGBTQ plus community. It's both historically significant and an important group when it comes to political representation today. We also have a large impact on LGBTQ plus history. We were one of the first cities to offer trans-inclusive public benefits, equal partnership rights, and we have a perfect 100 score from the Human Rights Campaign as an inclusive LGBTQ plus community. I personally thank you for listening to these concerns and keeping our community whole in the maps that you are reviewing this week. We're so grateful to see these visualizations that keep Long Beach together and place us in districts with similar cities on our borders. Most importantly, I wanted to thank you for ensuring that LGBTQ plus voices and people are protected. We're looking forward to seeing our community continue to be protected as the Commission moves forward with the maps in the coming week. And again, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak and for all your support. Good night.
Thank you so much. Up next, we have caller 2931. And after that will be caller 1940. Caller 2931, if you will please follow the prompt to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Laura Tai. I'm concerned with the way my community of Little Saigon has been drawn. First, you pitched on minority community against another by moving Little Saigon into Anaheim and Santa Ana, and now you want to be Costa Mesa, Tustin, Buena Park, or Irvine into our area. Not only are this far away as distant to us, and in some area, you jump over a city to give us one of the above. They are social economy different from us. School district has no crossover, which our school, we don't travel to this area for any type of culture celebration, and they are so much farther away from us to drive to. School district in Garden Grove, Westminster, Huntington Beach, Westminster, and Los Alamitos have been crossed over, which is other city. Our children play together in our young sport. We have store and celebrations that we share the city boundary and a little dairy next door to each other. Our social economy is similar, so I don't understand why the continued push to draw no community of interest toward us. What is the hiding agenda? I thought you said you would listen, but it does not seem like it at all. Please don't slip our committee and what we built in the last 40 years
30 seconds.
Together at the park. Thank you for let us speak, and thank you for all your listen.
Thank you so much. And up next, we have caller 1940. And after that will be caller 6311. Caller 1940, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Patricia. I've lived in Marin County for 52 years. The visualizations as they appeared yesterday for the AD and the CD, the Senate district it looked good. They looked like similar to what we have now. Where things went off the rails a little was the visualizations for the congressional district. I have not heard any testimony in the hours and hours that I've attended meetings of people in Marin County say they wanted to be moved eastward. I don't understand what kind of community of interest you're seeing with that eastward movement. All along, all the testimony I've heard from Marin residents is that we need to remain with the coastal North Coast as a continuous coastline and protecting that coast. We need good federal and we need good state representation. We have the Golden Gate National Recreation Area here, the Point Reyes Seashore. These need to be protected, and they will be best served by staying with the coastline. There's absolutely no community of interest, as I say, going east. And then yesterday at the end of the AD discussions, I heard it mentioned again by two commissioners that, well, if we need to, let's move Marin down into San Francisco. Marin is not an urban community. We are mostly rural. We have 80% open space. We have all of this national recreation area. And the Highway 37 that was also discussed as a corridor is a very low population, and to nip part of us off
15.
just to create that kind of visualization just doesn't make any sense. Please keep us in a coastal region. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and our lines are now closed, just so that we know. Thank you. Go ahead, Katie.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you, Chair. Right now we have caller 6311, and up next after that will be caller 0469. Caller 6311, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Robin Cole. I am a resident of Tracy, California. My family has lived here for over 40 years. In the past, we have been part of the Bay Area District, which is the current drawing that puts us with two other counties, San Joaquin, Livermore, San Joaquin, Alameda, and San Jose, or Santa Clara. We've been part of those Bay Area districts before, and we've always felt as an afterthought. The Altamont Pass is a dividing line between the Bay Area and Tracy, Mountain House, Manteca, and Points East. It makes a difference. Our community of Tracy, Mountain House, Manteca has created a strong, cohesive, blended suburban, rural, and agricultural community. We share common values. We share water resources, which we do not with the Bay Area. We share South County Fire Authority as our fire district. Those are not shared with the Bay Area. We have worked together to create a shared economic development plan, and we have a shared transportation development plan with ACE and Valley Link. It does not make sense to pull Tracy and Mountain House into a Bay Area district when our values and our community is in San Joaquin County. Please put our community back into a San Joaquin County district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 0469, and up next after that will be caller 1647. Caller 0469, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6.
Hello, my name is Nahid, and I'm calling from the Santa Clarita Valley area. And again, wanted to thank, like everyone else, all your hard work that you're putting into this very difficult task of redistricting. One thing I did notice is that Santa Clarita's both state, Senate, and Assembly districts, as well as congressional districts, have shifted quite a bit with these changes, and the lines have moved south, where traditionally we've been lumped in with communities to our north and east, which are more reflective of our population density, our common interests, and with cities that we normally collaborate with on a lot of issues, for example, schools, economic issues, and fire hazards, and distance from the basin in terms of transportation. And it mixing us with communities south of the Newhall Pass, which are closer to the LA Basin in San Fernando Valley or Sun Valley, will make us less represented in government. And I urge you to please keep Santa Clarita Valley and its surrounding cities further mixed in with other communities to the north and east, where we've traditionally been part of, and we continue to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 1647. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. floor is yours.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Oh, thank you. I didn't think I'd get called. I waited all day to see the Los Angeles presentation, and I guess that's going to tomorrow. But I'm a 36-year resident of Culver City, and I believe it's time to move Culver City to the West Side cities, and that was in earlier maps, and it's changed recently. I've never felt represented myself, and neither have my neighbors in our congressional district or our Senate district. We are kind of the outcast of the area. We have more in common with the West Side cities, job-wise, social interests, more in common with the West Side cities. We're also a member of the West Side city councils, city governments. So I hope you reconsider the current maps there and move us to the West Side cities. I would like to feel represented someday. So I hope you take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5701. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 5701. You are unmuted.
Hi, good evening, Commissioner Turner and other commissioners. My name is Alexander. I am calling from the city of Fresno, and I'm calling to express some grave concerns over the current visualizations for these visualizations at the Assembly, Senate, and congressional levels. These visualizations do not take into consideration our large Latino population, and there's been a lot of talk of respecting VRA districts and trying to do something to ensure that Latinos are adequately represented up and down California's Central Valley. And we feel that these visualizations totally ignore that. And they also ignore large Asian and African American populations within the city of Fresno. And they have not taken into consideration of the advocacy and opinions that have come forth about ensuring that North Fresno and Clovis remain communities of interest. It seems that all of the city of Fresno, much of the city of Clovis, and other areas that were supposed to be their own communities of interest have been lumped together, and therefore have ensured that Latinos are not the majority in any one of the local districts. So we would urge you to reconsider the way that current visualizations are drawn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Chair, we are at 6:10.
Thank you, Katie, I appreciate that. So then we do need to take our required break. I'm going to ask those that are in the queue to please not hang up. Please stay there. We will get to as many as we can in the time that we have left. And we will be back at 6:26. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back for break. We are going to, and thank you for hanging in there with us. We are waiting with bated breath to hear exactly what you have to tell us that will help us draw these lines appropriately. And so, Katie, we're right back into our public comment, please.
Wonderful, Chair. Thank you so much. Right now, we will have caller 4606, and up next after that will be caller 8277. Caller 4606, if you will please follow the prompt to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you, and thank you for your service. My name is Robin, and I live in Bakersfield, California, and I wanted to talk about the latest visualization that I saw that really split our town almost in half. Bakersfield is in itself a community of interest where we share the same superintendent of schools, for example. We share the same postal service. We share the same universities and schools. And yet the latest visualization basically cut the university area almost in half and really split the town of Bakersfield itself. We are a community of interest with Shafter, McFarland, Delano, Arvin, Lamont. We share industries of oil and agriculture. We share, as I indicated, the superintendent of schools. Right now, the concern is that my neighbors across the street, across College Avenue in Bakersfield, California, are part of CD21 and I am part of CD23. That should not be the case when we share the same school, the same postal service, the same water service, and essentially everything. I shouldn't walk across the street and be in a different district. So I would encourage you to keep Bakersfield and its surrounding communities together. We have absolutely nothing in common with areas of San Bernardino County and areas on the other side of the Tehachapi Mountains. We don't. At the end of the day, Bakersfield and the other communities, we share even Costco. We do not travel or shop or share anything on the other side of the Tehachapi Mountains. So I would encourage you to keep Bakersfield together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8277. And up next after that will be caller 4051. Caller 8277, if you will please follow the prompt to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, this is David calling in from Fresno, and I have some concerns about the way the map for the assembly and correctional districts for my neighborhood all the way in East Fresno are drawn. Our area of Fresno is more linked to Clovis than any other part of Fresno, to be honest. It's just easier to do shopping there and right on the border, the area of Fresno that's really east of the airport. But yet in the congressional and assembly district, we are not combined with Clovis. In fact, the most troubling, the assembly district goes all the way to the state line with Nevada and includes Barstow. And really, we don't share anything in common with Barstow, not that I'm aware of. I think a better split would be to combine the areas east of the airport in Fresno with Clovis, and the Highway 180 to the south is a better natural cutoff. I think that applies to both the Assembly District and the Congressional District, and I hope when the lines are updated that you consider that, because that's really a big Assembly District to represent. You know, just that portion of Fresno combined go all the way to the Nevada border to include San Bernardino County along with Tulare County and everything in between. That doesn't sound like we get much representation. Plus, you'd really be taking the Assembly District and the Congressional District we are currently represented and changing our neighborhood. And I believe one of the considerations is to try to have as least disruption as possible. And to have two different representatives, I think that's not very disruptive.
30 seconds.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4051. And up next after that will be caller 9399. Caller 4051. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, my name is Maribel Nunez, and I'm with the Brown and Black Redistricting Alliance, and I live in Riverside. And this is in reference to Visual State Senate District Southwest Riverside, 1027, PDF page 55. And we are not in support of the map. We do appreciate including Temecula in the state senate, but I don't recommend that Temecula be on the state senate, that Riverside, Myrtle Valley, and Paris. Just looking at the tally for this district, it's 49.81. It doesn't hit like the majority of people of color, particularly Latino citizen voting age population, so we're not in agreement. CHODEC, LULAC, Planned Parenthood, various groups are not in support of this map the way it is. So we would like Riverside City, Jurupa Valley, Mobile, Paris, San Jacinto, Good Hope, Nuevo, Romeland, Lakeview, Woodcrest, High Grove, Mead Valley, Homeland, and Green Acres. And if there's room, we could definitely support Lake Elsinore. It's similar to like Paris. but we want those communities together. We're not similar to Temecula or Murrieta or Menifee. We're different. And so what brings us together is, the freeway 215, 210, 215 and 60. It's the universities, the school districts. We're connected to the California Baptist University, communities connected to the 91. And we have cultural events. It's people of color, African American, strong Latino concentration within those cities. Same cultural centers, all the good stuff. But yeah, please, we also see that there's a commonality in the Mobile Paris area too, in regards to warehouse issues, environmental justice issues, cultural centers, malls. We all, are connected. Mobile, Paris, San Jacinto, and Riverside. They all need to be together on the state senate. Please take our recommendation, and thank you so much for and it's a Voting Rights Act violation if we don't.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9399, and up next after that will be caller 5173. Caller 9399, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 9399, you are unmuted and the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We
Hello?
sure can.
All right, my name's Fernando. Fernando Hernandez. I live up here in the high desert, San Bernardino County. The area is actually on the north end of the county. We're supporting the Black-Brown Redistricting Alliance map that they came up with, the visualization for AD 33, numbers 1027. I want to give you an idea of what our area is like and how we want it to look like. Most of you have driven to Las Vegas at one time or another. So you're coming up the 15 freeway. You can see the change as you come up the path, up the Cajon Pass. You go from an urban area now into a more rural area. You come into Victorville, and off to the left, you'll have Apple Valley and the Hesperia, Lucerne Valley, all rural areas. And then to the right, westerly, going along Highway 18 and 138, you have the communities of Phelan, Pinion Hills, Wrightwood, Llano. These communities here are all connected in the rural lifestyle of sorts. And of course, we live in the desert and we have our own particular issues out here. What we're trying to do now is to take out a portion of our district, which now encompasses the mountain region, the resorts of Big Bear, Lake Arrowhead, Crestline. That community up there has very little in common with the desert folks. The mountain region is they hold multi-million-dollar homes versus the blue-collar workers that we have down here in the desert. We really hope that you'll support and look at closely that map for AD 33 that was submitted by the Black-Brown Redistricting Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5173. And up next after that will be caller 0029. Caller 5173, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Yes, my name is Susan. I live in the eastern Sierra foothills of Madera County in the town of Coarsegold. I'm concerned about the Assembly District map that has split my rural county in two, and we are really a part of the Madera County is partly in the foothills, partly in the valley area, but we're really together. We're the way the current map visualization, that was presented has us with Mono County, Inyo County, and San Bernardino. San Bernardino is very Southern California. The demographic is all different. We don't share anything with them. If I was to drive to San Bernardino from where I would live, it would take me anywhere between 8 to 10 hours one way, and I would probably be driving through Los Angeles County to get there. There's really no connections with anything past the river and the other side of the mountains with us with Mono. So Madera County, I would really appreciate if you keep it whole. We have lots of commuters that commute to work to Fresno daily.
30 seconds.
So we have more in common with the county of Fresno and the county of Merced. And in my area, we also have communities of interest with Mariposa County, and a lot of people in Mariposa County commute to Merced. We have they've kind of split up some of our tribal lands. We have one tribe in.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 0029. And up next after that will be caller 5505. Caller 0029, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good evening, commissioners. Really appreciate you taking the time to hear our input this evening. My name is George. I live in Clovis, California, and I wanted to comment on, I guess, the Assembly, Senate, and congressional proposed visualizations this evening. Really appreciate that North Fresno and Clovis were kept together in one community of interest. However, I just wanted to note to the commission respectfully that I think that certain areas of Fresno were included, and certain rural areas were included, particularly in the congressional and Senate seats, that I think would be disenfranchised by having North Fresno and Clovis, particularly Latino populations and minority groups. I think they don't have too much in common with North Fresno and Clovis in terms of shopping, school districts, representation traditionally over the past many decades. And I would really advocate to the commission that North Fresno and Clovis, as it has traditionally been kept with Eastern Sierra communities, such as Eastern Madera County, Mariposa County, and the foothill regions in Fresno County.
30 seconds.
So I really appreciate your time this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right now we have caller 5505, and up next after that will be caller 4328. Caller 5505, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. My name is Nancy Young. I'm the mayor for the city of Tracy, and I am actually calling in just to let you know we have submitted comments as well from the city of Tracy, but it's just important to note that the city of Tracy must respectfully oppose the proposed congressional redistricting map that separate Tracy and Mountain House from San Joaquin County and places these communities within the same voting district as Santa Clara County or Alameda County. This is of great concern because Tracy's voice for federal funding will be overshadowed by the competing needs of Santa Clara County or Alameda County. We do not see a direct correlation between the economic development, transportation, or housing needs of Tracy and those in either of those counties that would justify combining the two regions. Our regional challenges and opportunities mirror that of the cities within our county, including Manteca, Lathrop, and Mountain House. We work diligently with communities in the South San Joaquin region to bolster our economic security and autonomy and overcome deficits that arise in rapidly growing communities where housing often outnumber jobs. Should the proposed congressional redistrict lines be approved, there is concern that these communities, these other communities, will receive greater attention and representation than Tracy and Mountain House. We will actually fall short. And so we do ask strongly that we keep our county together because we share a lot of the same regional challenges and benefits. As people continue to escape the high cost of living in these other counties, the populations of Tracy, Mountain House, and Manteca will continue to grow, as will the needs specific to our region. So we thank you for allowing us to respond and hope that you would truly consider keeping us as one region and one county. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4328. And up next after that will be caller 3520. Caller 4328, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Danny Quinose, and I'm Research Director of the Orange County Civic Engagement Table and work to support the People's Redistricting Alliance. We really appreciate all the hard work that's gone into these district visualizations, recognizing the diverse interests the Commission is working to balance. We thought it'd be a good idea to reiterate communities of interest that our member organizations have noted in public testimony to Commission, since there seem to be some divisions of these COI and the visualizations. I want to start with the Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, and South Asian community of interest that crosses county line. In Orange County, that includes Buena Park, south of the 5 freeway, La Palma, and Cypress. And in LA County, it includes Cerritos and Artesia. And this community of interest should be kept whole in an Orange County-based district, but it was divided in nearly all the visualizations we saw, sometimes cut into 3 different districts. As part of their daily lives, the MEMSA communities in Orange County cross into Los Angeles County to shop in ethnic markets, dine in restaurants, worship, and maybe most importantly, access social services in Artesia and Cerritos. Second, Vietnamese American communities in West Garden Grove, Westminster, West Santa Ana, which is west of Harbor Boulevard, and North Fountain Valley, north of the 405 freeway, share common refugee experiences and both social service and affordable housing needs, and they should be kept together. None of the community organizations who we engage as part of our process saw Costa Mesa as part of that community of interest. And then finally, immigrant and low-income communities in Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin have shared needs and are aligned as a community of interest. So Costa Mesa and Irvine should not be considered as part of the coastal community of interest and should be drawn together in adjacent districts, not with Santa Ana, not with Garden Grove, Westminster. Thanks for your consideration. We ask that you consider the public map submission we provided.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3520. And up next after that will be caller 8087. Caller 3520, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Karen Sanders, and I'm calling from Del Norte County. And I just want to thank you for your time, hard work, and consideration. Del Norte County has been forgotten for the last 10 years and has a very small voice being with coastal counties. I am respectfully asking that the Commission consider Del Norte County's rural significance, that it outweighs the coastal significance, because Del Norte is a rural generational county. We share many different things with our eastern counties, including timber, logging, forest protection, management, healthcare, education, conservation, crisis emergency services collaboration, and transportation and farming. We don't with the southern urban North Bay counties of Sonoma and Marin and Asset. They would not be included. The only STA transportation corridor that delivers goods and services to Del Norte is via the east-west corridor of State Route 299, which runs from the I-5 in Shasta County to US 101 in Humboldt County, and then travels up to Del Norte. There is a discontinuity on US 101 at southern Humboldt County, and that's called Richardson's Grove, and so no goods and services can get through there. Would need to be rerouted to the I-5. Our transportation and infrastructure needs are rural in nature and very different than counties south of Mendocino. Our health care is rural, a rural healthcare county, and strategies and discussions are with the eastern counties. The California Department of Fish and Game North region doesn't include any county south of Mendocino, and they go to the east. Also, population-wise,
50.
we have 25,000 Del Norte, and Marin has 233, and 150,000 not including Santa Rosa. So travel time from down north to southern counties is 6+.
Thank you so much. At this time, we will have caller 8087. And up next after that will be caller 2782. Caller 8087, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi. Hi, my name is Jessie Lauren. I serve on Winters City Council. I'm greatly concerned by the proposed visualization maps for Assembly, Senate, and congressional districts presented for Winters and Yolo County. I believe the current configuration is detrimental to Winters and to our county. Our greatest concerns are that the proposed maps shift much of or all of Yolo County to a new inland North State district that stretches all the way from Yolo County to the Oregon border through sparsely populated rural areas, and it divorces Winters from adjoining urban and suburban areas in the Sacramento metropolitan area, the northern Sac Valley, and Yolo County itself. It radically excises Winters out of its home county for the Assembly District. This is a radical and unfortunate departure from our existing boundary lines. The new congressional and Senate lines are contrary to the principles upon which the State Commission is supposed to operate and would greatly hinder effective representation of residents of the city of Winters and Yolo County. The proposed Solano Assembly District representative is unlikely to be focused on our community's critical needs for help on such concerns as Yolo County Transportation District, Yolo climate goals, social services,
30 seconds.
Yolo fire response and safety, our common aquifer for sustained groundwater management, our farming zone, our environmental justice, our social equity concerns, our high Latino community makeup, our education concerns, and our
15.
regional interests themselves. The proposed new districts are a poor fit for Winters. We urge a return to Assembly, Senate, and congressional boundaries much more similar to those we now have.
Thank you so much. Right now, we'll have caller 2782. And up next after that will be caller 5735. Caller 2782, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm from Yolo County, and I follow up on what Jessie Loren said. I agree with her on both the Senate and Assembly districts, but I want to particularly address my comments to the congressional district. I can't imagine any justification for carving one city, which is Davis, out of the county and linking that city with a community that would stretch all the way to the eastern border of the California Nevada state line, and with which it has nothing in common. Davis is part of Yolo County. Yolo County has a long agricultural history. We have a long history with our tribes. We are a delta-based community. We share water source and river systems and levee systems within the county and with immediately adjacent counties. These are really important issues to us. And carving Davis out of this one city, out of this entirely tightly knit community of Yolo, and putting that one city into a congressional district that literally goes up to the Oregon border and over to the Nevada state line doesn't make any sense, and guarantees that the city of Davis will never be served, that the interests that matter to it will never be served, and in no way gives them representation. And I urge you to
30 seconds.
reevaluate that map so that the city of Davis is not carved out of the ability to be represented or the ability to participate in what the rest of the county participates in. Thank you. And thank you for your...
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5735. And up next after that will be caller 0866. Caller 5735, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Steven Zendejas. I'm a lifelong resident of Tracy, California, here in San Joaquin County. I also work in Stockton, also in San Joaquin County. I'm calling today to express my concerns with the redistricting proposals. I know you all have a difficult task before you, but I wanted to note that residents of Tracy have significantly more in common with Manteca than with San Jose, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to push our community towards San Jose. You recently heard from our mayor, and while our mayor and I have significant policy disagreements, we are united on this front of keeping our communities together. And one of the many reasons why our communities are so close-knit is that our water sources, they come from the Delta. So I implore you to keep our communities together, and with that, I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0866. And up next after that will be caller 1287. Caller 0866, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. This is Kathy, and I am from Kings County. I'm a lifelong resident of the San Joaquin Valley. I am really disturbed and troubled by the Assembly District map that I have seen. We've asked that Kings County be held whole, and in one of the maps, actually, you've taken one little bite out of a little teeny town of Corcoran, which doesn't make any sense. But the larger problem is the pairing of Kings County that goes up all the way to Los Banos and into Merced. We have no community of interest with this area at all. Kings County would be better served to be paired right next door to Tulare County. If you cut out the Visalia area and just took the rural area, you would have a wonderful voter rights district. It would be a community of interest. It would be close together. Driving from the bottom of south of Kings County all the way up to Merced would take us as long to get there because of the roads as it would to be getting to Sacramento. This would be a very awkward and hard to serve district, and we have no community of interest with that area. So I ask you to please look at that Assembly District again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll be caller 1287. And up next after that will be caller 1717. Caller 1287, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jose Verduzco. I'm a resident of Tulare County and was recently a commissioner on the Tulare County Redistricting Commission. So I understand how difficult your job could be at the state level, but I'd like to bring in some of the input I got from my experience on my local commission. And two things in particular. The Central Valley currently has 2 Latino state Senate districts. The visualizations on your website that the commission has provided currently drop that to 1. And in particular, the Visalia Curran County Yellow State Senate District has communities of Woodlake, Dinuba, Lindsay, Porterville, and an assembly district that goes far north into Tuolumne County. Those communities have no interest shared. They don't do business together, anything like that. So I'd recommend that we at least get 2 strong Latino CVAP districts for the state Senate districts in the Central Valley. My other issue was with the congressional district that encompasses all the way from Lamont, California to Los Banos, California. That's about a 2-hour and 40-minute drive, and those communities share no interest. And that is it. Thank you for your time and service, and wish you the best of luck, and take the Valley's needs into consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1717, and then up next after that will be caller 4049. Caller 1717, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. And one more time, caller with the last four, 1717. If you wish to give comment this evening, please press *6 to unmute your telephone keypad. Caller 1717. If you do wish to give comment this evening, before we get through the rest of our callers, please press *9 to raise your hand, and there I will know it's not a connectivity issue. I will come back to you. At this time, we'll go to caller 4049. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the difficult work that you're doing. I first became alarmed when I saw the maps before the recent maps. My name is Francesca Wright. I live in Davis, California, Yolo County. Sorry, I skipped that part. And now it's even worse. My city is divided, and the Senate, congressional, and assembly districts. My county is divided. Our county in no way identifies with the Sacramento River Valley going all the way up beyond Redding up to Oregon border. We are a county that is linked between the Sacramento region and the San Francisco region by by culture, by transportation, by the Highway 80 corridor, by advanced technology, economics. Our agriculture here is very specialized due to the influence of UC Davis, a land-grant college that has really transformed the Solano and Yolo County areas. Our air quality is linked to Solano. I ask that you reconsider. It's very disturbing to see us identified with an area that we have so little in common with, and I would ask that you join Yolo and Solano counties since we have the most in common, but we are definitely connected around the I-80 corridor, not the I-5 corridor. Thanks so much.
Right now, we will be going to caller 4201, and up next after that will be caller 5455. Caller 4201, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Stuart Waldman. I'm from the San Fernando Valley Redistricting Coalition. I want to thank you so much for all your hard work and listening to Valley residents who contacted you. The first visualizations were problematic, but the new visualizations, if you told me that these were the districts, we would be pretty happy. However, you're still a work in progress, so there are some small changes that we'd like to see. You did a great job on the Valley congressional seats. We want to make sure that Calabasas is with unincorporated Calabasas, and we believe that belongs in the West Valley, in a seat that's a West Valley seat. We did notice that while we asked to not go south of Mulholland in each of the maps, the Assembly, Senate, and Congress, there are districts that do go south of Mulholland. We'd like to see if there's a way to make some changes there to address that. The Senate seat, SCSFV, is 48% Latino CVAP. We think that a few changes can be made. It's overpopulated by 30,000 people. We think that changes can be made to get it to a 50% plus Latino CVAP, and we'd like to see that happen. Let's see what else. I mean, it looks pretty good. We really appreciate the hard work that was done on this. I know it's not easy.
15 seconds.
The Bel Air is with some of the Valley districts. There's not really a connection there. We'd like to try and figure out a way to kind of swap those out. We'll make some more suggestions probably tomorrow and send notes on that.
Thank you so much. And right now we will be going to caller 5455. I did want to let those in the queue know that have not spoken this evening. That will be caller 6000, and then caller 6680, and caller 6917. We will be coming to you shortly, and we thank you for your patience. Caller 5455, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Antonia from Bakersfield, and thank you so much for allowing us to voice our opinions about the map. Bakersfield would be negatively impacted by this, especially transportation for many people. The way it's been divided is very unusual and strange, and it will divide Bakersfield, the city. And we would not share water areas, and it would not benefit communities of interest. And it's not consistent with the way our city functions. So I thank you very much for allowing me to state my opinion.
Thank you so much. And right now we will be going to caller 6000, and up next after that will be caller 6680. Caller 6000, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Commissioners, thank you very much. I am Matt from Woodland Hills in the San Fernando Valley. I've lived in the valley, the San Fernando Valley, for 39 years, including Reseda, Canoga Park, Sherman Oaks, North Hollywood, Woodland Hills, West Hills, and Calabasas, Marion Valley Village, and Summer's Born Tarzana. We're one community, the valley, all the same area code 818. Also a member of the West Valley Jewish Community Center in West Hills, 17 years. Okay, I'm commenting on the San Fernando Valley Congressional Visualization, please. You have done a good job keeping much of the West Valley together and much of the East Valley together. Thank you very much. You have placed Calabasas. with the West San Fernando Valley, and that's as it should be. Calabasas is geographically in the valley. Woodland Hill residents are a single 101 freeway exit away from Calabasas. So there are many economic, religious, and social ties between Calabasas and the LA portion of the valley. Many West Valley residents are zoned in the Calabasas schools. Additionally, the Los Virgenes Municipal Water District, based in Calabasas, serves West Valley residents. So, Commissioners, we really appreciate if you could please keep the West Valley together, including Calabasas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And right now we have caller 6680, and up next after that will be caller 6917. Caller 6680, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. And one more time, caller with the last four, 6680. If you wish to give comment this evening, please press *6 to unmute your telephone. Caller 6680. Oh, there you are. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Katie, and good evening, Commissioners. My name is Celeste Farron. I'm from Mountain House, California. It's not well known to a lot of Californians because we are the newest community in California. I've been here almost since our inception. I've been here 17 years. I'm a former member of the board of directors and former president. I'm concerned with the way the map looks right now, as in putting us in with the county on the other next to us, because if you can envision a small grapevine, our ultimate path separates us from the Bay Area, as in the grapevine does, separating communities there, just on a smaller basis. We are also an unincorporated community of about 20,000 people slated, maybe more now, slated to be about 45 to 50,000 people. And we share services with the Delta. We even have a satellite college from Delta College here. We share water services with our local other Delta communities, and policing services. Because we're not incorporated, we don't have our own police department. We're serviced by San Joaquin County, our ambulatory services, our fire district. And as the people who have called in from Tracy earlier have shared, we don't feel that this will give us effective representation to, thank you, 30 seconds, to put us in with the Bay Area. As lovely as it is, I think that we may become an afterthought if we're put in with them as a district. And I very much, as a resident of Mountain House, please write down Mountain House because we're such an underdog. Please remember us that we would like to stay within our county and be represented in our county. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6917. And after that, I will try caller 1717 one last time this evening. Caller 6917, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. And one more time, caller 6917. If you wish to give comment this evening, please press *6 on your telephone keypad. This will unmute you. All right, caller 6917, I'm going to go ahead and give caller 1717 one more chance, and then we'll come right back to you one more time. Everybody gets 2. All right, caller 1717, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. If you wish to give comment, please press *6. All right, caller 1717. We appreciate you listening, and I apologize if you are trying to unmute and you are unable to. If you will please contact the commission in the other ways that are available, we will love to hear from you. And one more time for caller 6917, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6 if you wish to give comment this evening. Caller 6917, we also appreciate you listening. And as the same for the previous caller, if you wish to contact the commission, there are various other ways that are listed. And we appreciate all of you listening this evening. And Chair, with that, that is all of our callers this evening.
Thank you so much, Katie. You always do such an amazing job. I appreciate you. At this time, I thought I heard someone else speaking. At this time, I just want to announce.
I said you're welcome, Chair.
Oh, thanks, Katie. At this time, I just wanted to say that we are going to prepare to recess our meeting for today. We will begin tomorrow in the same place in our inland city, Central California type area with our congressional districts and take into consideration, as we always do, all of the amazing public comment and feedback we're receiving. I'd like to remind the public, please do continue to utilize our data input tools that we have available for you on the website. You can find them by drawmycacommunity.org. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's right. Okay. Well, let's see. It is 7:10. Thank you, commissioners. It is We Draw the Lines, ca.org. And if you would, then you can choose a few different ways to submit comment to the commission, including commenting directly onto the visualizations as you've seen. I'd just like to say one other quick thing. Keep in mind, it's interesting listening to testimony, and all people everywhere are the same. Everyone wants their area whole and someone else's area split. And so it's always amazing to watch. We are hearing you. Our first criteria is that we make districts as equal as possible, and that is what we're going to try and do, and then follow the rest of the criteria. So please know nothing's intentional, but we are absolutely trying to do our best for everyone. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you for hanging in there with us for a long day. And I'd like to conclude by just saying to the most amazing ever Communications Director, Freddie, happy birthday, Freddie. And we are honored that he chose the bulk of his day to spend with us here and with all of you. So he had probably the biggest birthday party ever. All right, with that, you all have a good evening, and we will recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30.